Chapter 21 of The Garies and Their Friends by Frank Webb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. More horrors. Unaware of the impending danger, Mr. Gary sat watching by the bedside of his wife. She had been quite ill, but on the evening of which we write, although nervous and wakeful, was much better. The bleak winds of the fast approaching winter dealt unkindly with her delicate frame, accustomed as she was to the soft breezes of her southern home. Mr. Gary had been sitting up, looking at the fires in the lower part of the city, not having been out all that day or the one previous. He knew nothing of the fearful state into which matters had fallen. "Those lights are dying away, my dear," said he to his wife. "There must have been quite an extensive conflagration." Taking out his watch, he continued, "Almost 2 o'clock. Why, how late I've been sitting up. I really don't know whether it's worth while to go to bed or not. I should be obliged to get up again at 5 o'clock. I go to New York to-morrow, or rather to-day. There are some matters connected with Uncle John's will that require my personal attention. Dear old man, how suddenly he died." "I wish, dear, you could put off your journey until I am better," said Mrs. Gary faintly. "I do hate you to go just now." "I would if I could, Emily, but it is impossible. I shall be back to-morrow, or the next day at farthest. Whilst I'm there, I'll—" "Hush!" interrupted Mrs. Gary. "Stop a moment. Don't you hear a noise like the shouting of a great many people?" "Oh, it's only the firemen," replied he, "as I was about to observe." "Hush!" cried she again. "Listen now. That don't sound like the firemen in the least." Mr. Gary paused as the sound of a number of voices became more distinct. Wrapping his dressing gown more closely about him, he walked into the front room, which overlooked the street. Opening the window, he saw a number of men, some bearing torches, coming rapidly in the direction of his dwelling. "I wonder what all this is for. What can it mean?" he exclaimed. They had now approached sufficiently near for him to understand their cries. "Down with the abolitionist! Down with the amalgamationist! Give them tar and feathers!" "It's a mob, and that word amalgamationist, can it be pointed at me? It hardly seems possible, and yet I have a fear that there is something wrong." "What is it, Gary? What is the matter?" asked his wife, who, with a shawl hastily thrown across her shoulders, was standing pale and trembling by the window. "Go in, Emily, my dear, for heaven's sake. You'll get your death of cold in this bleak night air. Go in. As soon as I discover the occasion of the disturbance, I'll come and tell you. Pray go in." Mrs. Gary retired a few feet from the window, and stood listening to the shouts in the street. The rioters, led on evidently by some one who knew what he was about, pressed forward to Mr. Gary's house, and soon the garden in front was filled with the shouting crowd. "What do you all want? Why are you on my premises, creating this disturbance?" cried Mr. Gary. "Come down, and you'll soon find out. You white-livered abolitionists, come out, damn you. We are going to give you a coat of tar and feathers, and your black wench 39. Yes, come down," shouted several, "or we will come up after you." "I warn you," replied Mr. Gary, "against any attempted violence upon my person, family, or property. I forbid you to advance another foot upon the premises. If any man of you enters my house, I'll shoot him down as quick as I would a mad dog." "Shut up your gap. None of your cussed speeches," said a voice in the crowd. "If you don't come down and give yourself up, we'll come in and take you. That's the talk, ain't it, boys?" A general shout of approval answered his speech, and several stones were thrown at Mr. Gary, one of which struck him on the breast. Seeing the utter futility of attempting to parley with the infuriated wretches below, He ran into the room, exclaiming, "Put on some clothes, Emily. Shoes first. Quick, quick, wife. Your life depends upon it. I'll bring down the children and wake the servants. We must escape from the house. We are attacked by a mob of demons. Hurry, Emily, do, for God's sake." Mr. Gary aroused the sleeping children, and threw some clothes upon them, over which he wrapped shawls or blankets, or whatever came to hand. Rushing into the next room, he snatched a pair of loaded pistols from the drawer of his dressing-stand, and then hurried his terrified wife and children down the stairs. "This way, dear, this way," he cried, leading on toward the back door. "Out that way, through the gate with the children, and into some of the neighbors' houses. I'll stand here to keep the way." "No, no, Gary," she replied frantically. "I won't go without you." "You must," he cried, stamping his foot impatiently. "This is no time to parley. Go, or we shall all be murdered. Listen, they've broken in the door. Quick, quick, go on." And as he spoke, he pressed her and the children out of the door, and closed it behind them. Mrs. Gary ran down the garden, followed by the children. To her horror, she found the gate locked, and the key nowhere to be found. "What shall we do?" she cried. "Oh, we shall all be killed!" And her limbs trembled beneath her with cold and terror. "Let us hide in here, mother," suggested Clarence, running toward the wood house. "We'll be safe in there." Seeing that nothing better could be done, Mrs. Gary availed herself of the suggestion, and when she was fairly inside the place, fell fainting upon the ground. As she escaped through the back door, the mob broke in at the front, and were confronting Mr. Gary as he stood with his pistol pointing at them, prepared to fire. "Come another step forward, and I fire," exclaimed he resolutely. But those in the rear urged the advance of those in front, who approached cautiously nearer and nearer their victim. Fearful of opening the door behind him, lest he should show the way taken by his retreating wife, he stood uncertain how to act. A severe blow from a stone, however, made him lose all reflection, and he immediately fired. A loud shriek followed the report of his pistol, and a shower of stones was immediately hurled upon him. He quickly fired again, and was endeavoring to open the door to effect his escape, when a pistol was discharged close to his head, and he fell forward on the entry floor lifeless. All this transpired in a few moments, and in the semi-darkness of the entry, rushing forward over his lifeless form, the villains hastened upstairs in search of Mrs. Gary. They ran shouting through the house, stealing everything valuable that they could lay their hands upon, and wantonly destroying the furniture. They would have fired the house, but were prevented by Mr. McCloskey, who acted as leader of the gang. For 2 long hours they ransacked the house, breaking all they could not carry off, drinking the wine in Mr. Gary's cellar, and shouting and screaming like so many fiends. Mrs. Gary and the children lay crouching with terror in the wood house, listening to the ruffians as they went through the yard, cursing her and her husband, and uttering the direst threats of what they would do should she fall into their hands. Once she almost fainted on hearing one of them propose opening the wood house to see if there was anything of value in it, but breathed again when they abandoned it as not worth their attention. The children crouched down beside her, scarcely daring to whisper, lest they should attract the attention of their persecutors. Shivering with cold, they drew closer around them the blanket with which they had been providentially provided. "Brother, my feet are so cold," sobbed little Em. "I can't feel my toes. Oh, I'm so cold." "Put your feet closer to me, sissy," answered her brother, bearing himself to enwrap her more thoroughly. "Put my stockings on over yours." And as well as they were able in the dark, he drew his stockings on over her benumbed feet. "There, sis, that's better," he whispered, with an attempt at cheerfulness. "Now you'll be warmer." Just then Clarence heard a groan from his mother, so loud indeed that it would have been heard without but for the noise and excitement around the house, and feeling for her in the dark, he asked, "Mother, are you worse? Are you sick?" A groan was her only answer. "Mother, mother," he whispered, "do speak, please do," and he endeavored to put his arm around her. "Don't, dear, don't," said she faintly. "Just take care of your sister. You can't do me any good. Don't speak, dear. The men will hear you." Reluctantly the frightened child turned his attention again to his little sister. Ever and anon suppressed groans from his mother would reach his ears. At last he heard a groan, even fierce in its intensity, and then the sounds grew fainter and fainter until they entirely ceased. The night to the poor shivering creatures in their hiding place seemed interminably long, and the sound of voices in the house had not long ceased when the faint light of day pierced their cheerless shelter. Hearing the voices of some neighbors in the yard, Clarence hastened out, and seizing one of the ladies by the dress, cried imploringly, "Do come to my mother, she's sick." "Why, where did you come from, child?" said the lady with a start of astonishment. "Where have you been?" "In there," he answered, pointing to the wood house. "Mother and sister are in there." The lady, accompanied by one or two others, hastened to the wood house. "Where is she?" asked the foremost, for in the gloom of the place she could not perceive anything. "Here," replied Clarence, "she's lying here." On opening a small window, they saw Mrs. Gary lying in a corner, stretched upon the boards, her head supported by some blocks. "She's asleep," said Clarence. "Mother, mother!" But there came no answer. "Mother," said he, still louder, but yet there was no response. Stepping forward, one of the females opened the shawl, which was held firmly in the clenched hands of Mrs. Gary, and there in her lap, partially covered by her scanty night-dress, was discovered a new-born babe, who with its mother had journeyed in the darkness, cold and night, to the better land, that they might pour out their woes upon the bosom of their Creator. The women gazed in mournful silence on the touching scene before them. Clarence was on his knees, regarding with fear and wonder the unnatural stillness of his mother. The child had never before looked on death, and could not recognize its presence. Laying his hand on her cold cheek, he cried, with faltering voice, "Mother, can't you speak?" But there was no answering light in the fixed stare of those glassy eyes, and the lips of the dead could not move. "Why don't she speak?" he asked. "She can't, my dear. You must come away and leave her. She's better off, my darling. She's dead." Then there was a cry of grief sprung up from the heart of that orphan boy, that rang in those women's ears for long years after. It was the first outbreak of a loving, childish heart pierced with life's bitterest grief, a mother's loss. The two children were kindly taken into the house of some benevolent neighbor, as the servants had all fled none knew whither. Little Em was in a profound stupor, the result of cold and terror, and it was found necessary to place her under the care of a physician. After they had all gone, an inquest was held by the coroner, and a very unsatisfactory and untruthful verdict pronounced, one that did not at all coincide with the circumstances of the case, but such a one as might have been expected where there was a great desire to screen the affair from public scrutiny. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Garies and Their Friends. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An anxious day. Esther Ellis, devoured with anxiety respecting the safety of her father and the Garies, paced with impatient step up and down the drawing-room. Opening the window, she looked to see if she could discover any signs of day. "It's pitchy dark," she exclaimed, "and yet almost 5 o'clock. Father has run a fearful risk. I hope nothing has happened to him." "I trust not. I think he's safe enough somewhere," said Mr. Walters. "He's no doubt been very cautious, and avoided meeting any one. Don't worry yourself, my child. 'Tis most likely he remained with them wherever they went. Probably they are at the house of some of their neighbors. I can't help feeling dreadfully oppressed and anxious," continued she. "I wish he would come." Whilst she was speaking, her mother entered the room. "Any news of your father?" she asked in a tone of anxiety. Esther endeavoured to conceal her own apprehensions, and rejoined in as cheerful tone as she could assume, "Not yet, mother. It's too dark for us to expect him yet. He'll remain, most likely, until daylight. He shouldn't have gone. Had I been here, he's no business to expose himself in this way." "But, mother," interrupted Esther, "only think of it. The safety of Emily and the children were depending on it. We mustn't be selfish." "I know we oughtn't to be, my child," rejoined her mother, "but it's natural to the best of us. Sometimes we can't help it." 5, 6, 7 o'clock came and passed, and still there were no tidings of Mr. Ellis. "I can't bear this suspense no longer," exclaimed Esther. "If father don't come soon, I shall go and look for him. I've tried to flatter myself that he's safe, but I'm almost convinced now that something has happened to him, or he'd have come back long before this. He knows how anxious we would all be about him. I've tried to quiet Mother and Caddy by suggesting various reasons for his delay, but at the same time I cannot but cherish the most dismal forebodings. I must go and look for him. No, no, Esther, stay where you are at present. Leave that to me. I'll order a carriage and go up to Garies immediately. Well, do, Mr. Walters, and hurry back, won't you? She rejoined as he left the apartment. In a few moments he returned, prepared to start, and was speedily driven to Winter Street. He found a group of people gathered before the gate, gazing into the house. "The place has been attacked," said he, as he walked towards the front door, picking his way amidst fragments of furniture, straw, and broken glass. At the entrance of the house he was met by Mr. Balch, Mr. Garies, lawyer. "This is a shocking affair, Walters," said he, extending his hand. He was an old friend of Mr. Walters. "Very shocking indeed," he replied, looking around. "But where is Gary? We sent to warn them of this. I hope they are all safe." "Safe!" repeated Mr. Balch, with an air of astonishment. "Why, man, haven't you heard?" "Heard what?" asked Mr. Walters, looking alarmed. "That Mr. and Mrs. Gary are dead. Both were killed last night." The shock of this sudden and totally unexpected disclosure was such that Mr. Walters leaned against the doorway for support. "It can't be possible," he exclaimed at last. "Not dead?" "Yes, dead. I regret to say he was shot through the head, and she died in the wood house of premature confinement brought on by fright and exposure." "And the children?" gasped Walters. "They are safe with some neighbors. It's heartbreaking to hear them weeping for their mother." Here a tear glistened in the eye of Mr. Balch and ran down his cheek. Brushing it off, he continued, "The coroner has just held an inquest, and they gave a most truthless verdict. Nothing whatever is said of the cause of the murder or of the murderers. They simply rendered a verdict, death caused by a wound from a pistol shot, and hers, death from exposure." There seemed the greatest anxiety on the part of the coroner to get the matter over as quickly as possible, and few or no witnesses were examined. "But I'm determined to sift the matter to the bottom. If the perpetrators of the murder can be discovered, I'll leave no means untried to find them." "Do you know any one who sat on the inquest?" asked Walters. "Yes, one," was the reply. "Slippery George, the lawyer. You are acquainted with him, George Stevens. I find he resides next door." "Do you know," here interrupted Mr. Walters, "that I've my suspicions that that villain is at the bottom of these disturbances, or at least has a large share in them. I have a paper in my possession, in his handwriting. It is in fact a list of the places destroyed by the mob last night. It fell into the hands of a friend of mine by accident. He gave it to me. It put me on my guard, and when the villains attacked my house last night, they got rather a warmer reception than they bargained for." "You astonish me. Is it possible your place was assaulted also?" asked Mr. Balch. "Indeed it was, and a hot battle we had of it for a short space of time. But how did you hear of this affair?" "I was sent for by I can't tell whom. When I came and saw what had happened, I immediately set about searching for a will that I made for Mr. Gary a few weeks since. It was witnessed and signed at my office, and he brought it away with him. I can't discover it anywhere. I've ransacked every cranny. It must have been carried off by someone. You are named in it, conjointly with myself as executor. All the property is left to her, poor thing, and his children. We must endeavour to find it somewhere. At any rate, the children are secure. They are the only heirs. He had not, to my knowledge, a single white relative. But let us go in and see the bodies." They walked together into the back room, where the bodies were lying. Mrs. Gary was stretched upon the sofa, covered with a piano cloth, and her husband was laid upon a long table with a silk window curtain thrown across his face. The two gazed in silence on the face of Mr. Gary. The brow was still knit, the eyes staring vacantly, and the marble whiteness of the face unbroken, save by a few gouts of blood near a small blue spot over the eye where the bullet had entered. "He was the best-hearted creature in the world," said Walters as he recovered the face. "Won't you look at her?" asked Mr. Balch. "No, no, I can't," continued Walters. "I've seen horrors enough for one morning. I've another thing on my mind. A friend who assisted in the defence of my house started up here last night to warn them of their danger, and when I left home he had not returned. It's evident he hasn't been here, and I greatly fear some misfortune has befallen him. Where are the children? Poor little orphans. I must see them before I go." Accompanied by Mr. Balch, he called at the house where Clarence and M. had found temporary shelter. The children ran to him as soon as he entered the room. "Oh, Mr. Walters," sobbed Clarence, "my mother's dead, my mother's dead." "Hush, dears, hush," he replied, endeavouring to restrain his own tears as he took little M in his arms. "Don't cry, my darling," said he, as she gave vent to a fresh outburst of tears. "Oh, Mr. Walters," said she, still sobbing, "she was all the mother I had." Mr. Balch here endeavoured to assist in pacifying the two little mourners. "Why don't father come?" asked Clarence. "Have you seen him, Mr. Walters?" Mr. Walters was quite taken aback by this inquiry, which clearly showed that the children were still unaware of the extent of their misfortunes. "I've seen him, my child," said he, evasively. "You'll see him before long." And fearful of further questioning, he left the house, promising soon to return. Unable longer to endure her anxiety respecting her father, Esther determined not to await the return of Mr. Walters, which had already been greatly delayed, but to go herself in search of him. It had occurred to her that, instead of returning from the Garies direct to them, he had probably gone to his own home to see if it had been disturbed during the night. Encouraged by this idea, without consulting anyone, she hastily put on her cloak and bonnet, and took the direction of her home. Numbers of people were wending their way to the lower part of the city to gratify their curiosity by gazing upon the havoc made by the rioters during the past night. Esther found her home a heap of smoking ruins. Some of the neighbors who recognized her gathered round, expressing their sympathy and regret, but she seemed comparatively careless respecting the loss of their property, and in answer to their kind expressions could only ask, "Have you seen my father? Do you know where my father is?" None, however, had seen him, and after gazing for a short time upon the ruins of what was once a happy home, she turned mournfully away and walked back to Mr. Walters's. "Has father come?" she inquired as soon as the door was opened. "Not yet," was the discouraging reply. "And Mr. Walters, he hasn't come back either, miss." Esther stood for some moments hesitating whether to go in or to proceed in her search. The voice of her mother calling her from the stairway decided her, and she went in. Mrs. Ellis and Caddy wept freely on learning from Esther the destruction of their home. This cause of grief, added to the anxiety produced by the prolonged absence of Mr. Ellis, rendered them truly miserable. Whilst they were condoling with one another, Mr. Walters returned. He was unable to conceal his fears that something had happened to Mr. Ellis, and frankly told them so. He also gave a detailed account of what had befallen the Garies, to the great horror and grief of all. As soon as arrangements could be made, Mr. Walters and Esther set out in search of her father. All day long they went from place to place, but gained no tidings of him, and weary and disheartened, they returned at night, bringing with them the distressing intelligence of their utter failure to procure any information respecting him. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Garies and Their Friends by Frank Webb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23 The Lost One Found. On the day succeeding the events described in our last chapter, Mr. Walters called upon Mr. Balch for the purpose of making the necessary preparations for the interment of Mr. and Mrs. Gary. "I think," said Mr. Balch, "we had better bury them in the Ash Grove Cemetery. It's a lovely spot. All my people are buried there." "The place is fine enough, I acknowledge," rejoined Mr. Walters, "but I much doubt if you can procure the necessary ground." "Oh, yes, you can," said Mr. Balch. "There are a number of lots still unappropriated." "That may very likely be so, but are you sure we can get one if we apply?" "Of course we can. What is to prevent?" asked Mr. Balch. "You forget," replied Mr. Walters, "that Mrs. Gary was a colored woman." "If it wasn't such a solemn subject, I really should be obliged to laugh at you, Walters," rejoined Mr. Balch with a smile. "You talk ridiculously. What can her complexion have to do with her being buried there, I should like to know?" "It has everything to do with it. Can it be possible you are not aware that they won't even permit a colored person to walk through the ground, much less to be buried there?" "You astonish me, Walters. Are you sure of it?" "I give you my word of honor it is so. But why should you be astonished at such treatment of the dead, when you see how they conduct themselves towards the living?" "I have a friend," continued Mr. Walters, "who purchased a pew for himself and family in a white church, and the deacons actually removed the floor from under it to prevent his sitting there. They refuse us permission to kneel by the side of the white communicants at the Lord's Supper, and give us separate pews in obscure corners of their churches. All this you know. Why then be surprised that they carry their prejudices into their graveyards? The conduct is all of a piece." "Well, Walters, I know the way things are conducted in our churches is exceedingly reprehensible, but I really did not know they stretched their prejudices to such an extent." "I assure you they do then," resumed Mr. Walters, "and in this very matter you'll find them correct. Ask Stormley the undertaker, and hear what he'll tell you. Oh, a case in point. About 6 months ago one of our wealthiest citizens lost by death an old family servant, a colored woman, a sort of half housekeeper, half friend. She resembled him so much that it was generally believed she was his sister. Well, he tried to have her laid in their family vault, and it was refused. The directors thought it would be creating a bad precedent. They said as they would not sell lots to colored persons, they couldn't consistently permit them to be buried in those of the whites." "Then Ash Grove must be abandoned, and in lieu of that, what can you propose?" asked Mr. Balch. "I should say we can't do better than lay them in the graveyard of the colored Episcopal Church." "Let it be there, then. You will see to the arrangements, Walters. I shall have enough on my hands for the present, searching for that will. I've already offered a large reward for it. I trust it may turn up yet." "Perhaps it may," rejoined Mr. Walters. "We must hope so, at least. I've brought the children to my house, where they are under the care of a young lady who was a great friend of their mother's, though it seems like putting too much upon the poor young creature to throw them upon her for consolation, when she is almost distracted with her own griefs. I think I mentioned to you yesterday that her father is missing, and to add to their anxieties, their property has been all destroyed by the rioters. They have a home with me for the present, and may remain there as long as they please." "Oh, I remember you told me something of them yesterday, and now I come to think of it, I saw in the journal this morning that a colored man was lying at the hospital, very much injured, whose name they could not ascertain. Can it be possible that he is the man you are in search of?" "Let me see the article," asked Mr. Walters. Mr. Balch handed him the paper, and pointed out the paragraph in question. "I'll go immediately to the hospital," said he, as he finished reading, "and see if it is my poor friend. I have great fears that it is, You'll excuse my leaving so abruptly. I must be off immediately." On hastening to the hospital, Mr. Walters arrived just in time to be admitted to the wards, and on being shown the person whose name they had been unable to discover, he immediately recognized his friend. "Ellis, my poor fellow!" he exclaimed, springing forward. "Stop, stop!" cried the attendant, laying his hand upon Mr. Walters's shoulder. "He is hovering between life and death. The least agitation might be fatal to him. The doctor says if he survives the night, he may probably get better, but he has small chance of life. I hardly think he will last 12 hours more. He's been dreadfully beaten. There are 2 or 3 gashes on his head. His leg is broken, and his hands have been so much cut that the surgeon thinks they'll never be of any use to him, even if he recovers." "What awful intelligence for his family," said Mr. Walters. "They are already half distracted about him." Mr. Ellis lay perfectly unconscious of what was passing around him, and his moans were deeply affecting to hear. Unable to move but one limb, he was the picture of helplessness and misery. "It's time to close. We don't permit visitors to remain after this hour," said the attendant. "Come tomorrow. You can see your friend and remain longer with him." And bidding Mr. Walters good morning, he ushered him from the ward. "How shall I ever find means to break this to the girls and their mother?" said he, as he left the gates of the hospital. "It will almost kill them. Really, I don't know what I shall say to them." He walked homeward with hesitating steps, and on arriving at his house he paused a while before the door, mustering up courage to enter. At last he opened it with the air of a man who had a disagreeable duty to perform, and had made up his mind to go through with it. "Tell Miss Ellis to come to the drawing-room," said he to the servant. "Merely say she's wanted. Don't say I've returned." He waited but a few moments before Esther made her appearance, looking sad and anxious. "Oh, it's you," she said, with some surprise. "You have news of father?" "Yes, Esther, I have news, but I'm sorry to say, not of a pleasant character." "Oh, Mr. Walters, nothing serious, I hope, has happened to him?" she asked in an agitated tone. "I'm sorry to say there has, Esther. He has met with an accident, a sad and severe one. He's been badly wounded." Esther turned deadly pale at this announcement, and leaned upon the table for support. "I sent for you, Esther," continued Mr. Walters, "in preference to your mother, because I knew you to be courageous in danger, and I trusted you would be equally so in misfortune. Your father's case is a very critical one, very. It appears that after leaving here he fell into the hands of the rioters, by whom he was shockingly beaten. He was taken to the hospital, where he now remains." "Oh, let me go to him at once. Do, Mr. Walters." "My dear child, it is impossible for you to see him to-day. It is long past the visiting hour. Moreover, I don't think him in a state that would permit the least agitation. To-morrow you can go with me." Esther did not weep. Her heart was too full for tears. With a pale face and trembling lips she said to Mr. Walters, "God give us strength to bear up under these misfortunes. We are homeless, almost beggars. Our friends have been murdered, and my father is now trembling on the brink of the grave. Such troubles as these," said she, sinking into a chair, "are enough to crush any one." "I know it, Esther, I know it, my child. I sympathize with you deeply. All that I have is at your disposal. You may command me in anything. Give yourself no uneasiness respecting the future of your mother and family. Let the result to your father be what it may. Always bear in mind that next to God, I am your best friend. I speak thus frankly to you, Esther, because I would not have you cherish any hopes of your father's recovery. From his appearance, I should say there is but little, if any. I leave to you, my good girl, the task of breaking this sad news to your mother and sister. I would tell them, but I must confess, Esther, I am not equal to it. The events of the last day or 2 have almost overpowered me." Esther's lips quivered again as she repeated the words, "little hope." "Did the doctor say that?" she asked. "I did not see the doctor," replied he. "Perhaps there may be a favorable change during the night. I'd have you prepare for the worst whilst you hope for the best. Go now and try to break it as gently as possible to your mother." Esther left the room with heavy step and walked to the chamber where her mother was sitting. Caddy also was there, rocking backwards and forwards in a chair, in an earnest endeavor to soothe to sleep little Em, who was sitting in her lap. "Who was it, Esther?" asked her mother. "Mr. Walters," she hesitatingly answered. "Was it? Well, has he heard anything of your father?" she asked anxiously. Esther turned away her head and remained silent. "Why don't you answer?" asked her mother, with an alarmed look. "If you know anything of him, for God's sake tell me. Whatever it may be, it can't be worse than I expect. He's dead?" she asked. "No, no, mother, he's not dead, but he's sick, very sick, mother. Mr. Walters found him in the hospital." "In the hospital? How came he there? Don't deceive me, Esther. There's something behind all this. Are you telling me the truth? Is he still alive? Mother, believe me, he is still alive, but how long he may remain so, God only knows. Mrs. Ellis, at this communication, leant her head upon the table and wept uncontrollably. Katty put down her little charge and stood beside her mother, endeavouring to soothe her, whilst unable to restrain her own grief. Let us go to him, Esther, said her mother, rising. I must see him. Let us go at once. We can't, mother. Mr. Walters says it's impossible for us to see him today. They don't admit visitors after a certain hour in the morning. They must admit me. I'll tell them I'm his wife. When they know that, they can't refuse me. Quickly dressing themselves, Esther, Katty, and their mother were about to start for the hospital when Mr. Walters entered. Where are you all going? He asked. To the hospital, answered Mrs. Ellis. I must see my husband. I've just sent there, Ellen, to make arrangements to hear of him every hour. You will only have the grief of being refused admission if you go. They are exceedingly strict. No one is admitted to visit a patient after a certain hour. Try and compose yourselves. Sit down. I want to talk to you for a little while. Mrs. Ellis mechanically obeyed, and on sitting down, little Em crept into her lap and nestled in her arms. Ellen, said Mr. Walters, taking a seat by her, it's useless to disguise the fact that Ellis is in a precarious situation. How long he may be sick it is impossible to say. As soon as it is practicable, should he get better, we will bring him here. You remember, Ellen, that years ago when I was young and poor, Ellis often befriended me. Now 'tis my turn. You must all make up your minds to remain with me forever, if you like, for the present, whether you like it or not. I'm going to be dreadfully obstinate and have my own way completely about the matter. Here I've a large house, furnished from top to bottom with every comfort. Often I've wandered through it and thought myself a selfish old fellow to be surrounded with so much luxury and keep it entirely to myself. God has blessed me with abundance, and to what better use can it be appropriated than the relief of my friends? Now, Ellen, you shall superintend the whole of the establishment. Esther shall nurse her father. Katty shall stir up the servants, and I'll look on and find my happiness in seeing you all happy. Now, what objection can you urge against that arrangement? Concluded he triumphantly. Why, we shall put you to great inconvenience, and place ourselves under an obligation we can never repay, answered Mrs. Ellis. Don't despair of that. Never mind the obligation. Try and be as cheerful as you can. Tomorrow we shall see Ellis, and perhaps find him better. Let us, at least, hope for the best. Esther looked with grateful admiration at Mr. Walters as he left the room. What a good heart he has, mother, said she, as he closed the door behind him. Just such a great tender heart as one should expect to find in so fine a form. Mrs. Ellis and her daughters were the first who were found next day at the office of the doorkeeper of the hospital, waiting an opportunity to see their sick friends. You're early, ma'am, said a little bald-headed official who sat at his desk fronting the door. Take a chair near the fire. It's dreadful cold this morning. Very cold, replied Esther, taking a seat beside her mother. How long will it be before we can go in? Oh, you've good an hour to wait. The doctor hasn't come yet, replied the doorkeeper. How is my husband? Tremblingly inquired Mrs. Ellis. Who is your husband? You don't know his number, do you? Never know names here. Go by numbers. We don't know the number, rejoined Esther. My father's name is Ellis. He was brought here 2 or 3 nights since. He was beaten by the mob. Oh, yes, I know now who you mean. Number 60. Bad case, that. Shocking bad case. Hands chopped, head smashed, leg broke. He'll have to cross over, I guess. Make a die of it, I'm afraid. Mrs. Ellis shuddered and turned pale as the man coolly discussed her husband's injuries and their probable fatal termination. Katty, observing her agitation, said, Please, sir, don't talk of it. Mother can't bear it. The man looked at them compassionately for a few moments, then continued, You mustn't think me hard-hearted. I see so much of these things that I can't feel them as others do. This is a dreadful thing to you, no doubt, but it's an everyday song to me. People are always coming here, mangled in all sorts of ways. So you see, I've got used to it. In fact, I'd rather miss 'em now if they didn't come. I've sat in this seat every day for almost 20 years, and he looked on the girls and their mother as he gave them this piece of information, as if he thought they ought to regard him henceforth with great reverence. Not finding them disposed to converse, the doorkeeper resumed the newspaper he was reading, when they entered and was soon deeply engrossed in a horrible steamboat accident. The sound of wheels in the courtyard attracting his attention, he looked up and remarked, Here's the doctor. As soon as he has walked the wards, you'll be admitted. Mrs. Ellis and her daughters turned round as the door opened, and to their great joy recognized Dr. Burdett. "How do you do?" said he, extending his hand to Mrs. Ellis. "What's the matter?" "Crying," he continued, looking at their tearful faces. "What has happened?" "Oh, doctor," said Esther, "father's lying here, very much injured, and they think he'll die," said she, giving way to a fresh burst of grief. "Very much injured? Die? How is this? I knew nothing of it. I haven't been here before this week." Esther hereupon briefly related the misfortunes that had befallen her father. "Dear me," repeated the kind old doctor. "There, my dear, don't fret. He'll get better, my child. I'll take him in hand at once. My dear Mrs. Ellis, weeping won't do the least good, and only make you sick yourself. Stop, do now. I'll go and see him immediately, and as soon as possible you shall be admitted." They had not long to wait before a message came from Dr. Burdett, informing them that they could now be permitted to see the sufferer. "You must control yourselves," said the doctor to the sobbing women as he met them at the door. "You mustn't do anything to agitate him. His situation is extremely critical." The girls and their mother followed him to the bedside of Mr. Ellis, who, ghastly pale, lay before them, apparently unconscious. Mrs. Ellis gave but one look at her husband, and with a faint cry sank fainting upon the floor. The noise partially aroused him. He turned his head, and after an apparent effort, recognized his daughter standing beside him. He made a feeble attempt to raise his mutilated hands, and murmured faintly, "You've come at last," and closing his eyes, he dropped his arms as if exhausted by the effort. Esther knelt beside him and pressed a kiss on his pale face. "Father, father," said she, softly. He opened his eyes again, and a smile of pleasure broke over his wan face and lighted up his eyes as he feebly said, "God bless you, darlings. I thought you'd never come. Where's mother and Caddy?" "Here," answered Esther, "here by me." Your looks frightened her so that she's fainted. Dr. Burdett here interposed and said, "You must all go now. He's too weak to bear more at present." "Let me stay with him a little longer," pleaded Esther. "No, my child, it's impossible," he continued. "Besides, your mother will need your attention." And whilst he spoke, he led her into an adjoining room where the others had preceded her. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Garies and Their Friends by Frank Webb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Charlie distinguishes himself. Charlie had now been many weeks under the hospitable roof of Mrs. Bird, improving in health and appearance. Indeed, it would have been a wonder if he had not, as the kind mistress of the mansion seemed to do naught else from day to day but study plans for his comfort and pleasure. There was one sad drawback upon the contentment of the dear old lady, and that was her inability to procure Charlie's admission to the academy. One morning Mr. Whately called upon her, and throwing himself into a chair, exclaimed, "It's all to no purpose. Their laws are as unalterable as those of the Medes and Persians. Arguments and entreaty are equally thrown away upon them. I've been closeted at least half a dozen times with each director, and as all I can say won't make your protégé a shade whiter, I'm afraid his admission to the academy must be given up." "It's too bad," rejoined Mrs. Bird. "And who, may I ask, were the principal opposers?" "They all opposed it except Mr. Weeks and Mr. Bentham." "Indeed? Why, they are the very ones that I anticipated would go against it tooth and nail. And Mr. Glentworth, surely he was on our side?" "He? Why, my dear madam, he was the most rabid of the lot, with his sanctified face and canting tongue. I'm almost ashamed to own it, but it's the truth, and I shouldn't hesitate to tell it. I found the most pious of the directors the least accessible. As to old Glentworth, he actually talked to me as if I was recommending the committal of some horrid sin. I'm afraid I shall be set down by him as a rabid abolitionist. I got so warm on the subject. I've cherished as strong prejudices against colored people as any one, but I tell you, seeing how contemptible it makes others appear has gone a great way towards eradicating it in me. I found myself obliged to use the same arguments against it that are used by the abolitionists. and endeavouring to convince others of the absurdity of their prejudice as I convinced myself. "I'd set my heart upon it," said Mrs. Bird in a tone of regret, "but I suppose I'll have to give it up. Charlie don't know I've made application for his admission, and has been asking me to let him go. A great many of the boys who attend there have become acquainted with him, and it was only yesterday that Mr. Glentworth's sons were teasing me to consent to his beginning there the next term. The boys," concluded she, "have better hearts than their parents. Oh, I begin to believe it's all sham, this prejudice. I'm getting quite disgusted with myself for having had it, or rather thinking I had it. As for saying it is innate, or that there is any natural antipathy to that class, it's all perfectly folly. Children are not born with it, or why shouldn't they shrink from a black nurse or playmate? It's all bosh," concluded he indignantly, and he brought his cane down with a rap. "Charlie's been quite a means of grace to you," laughingly rejoined Mrs. Bird, amused at his vehemence of manner. "Well, I'm going to send him to Sabbath school next Sunday, and if there is a rebellion against his admission there, I shall be quite in despair. It is frequently the case that we are urged by circumstances to the advocacy of a measure in which we take but little interest, and of the propriety of which we are often very sceptical, but so surely as it is just in itself, in our endeavours to convert others, we convince ourselves, and from lukewarm apologists we become earnest advocates. This was just Mr. Whately's case. He had begun to canvass for the admission of Charlie with a doubtful sense of his propriety, and in attempting to overcome the groundless prejudices of others, he was convicted of his own. Happily in his case, conviction was followed by conversion, and as he walked home from Mrs. Bird's, he made up his mind that if they attempted to exclude Charlie from the Sabbath school, he would give them a piece of his mind, and then resign his superintendency of it. On arriving at home, he found waiting for him a young lady who was formerly a member of his class in the Sabbath school. "I've come," said she, "to consult you about forming an adult class in our school for colored persons. We have a girl living with us who would be very glad to attend, and she knows 2 or 3 others. I'll willingly take the class myself. I've consulted the pastor and several others, and no one seems to anticipate any objections from the scholars if we keep them on a separate bench, and do not mix them up with the white children." "I'm delighted to hear you propose it," answered Mr. Whately, quite overjoyed at the opening it presented. "The plan meets my warmest approval. I decidedly agree with you in the propriety of our making some effort for the elevation and instruction of this hitherto neglected class. Any aid I can render—" "You astonish me," interrupted Miss Cass, "though I must say very agreeably. You were the last person from whom I thought of obtaining any countenance. I did not come to you until armed with the consent of almost all the parties interested, because from you I anticipated considerable opposition." And in her delight the young girl grasped Mr. Whately's hand and shook it very heartily. "Oh, my opinions relative to colored people have lately undergone considerable modification. In fact," said he, with some little confusion, "quite a thorough revolution. I don't think we have quite done our duty by these people. Well, well, we must make the future atone for the past." Miss Cass had entered upon her project with all the enthusiasm of youth, and being anxious that her class, in point of numbers, should make a presentable appearance, had drafted into it no less a person than Aunt Comfort. Aunt Comfort was a personage of great importance in the little village of Warmouth, and one whose services were called into requisition on almost every great domestic occasion. At births she frequently officiated, and a few young mothers thought themselves entirely safe if the black, good-humoured face of Aunt Comfort was not to be seen at their bedside. She had a hand in the compounding of almost every bride-cake, and had been known to often leave houses of feasting to prepare weary, earth-worn travellers for their final place of rest. Every one knew and all liked her, and no one was more welcome at the houses of the good people of Warmouth than Aunt Comfort. But whilst rendering her all due praise for her domestic acquirements, justice compels us to remark that Aunt Comfort was not a literary character. She could get up a shirt to perfection, and made irreproachable chowder, but she was not a woman of letters. In fact, she had arrived at maturity at a time when negroes and books seldom came in familiar contact, and if the truth must be told, she cared very little about the latter. But just to "'bleege Miss Cass," she consented to attend her class, averring as she did so that she didn't "'spect she was gwine to larn nothin' when she got thar." Miss Cass, however, was of the contrary opinion, and anticipated that after a few Sabbaths Aunt Comfort would prove to be quite a literary phenomenon. The first time their class assembled, the white children well nigh dislocated their necks in their endeavors to catch glimpses of the colored scholars who were seated on a backless bench in an obscure corner of the room. Prominent amongst them shone Aunt Comfort, who, in honor of this extraordinary occasion, had retrimmed her cap, which was resplendent with bows of red ribbon as large as peonies. She had a Sunday school primer in her hand, and was repeating the letters with the utmost regularity as Miss Cass pronounced them. They got on charmingly until, after crossing over the letter O, as a matter of course they came to P and Q. "Look here," said Aunt Comfort, with a look of profound erudition. "Here's anudder O. What's the use of havin' two of 'em?" "No, no, Aunt Comfort, that's Q, the letter Q." "Humph!" grunted the old woman, incredulously. "What's the use of sayin' dat's a Q, when you just said not a minute ago 'twas O?" "This is not the same," rejoined the teacher. "Don't you see the little tail at the bottom of it?" Aunt Comfort took off her silver spectacles and gave the glasses of them a furious rub, then, after essaying another look, exclaimed, "What, you don't mean dat ere little speck down at the bottom of it, does ye?" "Yes, Aunt Comfort, that little speck, as you call it, makes all the difference. It makes O into Q." "Oh, go way, child," said she, indignantly. "You isn't gwine to fool me dat ere way. I knows you a old honey. You's up to dese there things. You know you allus was mighty cheevious, and I wasn't gwine to believe that dar ar little speck makes all the difference. No such thing, case it don't. Dey's either both O's or both Q's. I'm clar of dat. Dey's either one or t'other." Knowing by long experience the utter futility of attempting to convince Aunt Comfort that she was in the wrong by anything short of a miracle, the teacher wisely skipped over the obnoxious letter. Then all went smoothly on to the conclusion of the alphabet. The lesson having terminated, Miss Cass looked up and discovered standing near her a colored boy, who, she correctly surmised, was sent as an addition to her class. "Come here and sit down," said she, pointing to a seat next Aunt Comfort. "What is your name?" Charlie gave his name and residence, which were entered in due form on the teacher's book. "Now, Charles," she continued, "do you know your letters?" "Yes, ma'am," was the answer. "Can you spell?" she inquired. To this also Charlie gave an affirmative, highly amused at the same time at being asked such a question. Miss Cass inquired no further into the extent of his acquirements, it never having entered her head that he could do more than spell. So, handing him one of the primers, she pointed out a line on which to begin. The spirit of mischief entered our little friend, and he stumbled through blah, blah, bleu, bleu, blow, blow, blue, blue, with great gravity and slowness. "You spell quite nicely, particularly for a little colored boy," said Miss Cass, encouragingly, as he concluded the line. "Take this next," she continued, pointing to another, "and when you have learned it, I will hear you again." It was the custom of the superintendent to question the scholars upon a portion of Bible history given out the Sabbath previous for study during the week. It chanced that upon the day of which we write, the subject for examination was one with which Charlie was quite familiar. Accordingly, when the questions were put to the school, he answered boldly and quickly to many of them, and with an accuracy that astonished his fellow scholars. "How did you learn the answers to those questions? You can't read," said Miss Cass. "Yes, but I can read," answered Charlie, with a merry twinkle in his eye. "Why didn't you tell me so before?" she asked. "Because you didn't ask me," he replied, suppressing a grin. This was true enough, so Miss Cass, having nothing farther to say, sat and listened, whilst he answered the numerous and sometimes difficult questions addressed to the scholars. Not so Aunt Comfort. She could not restrain her admiration of this display of talent on the part of one of her despised race. She was continually breaking out with expressions of wonder and applause. "Jes hear dat! Massy on us! Only jes listen to de chile," said she. "Talks jes the same as if he was white. Why, boy, where you learn all dat?" "Across the Red Sea," cried Charlie, in answer to a question from the desk of the superintendent. "Cross de Red Sea? Humph, chile, you been dere?" asked Aunt Comfort, with a face full of wonder. "What did you say?" asked Charlie, whose attention had been arrested by the last question. "Why, I asked where you learned all dat 'bout de children of Israel." "Oh, I learned that at Philadelphia," was his reply. "I learned it at school with the rest of the boys." "You did!" exclaimed she, raising her hands with astonishment. "Is there many more of 'em like you?" Charlie did not hear this last question of Aunt Comfort's, therefore she was rather startled by his replying in a loud tone, "Immense hosts." "Did I ever! Jes hear dat! Dere's 'mense hosts of 'em just like him, only think of it! Is they all dere yet, honey?" "They were all drowned." "Oh, Lordy, Lordy!" rejoined she, aghast with horror, for Charlie's reply to a question regarding the fate of Pharaoh's army had been by her interpreted as an answer to her question respecting his colored schoolmates at Philadelphia. "And how did you 'scape, honey?" continued she, "from drowning 'long wid the rest of 'em?" "Why, I wasn't there. It was thousands of years ago." "Look here, what do you mean?" she whispered. "Didn't you say just now dat you went to school wid 'em?" This was too much for Charlie, who shook all over with suppressed laughter. Nor was Miss Cass proof against the contagion. She was obliged to almost suffocate herself with her handkerchief to avoid a serious explosion. "Aunt Comfort, you are mistaking him," said she, as soon as she could recover her composure. "He is answering the questions of the superintendent, not yours, and very well. He has answered them, too," continued she. "I like to see little boys aspiring. I'm glad to see you so intelligent. You must persevere, Charlie." "Yes, you must, honey," chimed in Aunt Comfort. "I'se very much like Miss Cass. I likes to see children, 'specially children of color, have expiring minds." Charlie went quite off at this, and it was only by repeated hush hushes from Miss Cass and a pinch in the back from Aunt Comfort that he was restored to a proper sense of his position. The questioning being now finished, Mr. Whately came to Charlie, praised him highly for his aptness, and made some inquiries respecting his knowledge of the catechism, also whether he would be willing to join the class that was to be catechized in the church during the afternoon. To this Charlie readily assented, and at the close of the school was placed at the foot of the class, preparatory to going into the church. The public catechizing of the scholars was always an event in the village, but now a novelty was given it by the addition of a black lamb to the flock, and as a matter of course a much greater interest was manifested. Had a lion entered the doors of St. Stephen's Church, he might have created greater consternation, but he could not have attracted more attention than did our little friend on passing beneath its sacred portals. The length of the aisle seemed interminable to him, and on his way to the altar he felt oppressed by the scrutiny of eyes through which he was compelled to pass. Mr. Durrell, the pastor, looked kindly at him as he stood in front of the chancel, and Charlie took heart from his cheering smile. Now to Aunt Comfort, who was the only colored person who regularly attended the church. A seat had been assigned beside the organ, which elevated position had been given her that the congregation might indulge in their devotions without having their prejudices shocked by a too close contemplation of her ebony countenance. But Aunt Comfort on this occasion determined to get near enough to hear all that passed. In leaving her accustomed seat, she planted herself in one of the aisles of the gallery, overlooking the altar, where she remained almost speechless with wonder and astonishment at the unprecedented sight of a woolly head at the foot of the altar. Charlie got on very successfully until called upon to repeat the Lord's Prayer, and strange to say, at this critical juncture his memory forsook him, and he was unable to utter a word of it. For the life of him he could not think of anything but "Now I lay me down to sleep," and confused and annoyed, he stood unable to proceed. At this stage of affairs, Aunt Comfort's interest in Charlie's success had reached such a pitch that her customary awe of the place she was in entirely departed, and she exclaimed, "I'll give you a start, our Farrer." Then, overwhelmed by the consciousness that she had spoken out in meeting, she sank down behind a pew door, completely extinguished. At this there was an audible titter that was immediately suppressed, after which Charlie recovered his memory and started by the opportune prompting of Aunt Comfort, he recited it correctly. A few questions more terminated the examination, and the children sat down in front of the altar until the conclusion of the service. Mrs. Bird, highly delighted with the debut of her protege, bestowed no end of praises upon him, and even made the coachman walk home, that Charlie might have a seat in the carriage, as she alleged she was sure he must be much fatigued and overcome with the excitement of the day. Then, taking the reins into her own hands, she drove them safely home. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Garies and Their Friends by Frank Webb. Chapter 25 The Heir. We must now return to Philadelphia and pay a visit to the office of Mr. Balch. We shall find that gentleman in company with Mr. Walters. Both look anxious, and are poring over a letter which is outspread before them. "It was like a thunderclap to me," said Mr. Balch. "The idea of there being another heir never entered my brain. I didn't even know he had a living relative." "When did you get the letter?" asked Walters. "Only this morning, and I sent for you immediately. Let us read it again. We'll make another attempt to decipher this incomprehensible name. Confound the fellow! Why couldn't he write so that some one besides himself could read it? We must stumble through it," said he, as he again began the letter as follows: "Dear Sir, immediately on receipt of your favor, I called upon Mr. Thurston to take the necessary steps for securing the property of your late client. To my great surprise, I found that another claimant had started up and already taken the preliminary measures to entering upon possession. This gentleman, Mr. Something. Now, what would you call that name, Walters? To me it looks like Stimmons or Stunners, or something of the kind." "Never mind the name," exclaimed Walters. "Skip that. Let me hear the rest of the letter. We shall find out who he is soon enough, in all conscience." "Well, then," resumed Mr. Balch, "this gentleman, Mr. Blank, is a resident in your city, and he will, no doubt, take an early opportunity of calling on you in reference to the matter. It is my opinion that without a will in their favor, these children cannot oppose his claim successfully, if he can prove his consanguinity to Mr. Gary. His lawyer here showed me a copy of the letters and papers which are to be used as evidence, and I must say they are entirely without flaw. He proves himself undoubtedly to be the first cousin of Mr. Gary. You are no doubt aware that these children, being the offspring of a slave woman, cannot inherit in this state, except under certain circumstances, the property of a white father. I'm therefore very much afraid that they are entirely at his mercy." "Well, then," said Walters, when Mr. Balch finished reading the letter, "it is clear there is an heir, and his claim must be well sustained, if such a man as Beckley, the first lawyer in the state, does not hesitate to endorse it, and as all the property, with the exception of a few thousands in my hands, lies in Georgia, I'm afraid the poor children will come off badly, unless this new heir prove to be a man of generosity. At all events, it seems we are completely at his mercy." "We must hope for the best," rejoined Mr. Balch. "If he has any heart, he certainly will make some provision for them. The disappearance of that will is to me most unaccountable. I'm confident it was at his house. It seems so singular that none of his papers should be missing, except that. There were a great many others, deeds, mortgages, etc., scattered over the floor, but no will." The gentlemen were thus conversing, when they heard a tap at the door. "Come in," cried Mr. Balch, and in answer to the request, in walked Mr. George Stevens. Mr. Walters and Mr. Balch bowed very stiffly, and the latter inquired what had procured him the honour of a visit. "I've called upon you in reference to the property of the late Mr. Gary." "Oh, you are acting in behalf of this new claimant, I suppose," rejoined Mr. Balch. "Sir," said Mr. Stevens, looking as though he did not thoroughly understand him. "I said," repeated Mr. Balch, "that I presumed you called in behalf of this new-found heir to Mr. Gary's property." Mr. Stevens looked at him for a moment, then drawing himself up, exclaimed, "I am the heir." "You the heir?" cried both the gentlemen, almost simultaneously. "Yes, I am the heir," coolly repeated Mr. Stevens, with an assured look. "I am the first cousin of Mr. Gary." "You his first cousin? It is impossible," said Walters. "You'll discover it is not only possible, but true. I am, as I said, Mr. Gary's first cousin." "If you are that, you are more," said Walters fiercely. "You're his murderer." At this charge Mr. Stevens turned deathly pale. "Yes," continued Walters, "you either murdered him or instigated others to do so. It was you who directed the rioters against both him and me. I have proof of what I say, and can produce it. Now your motive is clear as day. You wanted his money, and destroyed him to obtain it. His blood is on your hands," hissed Walters through his clenched teeth. In the excitement consequent upon such a charge, Mr. Stevens, unnoticed by himself, had overturned a bottle of red ink, and its contents had slightly stained his hands. When Walters charged him with having Mr. Gary's blood upon them, he involuntarily looked down and saw his hands stained with red. An expression of intense horror flitted over his face when he observed it, but quickly regaining his composure, he replied, "It's only a little ink." "Yes, I know that is ink," rejoined Walters scornfully. "Look at him, Balch," he continued. "He doesn't dare to look either of us in the face." "It's false!" exclaimed Stevens, with an effort to appear courageous. "It's as false as hell, and any man that charges me with it is a liar." The words had scarcely passed his lips when Walters sprang upon him with the ferocity of a tiger, and seizing him by the throat, shook and whirled him about as though he were a plaything. "Stop, stop, Walters!" cried Mr. Balch, endeavouring to loose his hold upon the throat of Mr. Stevens, who was already purple in the face. "Let him go. This violence can benefit neither party. Loose your hold." At this remonstrance Walters dashed Stevens from him into the farthest corner of the room, exclaiming, "Now go and prosecute me if you dare, and I'll tell for what I chastised you. Prosecute me for an assault if you think you can risk the consequences." Mr. Balch assisted him from the floor, and placed him in a chair, where he sat, holding his side, and panting for breath. When he was able to speak, he exclaimed, with a look of concentrated malignity, "Remember, we'll be even some day. I never received a blow, and forgot it afterwards. Bear that in mind." "This will never do, gentlemen," said Mr. Balch, soothingly. "This conduct is unworthy of you. You are unreasonable, both of you. When you have cooled down, we will discuss the matter as we should." "You'll discuss it alone, then," said Stevens, rising and walking to the door. "And when you have any further communication to make, you must come to me." "Stop, stop, don't go," cried Mr. Balch, following him out at the door, which they closed behind them. "Don't go away in a passion, Mr. Stevens. You and Walters are both too hasty. Come in here and sit down," said he, opening the door of a small adjoining room. Wait here one moment. I'll come back to you." "This will never do, Walters," said he, as he re-entered his office. "The fellow has the upper hand of us, and we must humour him. We should suppress our own feelings, for the children's sake. You are as well aware as I am of the necessity of some compromise. We are in his power for the present, and must act as circumstances compel us to." "I can't discuss the matter with him," interrupted Walters. "He's an unmitigated scoundrel. I couldn't command my temper in his presence for 5 minutes. If you can arrange anything with him at all advantageous to the children, I shall be satisfied. It will be more than I expect. Only bear in mind that what I have in my hands belonging to Gary we must retain. He knows nothing of that." "Very well," rejoined Mr. Balch. "Depend upon it, I'll do my best." And closing the door, he went back to Mr. Stevens. "Now, Mr. Stevens," said he, drawing up a chair, "we will talk over this matter dispassionately, and try and arrive at some amicable arrangement. Be kind enough to inform me what your claims are." "Mr. Balch, you are a gentleman," began Mr. Stevens, "and therefore I'm willing to discuss the matter thoroughly with you. You'll find me disposed to do a great deal for these children, but I wish it distinctly understood at the beginning that whatever I may give them, I bestow as a favour. I concede nothing to them as a right. Legally they have not the slightest claim upon me. Of that you, who are an excellent lawyer, must be well aware." "We won't discuss that point at present, Mr. Stevens. I believe you intimated you would be kind enough to say upon what evidence you proposed sustaining your claims." "Well, to come to the point, then," said Stevens, "the deceased Mr. Gary was, as I before said, my first cousin. His father and my mother were brother and sister. My mother married in opposition to her parents' desires. They cut her off from the family, and for years there was no communication between them. At my father's death my mother made overtures for a reconciliation, which were contemptuously rejected. At length she died. I was brought up in ignorance of who my grandparents were, and only a few months since, on the death of my father's sister, did I make the discovery. Here," said he, extending the packet of letters which, the reader will remember, once agitated him so strangely, "here are the letters that passed between my mother and her father." Mr. Balch took up one and read, "Savannah, 18 something. Madam, permit me to return this letter, wherein you declare yourself the loving and repentant daughter of Bernard Gary, and at the same time inform you that by your own acts you have deprived yourself of all claim to that relation. In opposition to my wishes, and in open defiance of my express commands, you chose to unite your fortune with one in every respect your inferior. If that union has not resulted as happily as you expected, you must sustain yourself by the reflection that you are the author of your own misfortunes, and alone to blame for your present miserable condition. Respectfully yours, Bernard Gary." Mr. Balch read, one after another, letters of a similar purport, in fact a long correspondence between Bernard Gary and the mother of Mr. Stevens. When he had finished, the latter remarked, "In addition to those, I can produce my mother's certificate of baptism, her marriage certificate, and every necessary proof of my being her son. If that does not suffice to make a strong case, I am at a loss to imagine what will." Mr. Balch pondered a few moments, and then inquired, looking steadily at Mr. Stevens, "How long have you known of this relationship?" "Oh, I have known it these 3 years." "3 years! Why, my dear sir, only a few moments ago you said a few months." "Oh, did I?" said Mr. Stevens, very much confused. "I meant, or should have said 3 years. Then of course you were aware that Mr. Gary was your cousin when he took the house beside you?" "Oh, yes, that is, yes, I was aware of it." "And did you make any overtures of a social character?" asked Mr. Balch. "Well, yes, that is to say, my wife did." "Where were you the night of the murder?" Mr. Stevens turned pale at this question, and replied hesitatingly, "Why, at home, of course." "You were at home, and saw the house of your cousins assaulted, and made no effort to succour them or their children. The next morning you are one of the coroner's inquest, and hurry through the proceedings, never once saying a word of your relationship to them, nor yet making any inquiry respecting the fate of the children. It is very singular." "I don't see what this cross-questioning is to amount to. It has nothing to do with my claim as heir." "We are coming to that," rejoined Mr. Balch. "This, as I said, is very singular, and when I couple it with some other circumstances that have come to my knowledge, it is more than singular, it is suspicious. Here are a number of houses assaulted by a mob, 2 or 3 days before the assault takes place, a list in your handwriting and which is headed "Places to be attacked," is found, under circumstances that leave no doubt that it came directly from you? Well, the same mob that attacks these places, marked out by you, traverse a long distance to reach the house of your next-door neighbor. They break into it and kill him, and you, who are aware at the time that he is your own cousin, do not attempt to interpose to prevent it, although it could be proved that you were all-powerful with the marauders. No, you allow him to be destroyed without an effort to save him, and immediately claim his property. Now Mr. Stevens' people, disposed to be suspicious, seeing how much you were to be the gainer by his removal, and knowing you had some connection with this mob, might not scruple to say that you instigated the attack by which he lost his life. And I put it to you, now don't you think that, if it was any one else, you would say that the thing looked suspicious? Mr. Stevens winced at this, but made no effort to reply. Mr. Balch continued, "What I was going to remark is simply this. As we are in possession of these facts, and able to prove them by competent witnesses, we should not be willing to remain perfectly silent respecting it, unless you made what we regarded as a suitable provision for the children. I'm willing, as I said before, to do something, but don't flatter yourself that I'll do any more than I originally intended from any fear of disclosures from you. I'm not to be frightened," said Mr. Stevens. "I'm not at all disposed to attempt to frighten you. However, you know how far a mere statement of these facts would go towards rendering your position in society more agreeable. A person who has been arrested on suspicion of murder is apt to be shunned and distrusted. It can't be helped. People are so very squeamish. They will draw back, you know, under such circumstances." "I don't see how such a suspicion can attach itself to me," rejoined Stevens sharply. "Oh, well, we won't discuss that any further. Let me hear what you will do for the children." Mr. Balch saw from the nervous and embarrassed manner of Mr. Stevens that the indirect threat of exposing him had had considerable effect, and his downcast looks and agitation rather strengthened in his mind the suspicions that had been excited by the disclosures of Mr. Walters. After a few moments' silence, Mr. Stevens said, "I'll settle $3,000 on each of the children. Now I think that is treating them liberally." "Liberally!" exclaimed Balch, in a tone of contempt. "Liberally! You acquire, by the death of their father, property worth $150,000, and you offer these children, who are the rightful heirs, $3,000. That, sir, won't suffice." "I think it should, then," rejoined Stevens. "By the laws of Georgia, these children, instead of being his heirs, are my slaves. Their mother was a slave before them, and they were born slaves. If they were in Savannah, I could sell them both tomorrow. On the whole, I think I've made you a very fair offer, and I'd advise you to think of it." "No, Mr. Stevens, I shall accept no such paltry sum. If you wish a quick and peaceful possession of what you are pleased to regard as your rights, you must tender something more advantageous, or I shall feel compelled to bring this thing into court, even at the risk of loss, and there, you know, we should be obliged to make a clear statement of everything connected with this business. It might be advantageous to us to bring the thing fully before the court in public, but I'm exceedingly doubtful whether it would advance your interest." Stevens winced at this, and asked, "What would you consider a fair offer?" "I should consider all a just offer, half a fair one, and a quarter as little as you could have the conscience to expect us to take." "I don't see any use in this chaffering, Mr. Balch," said Stevens. "You can't expect me to give you any such sums as you propose. Name a sum that you can reasonably expect to get." "Well," said Mr. Balch, rising, "you must give us $15,000, and you should think yourself well off then. We could commence a suit, and put you to nearly that expense to defend it, to say nothing of the notoriety that the circumstance would occasion you. Both Walters and I are willing to spend both money and time in defense of these children's rights. I assure you they are not friendless." "I'll give $12,000, and not a cent more, if I'm hung for it," said Mr. Stevens, almost involuntarily. "Who spoke of hanging?" asked Mr. Balch. "Oh," rejoined Stevens, "that is only my emphatic way of speaking. Of course you meant figuratively," said Mr. Balch, in a tone of irony, mentally adding, "as I hope you may be one day literally." Mr. Stevens looked flushed and angry, but Mr. Balch continued, without appearing to notice him, and said, "I'll speak to Walters. Should he acquiesce in your proposal, I'm willing to accept it. However, I cannot definitely decide without consulting him. Tomorrow I will inform you of the result." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Garies and Their Friends by Frank Webb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Home Again. To Charlie, the summer had been an exceedingly short one. Time had flown so pleasantly away. Everything that could be done to make the place agreeable Mrs. Bird had effected. Amongst the number of her acquaintances who had conceived a regard for her young protégé was a promising artist to whom she had been a friend and patroness. Charlie paid him frequent visits and would sit hour after hour in his studio watching the progress of his work. Having nothing else at the time to amuse him, he one day asked the artist's permission to try his hand at a sketch. Being supplied with the necessary materials, he commenced a copy of a small drawing, and was working assiduously when the artist came and looked over his shoulder. "Did you ever draw before?" he asked, with a start of surprise. "Never," replied Charlie, "except on my slate at school. I sometimes used to sketch the boys' faces." "And you never received any instructions?" "Never, not even a hint," was the answer. "And this is the first time you have attempted a sketch upon paper?" "Yes, the very first." "Then you are a little prodigy," said the artist, slapping him upon the shoulder. "I must take you in hand. You have nothing else to do. Come here regularly every day, and I'll teach you. Will you come?" "Certainly, if you wish it. But now tell me, do you really think the drawing good?" "Well, Charlie, if I had done it, it would be pronounced very bad for me. But coming from your hands, it's something astonishing." "Really now? You're not joking me?" "No, Charlie, I'm in earnest. I assure you I am. It is drawn with great spirit, and the boy that you have put in by the pump is exceedingly well done." This praise served as a great incentive to our little friend, who day after day thenceforth was found at the studio, busily engaged with his crayons, and making rapid progress in his new art. He had been thus occupied some weeks, and one morning was hurrying to the breakfast table to get through his meal, that he might be early at the studio, when he found Mrs. Bird in her accustomed seat, looking very sad. "Why, what is the matter?" he asked, on observing the unusually grave face of his friend. "Oh, Charlie, my dear, I've received very distressing intelligence from Philadelphia. Your father is quite ill." "My father ill!" cried he, with a look of alarm. "Yes, my dear, quite sick. So says my letter. Here are two for you." Charlie hastily broke the seal of one, and read as follows: "My dear little brother, we are all in deep distress in consequence of the misfortunes brought upon us by the mob. Our home has been destroyed, and worse than all, our poor father was caught, and so severely beaten by the rioters that for some days his life was entirely despaired of. Thank God, he is now improving, and we have every reasonable hope of his ultimate recovery. Mother, Caddy, and I, as you may well suppose, are almost prostrated by this accumulation of misfortunes. But for the kindness of Mr. Walters, with whom we are living, I do not know what would have become of us. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Gary," here followed a passage that was so scored and crossed as to be illegible. After a short endeavor to decipher it, he continued: "We would like to see you very much, and Mother grows every day more anxious for your return. I forgot to add, in connection with the mob, that Mr. Walters's house was also attacked, but unsuccessfully, the rioters having met a signal repulse. Mother and Caddy send a world of love to you. So does Kinch, who comes every day to see us, and is often extremely useful. Give our united kind regards to Mrs. Bird, and thank her in our behalf for her great kindness to you. Ever yours, Esther. P.S. Do try and manage to come home soon." The tears trickled down Charlie's cheek as he perused the letter, which, when he had finished reading, he handed to Mrs. Bird, and then commenced the other. This proved to be from Kinch, who had spent all the spare time at his disposal since the occurrence of the mob in preparing it. To Mr. Charles Ellis, Esquire, at Mrs. Bird's, Philadelphia. Dear Sir and honored friend, I take this chance to write to you to tell you that I am well, and that we are all well except your father, who is sick, and I hope you are enjoying the same lesson. We had an awful fight, and I was there, and I was one of the captains. I had a sword on, and the next morning we had a great breakfast, but nobody eat anything but me, and I was obliged to eat, or the wittles would have spoiled. The mob had guns as big as cannon, and they shot them off, and the holes are in the shutter yet, and when you come back I will show them to you. Your father is very bad, and I've gone back to school, and I'm licked every day because I don't know my lesson. A great big boy with white woolly hair and pinkish grey eyes has got your seat. I put a pin under him one day, and he told on me, and we are to have a fight tomorrow. The boys call him Short and Dirty because he ain't tall and never washes his face. We have got a new teacher for the 5th Division. He's a scorcher and believes in rattan. I am to wear my new clothes next Sunday. Excuse this long letter. Your friend till death. Kinch Sanders to Young. Illustration, skull and crossbones. P.S. This is the best skull and crossbones that I can make. Come home soon. Yours, etc. K.S. de Young, Esquire. Charlie could not but smile through his tears as he read this curious epistle, which was not more remarkable for its graceful composition than its wonderful chirography. Some of the lines were written in blue ink, some in red, and others in that pale muddy black, which is the peculiar color of ink after passing through the various experiments of schoolboys, who generally entertain the belief that all foreign substances, from molasses candy to bread crumbs, necessarily improve the color and quality of that important liquid. Why, every other word almost is commenced with a capital, and I declare he's even made some in German text, cried Charlie, running his finger mirthfully along the lines, until he came to your father's very bad. Here the tears came welling up again. The shower had returned almost before the sun had departed, and hiding his face in his hands, he leant, sobbing, on the table. Cheer up, Charlie, cheer up, my little man. All may go well yet. Mrs. Bird, he sobbed, you've been very kind to me, yet I want to go home. I must see mother and father. You see what Esther writes. They want me to come home. Do let me go. Of course you shall go if you wish, yet I should like you to remain with me if you will. No, no, Mrs. Bird, I mustn't stay. It wouldn't be right for me to remain here, idle and enjoying myself, and they so poor and unhappy at home. I couldn't stay, said he, rising from the table. I must go. Well, my dear, you can't go now. Sit down and finish your breakfast, or you will have a headache. I'm not hungry. I can't eat, he replied. My appetite is all gone. And stealing away from the room, he went up into his chamber, threw himself on the bed, and wept bitterly. Mrs. Bird was greatly distressed at the idea of losing her little favourite. He had been so much with her that she had become strongly attached to him, and therefore looked forward to his departure with unfeigned regret. But Charlie could not be persuaded to stay, and reluctantly Mrs. Bird made arrangements for his journey home. Even the servants looked a little sorry when they heard of his intended departure, and Reuben the coachman actually presented him with a jackknife as a token of his regard. Mrs. Bird accompanied him to the steamer and placed him under the special care of the captain, so that he was most comfortably provided for until his arrival in New York, where he took the cars direct for home. Not having written to inform them on what day he might be expected, he anticipated giving them a joyful surprise, and with this end in view hastened in the direction of Mr. Walters's. As he passed along, his eye was attracted by a figure before him, which he thought he recognized, and on closer inspection it proved to be his sister Caddy. Full of boyish fun, he crept up behind her and clasped his hands over her eyes, exclaiming in an assumed voice, "Now who am I?" "Go away, you impudent, nasty thing!" cried Caddy, plunging violently. Charlie loosed his hold, and she turned and beheld her brother. "Oh, Charlie, Charlie, is it you? Why, bless you, you naughty fellow, how you frightened me!" said she, throwing her arms round his neck and kissing him again and again. "When did you come? Oh, how delighted mother and S will be! I only arrived about half an hour ago. How are mother and father and Esther?" "Mother and S are well, and father better. But I'm so glad to see you," she cried, with a fresh burst of tears and additional embraces. "Why, Cad," said he, endeavouring to suppress some watery sensations of his own, "I'm afraid you're not a bit pleased at my return. You're actually crying about it." "Why, I'm so glad to see you that I can't help it," she replied, as she fell to crying and kissing him more furiously than before. Charlie became much confused at these repeated demonstrations of joyful affection in the crowded street, and gently disengaging her, remarked, "See, Caddy, everybody is looking at us. Let us walk on." I'd almost forgot I was sent on an errand. However, it's not of much consequence. I'll go home again with you." And taking his hand, they trudged on together. "How did you say father was?" he asked again. "Oh, he's better bodily. That is, he has some appetite, sits up every day, and is gradually getting stronger. But he's all wrong here," said she, tapping her forehead. "Sometimes he don't know any of us, and it makes us all feel so bad." Here the tears came trickling down again as she continued. "Oh, Charlie, what those white devils will have to answer for! When I think of how much injury they have done us, I hate them. I know it's wrong to hate anybody, but I can't help it, and I believe God hates them as much as I do." Charlie looked gloomy, and as he made no rejoinder, she continued, "We didn't save a thing, not even a change of clothes. They broke and burnt up everything. And then the way they beat poor father was horrible, horrible. Just think, they chopped his fingers nearly all off, so that he has only the stumps left. Charlie, Charlie," she cried, wringing her hands, "it's heart-rending to see him. He can't even feed himself, and he'll never be able to work again." "Don't grieve, Cad," said Charlie, with an effort to suppress his own tears. "I'm almost a man now," continued he, drawing himself up. "Don't be afraid. I'll take care of you all." Thus conversing, they reached Mr. Walters'. Caddy wanted Charlie to stop and look at the damage effected by the mob upon the outside of the house, but he was anxious to go in, and ran up the steps and gave the bell a very sharp pull. The servant who opened the door was about to make some exclamation of surprise, and was only restrained by a warning look from Charlie. Hurrying past them, Caddy led the way to the room where her mother and Esther were sitting. With a cry of joy, Mrs. Ellis caught him in her arms, and before he was aware of their presence, he found himself half smothered by her and Esther. They had never been separated before his trip to Warmouth, and their reunion under such circumstances was particularly affecting. None of them could speak for a few moments, and Charlie clung round his mother's neck as though he would never loose his hold. "Mother, mother," was all he could utter, yet in that word was comprised a world of joy and affection. Esther soon came in for her share of caresses. Then Charlie inquired, "Where's father?" "In here," said Mrs. Ellis, leading the way to an adjoining room. "I don't think he will know you. Perhaps he may." In one corner of the apartment, propped up in a large easy-chair by a number of pillows, sat poor Mr. Ellis, gazing vacantly about the room, and muttering to himself. His hair had grown quite white, and his form was emaciated in the extreme. There was a broad scar across his forehead, and his dull, lustreless eyes were deeply sunken in his head. He took no notice of them as they approached, but continued muttering and looking at his hands. Charlie was almost petrified at the change wrought in his father. A few months before he had left him in the prime of healthful manhood. Now he was bent and spectre-like, and old in appearance, as if the frosts of 80 winters had suddenly fallen on him. Mrs. Ellis laid her hand gently upon his shoulder, and said, "Husband, here's Charlie." He made no reply, but continued muttering and examining his mutilated hands. "It's Charlie," she repeated. "Oh, nice little boy," he replied vacantly. "Whose son is he?" Mrs. Ellis's voice quivered as she reiterated, "It's Charlie, our Charlie. Don't you know him?" "Oh, yes, nice little boy. Nice little boy. Oh," he continued in a suppressed and hurried tone, as a look of alarm crossed his face. "Run home quick, little boy, and tell your mother they're coming. Thousands of them. They've guns and swords and clubs. Hush! There they come. There they come." And he buried his face in the shawl and trembled in an agony of fright. "Oh, mother, this is dreadful!" exclaimed Charlie. "Don't he know any of you?" "Yes, sometimes his mind comes back. Very seldom, though. Only for a very little while. Come away. Talking to him sometimes makes him worse." And slowly and sorrowfully the two left the apartment. That evening, after Mr. Ellis had been safely bestowed in bed, the family gathered round the fire in the room of Mrs. Ellis, where Charlie entertained them with a description of Warmouth, and of the manner in which he had passed the time whilst there. He was enthusiastic respecting Mrs. Bird and her kindness. "Mother, she is such a dear old lady. If I'd been as white as snow and her own son, she couldn't have been kinder to me. She didn't want me to come away, and cried ever so much. Let me show you what she gave me." Charlie thrust his hand into his pocket and drew out a small wallet, from which he counted out 4 $10 bills, 2 5s, and a $2.50 gold piece. "Ain't I rich?" said he, As with the air of a millionaire, he tossed the money upon a table. "Now," he continued, "you know what I am about to do." Not receiving any answer from his wondering sisters or mother, he added, "Why, just this. Here, mother, this is yours," said he, placing the 4 $10 bills before her. "And here are 5 apiece for Esther and Cad. The balance is for your humble servant. Now then," he concluded, "what do you think of that?" Mrs. Ellis looked fondly at him, and stroking his head, told him that he was a good son, and Esther and Caddy declared him to be the best brother in town. "Now, girls," said he, with the air of a patriarch, "what do you intend to do with your money?" "Mine will go towards buying me a dress, and Esther will save hers for a particular purpose," said Caddy. "I'll tell you something about her and Mr. Walters," continued she, with a mischievous look at her sister. "Oh, Caddy, don't. Ain't you ashamed to plague me so?" asked Esther, blushing to the roots of her hair. "Mother, pray stop her," cried she, pleadingly. "Hush, Caddy," interposed her mother, authoritatively. "You shall do no such thing." "Well," resumed Caddy, "mother says I mustn't tell, but I can say this much." Esther here put her hand over her sister's mouth, and effectually prevented any communication she was disposed to make. "Never mind her, S," cried Charlie. "You'll tell me all in good time, especially if it's anything worth knowing." Esther made no reply, but releasing her sister, hurried out of the room, and went upstairs to Charlie's chamber, where he found her on retiring for the night. "I'm glad you're here, S," said he. "You'll indulge me. Here is the key. Open my trunk and get me out a nightcap. I'm too tired or too lazy to get it for myself." Esther stooped down, opened the trunk, and commenced searching for the article of headgear in question. "Come, S," said Charles, coaxingly, "tell me what this is about you and Mr. Walters." She made no reply at first, but fumbled about in the bottom of the trunk, professedly in search of the nightcap which she at that moment held in her hand. "Can't you tell me?" he again asked. "Oh, there's nothing to tell, Charlie," she answered. "There must be something else, or you wouldn't have blushed up so when Cad was about to speak of it. Do," said he, approaching her, and putting his arm round her neck, "do tell me all about it. I am sure there is some secret." "Oh, no, Charlie, there is no secret. It's only this." Here she stopped, and blushing turned her head away. "S, this is nonsense," said Charlie, impatiently. "If it's anything worth knowing, why can't you tell a fellow? Come," said he, kissing her, "tell me now, like a dear old S as you are." "Well, Charlie," said she, jerking the words out with an effort, Mr. Walters has asked me to marry him." "Phew, Gemini, that is news!" exclaimed Charlie. "And are you going to accept him, S?" "I don't know," she answered. "Don't know?" repeated Charlie, in a tone of surprise. "Why, S, I'm astonished at you. Such a capital fellow as he is, half the girls of our acquaintance would give an eye for the chance." "But he is so rich," responded Esther. "Well, now, that's a great objection, ain't it?" "I should say all the better on that account," rejoined Charlie. "The money is the great stumbling block," continued she. "Everybody would say I married him for that." "Then everybody would lie, as everybody very often does. If I was you, S, and loved him, I shouldn't let his fortune stand in the way. I wish," continued he, pulling up his shirt collar, "that some amiable young girl with a fortune of $100,000 would make me an offer. I'd like to catch myself refusing her." The idea of a youth of his tender years marrying anyone seemed so ludicrous to Esther that she burst into a hearty fit of laughter, and to the great chagrin of our hero, who seemed decidedly of the opinion that his sister had not a proper appreciation of his years and inches. "Don't laugh, S, but tell me, do you really intend to refuse him?" "I can't decide yet, Charlie," answered she, seriously. "If we were situated as we were before, we're not such absolute paupers, I wouldn't hesitate to accept him. But to bring a family of comparative beggars upon him, I can't make up my mind to do that." Charlie looked grave as Esther made this last objection. Boy as he was, he felt its weight in justice. "Well, S," rejoined he, "I don't know what to say about it. Of course I can't advise. What does mother say?" "She leaves it entirely to me," she answered. "She says I must act just as I feel is right." "I certainly wouldn't have him at all, S, if I didn't love him. And if I did, I shouldn't let the money stand in the way. So good night." Charlie slept very late the next morning, and was scarcely dressed when Esther knocked at his door with the cheerful tidings that her father had a lucid interval and was waiting to see him. Dressing himself hastily, he followed her into their father's room. When he entered, the feeble sufferer stretched out his mutilated arms towards him and clasped him round the neck. "They tell me," said he, "that you came yesterday, and that I didn't recognize you. I thought when I awoke this morning that I had a dim recollection of having seen some dear face, but my head aches so that I often forget. Yes, often forget. My boy," he continued, "you are all your mother and sisters have to depend upon now. I'm Here his voice faltered as he elevated his stumps of hands. "I'm helpless, but you must take care of them. I'm an old man now," said he despondingly. "I will, father. I'll try so hard," replied Charlie. "It was cruel in them, wasn't it, son?" he resumed. "See, they've made me helpless forever." Charlie restrained the tears that were forcing themselves up and rejoined, "Never fear, father. I'll do my best. I trust I shall soon be able to take care of you." His father did not understand him. His mind was gone again, and he was staring vacantly about him. Charlie endeavored to recall his attention, but failed, for he began muttering about the mob in his hands. They were compelled to quit the room and leave him to himself, as he always became quiet sooner by being left alone. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Garies and Their Friends by Frank Webb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27 Sudbury. We must now admit our readers to a consultation that is progressing between Mr. Balch and Mr. Walters respecting the future of the two Gary children. They no doubt entered upon the conference with the warmest and most earnest desire of promoting the children's happiness, but unfortunately their decision failed to produce the wished-for result. "I scarcely thought you would have succeeded so well with him," said Walters. "He is such an inveterate scoundrel. Depend upon it, nothing but the fear of the exposure resulting from a legal investigation would ever have induced that scamp to let $12,000 escape from his clutches. I'm glad you have secured that much. When we add it to the $8,000 already in my possession, it will place them in very comfortable circumstances, even if they never get any more." "I think we have done very well," rejoined Mr. Balch. "We were as much in his power as he was in ours. Not in the same way, however. A legal investigation, no matter how damaging it might have been to his reputation, would not have placed us in possession of the property, or invalidated his claim as heir. I think, on the whole, we may as well be satisfied, and trust in Providence for the future. So now then, we will resume our discussion of that matter we had under consideration the other day. I cannot but think that my plan is best adapted to secure the boy's happiness." "I'm sorry I cannot agree with you, Mr. Balch. I've tried to view your plan in the most favorable light, yet I cannot rid myself of a presentiment that it will result in the ultimate discovery of his peculiar position, and that most probably at some time when his happiness is dependent upon its concealment. An undetected forger, who is in constant fear of being apprehended, is happy in comparison with that colored man who attempts in this country to hold a place in the society of whites by concealing his origin. He must live in constant fear of exposure. This dread will embitter every enjoyment, and make him the most miserable of men." "You must admit," rejoined Mr. Balch, "that I have their welfare at heart. I've thought the matter over and over, and cannot for the life of me feel the weight of your objections. The children are peculiarly situated. Everything seems to favor my views. Their mother, the only relative they had whose African origin was distinguishable, is dead, and both of them are so exceedingly fair that it would never enter the brain of any one that they were connected with colored people by ties of blood. Clarence is old enough to know the importance of concealing the fact, and Emily might be kept with us until her prudence also might be relied upon. You must acknowledge that as white persons they will be better off." I admit, answered Mr. Walters, that in our land of liberty it is of incalculable advantage to be white. That is beyond dispute, and no one is more painfully aware of it than I. Often I've heard men of color say they would not be white if they could, had no desire to change their complexions. I've ridden some down fools, others liars. Why, continued he, with a sneering expression of countenance, it is everything to be white. One feels that at every turn in our boasted free country, where all men are upon an equality. When I look around me and see what I have made myself in spite of circumstances, and think what I might have been with the same heart and brain, beneath a fairer skin, I'm almost tempted to curse the destiny that made me what I am. Time after time, when scraping, toiling, saving, I've asked myself, to what purpose is it all? Perhaps that in the future white men may point at and call me, sneeringly, a nigger millionaire, or condescend to borrow money of me. Ah, often, when some negro-hating white man has been forced to ask a loan at my hands, I've thought of Shylock and his pound of flesh, and ceased to wonder at him. There's no doubt, my dear sir, but what I fully appreciate the advantage of being white. Yet with all I've endured, and yet endure from day to day, I esteem myself happy in comparison with that man who, mingling in the society of whites, is at the same time aware that he has African blood in his veins, and is liable at any moment to be ignominiously hurled from his position by the discovery of his origin. He is never safe. I've known instances where parties have gone on for years and years undetected, but some untoward circumstance brings them out at last, and down they fall forever. Walters, my dear fellow, you will persist in looking upon his being discovered as a thing of course. I see no reason for the anticipation of any such result. I don't see how he is to be detected. It may never occur. And do you feel justified in consigning them to a position which you know, by painful experience, to be one of the most disagreeable that can be endured? Ought we not to aid their escape from it if we can? Mr. Walters stood reflectively for some moments, and then exclaimed, I'll make no farther objection. I would not have the boy say to me hereafter, but for your persisting in identifying me with a degraded people, I might have been better and happier than I am. However, I cannot but feel that concealments of this kind are productive of more misery than comfort. We all agree to differ about that, Walters. And now, having your consent, I shall not hesitate to proceed in the matter, with full reliance that the future will amply justify my choice. Well, well, as I said before, I will offer no further objection. Now let me hear the details of your plan. I've written, answered Mr. Balch, to Mr. Eustace, a friend of mine, living at Sudbury, where there is a large preparatory school for boys. At his house I propose placing Clarence. Mr. Eustace is a most discreet man, and a person of liberal sentiments. I feel that I can confide everything to him without the least fear of his ever divulging a breath of it. He is a gentleman in the fullest sense of the term, and at his house the boy will have the advantage of good society, and will associate with the best people of the place. Has he a family? Asked Mr. Walters. He is a widower, answered Mr. Balch. A maiden sister of his wife's presides over his establishment. She will be kind to Clarence, I am confident. She has a motherly, soft heart, and is remarkably fond of children. I have not the least doubt but that he will be very happy and comfortable there. I think it very fortunate, Walters, he continued, that he has so few colored acquaintances, no boyish intimacies to break up, and it will be as well to send him away before he has an opportunity of forming them. Besides, being here, where everything will be so constantly reviving the remembrance of his recent loss, he may grow melancholy and stupid. I have several times noticed his reserve, so unusual in a child. His dreadful loss and the horrors that attended it have made a deep impression, stupefied him to a certain extent, I think. Well, well, we will get him off, and once away at school, and surrounded by lively boys, this dullness will soon wear off. The gentlemen having fully determined upon his being sent, it was proposed to bring him in immediately and talked to him relative to it. He was accordingly sent for, and came into the room, placing himself beside the chair of Mr. Walters. Clarence had altered very much since the death of his parents. His face had grown thin and pale, and he was much taller than when he came to Philadelphia. A shade of melancholy had overspread his face. There was now in his eyes that expression of intense sadness that characterized his mother's. "You sent for me?" he remarked inquiringly to Mr. Walters. "Yes, my boy," he rejoined. "We sent for you to have a little talk about school. Would you like to go to school again?" "Oh, yes," answered Clarence, his face lighting up with pleasure. "I should like it of all things. It would be much better than staying at home all day, doing nothing. The days are so long," concluded he, with a sigh. "Ah, we will soon remedy that," rejoined Mr. Balch, "when you go to Sudbury." "Sudbury?" repeated Clarence, with surprise. "Where's that? I thought you meant to go to school here." "Oh, no, my dear," said Mr. Balch. "I don't know of any good school here, such as you would like. We wish to send you to a place where you will enjoy yourself finely, where you will have a number of boys for companions in your studies and pleasures." "And is M going with me?" he asked. "Oh, no, that is not possible. It is a school for boys exclusively. You can't take your sister there," rejoined Mr. Walters. "Then I don't want to go," said Clarence decidedly. "I don't want to go where I can't take M with me." Mr. Balch exchanged glances with Mr. Walters, and looked quite perplexed at this new opposition to his scheme. Nothing daunted, however, by this difficulty, he, by dint of much talking and persuasion, brought Clarence to look upon the plan with favor, and to consent reluctantly to go without his sister. But the most delicate part of the whole business was yet to come. They must impress upon the child the necessity of concealing the fact that he was of African origin. Neither seemed to know how to approach the subject. Clarence, however, involuntarily made an opening for them by inquiring if Emily was to go to Miss Jordan's school again. "No, my dear," answered Mr. Balch. "Miss Jordan won't permit her to attend school there." "Why?" asked Clarence. "Because she is a colored child," rejoined Mr. Balch. "Now, Clarence," he continued, "you are old enough, I presume, to know the difference that exists between the privileges and advantages enjoyed by the whites and those that are at the command of the colored people. White boys can go to better schools, and they can enter college and become professional men, lawyers, doctors, etc., or they may be merchants. In fact, they can be anything they please. Colored people can enjoy none of these advantages. They are shut out from them entirely. Now, which of the two would you rather be, colored or white?" "I should much rather be white, of course," answered Clarence, "but I'm colored, and can't help myself," said he, innocently. "But, my child, we are going to send you where it is not known that you are colored, and you must never, never tell it, because if it became known, you would be expelled from the school, as you were from Miss Jordan's." "I didn't know we were expelled," rejoined Clarence. "I know she sent us home, but I could not understand what it was for. I'm afraid they will send me from the other school. Won't they know I am colored?" "No, my child, I don't think they will discover it, unless you should be foolish enough to tell it yourself, in which case both Mr. Walters and myself would be very much grieved." "But suppose some one should ask me?" suggested Clarence. "No one will ever ask you such a question," said Mr. Balch impatiently. "All you have to do is to be silent yourself on the subject. Should any of your schoolmates ever make inquiries respecting your parents, all you have to answer is they were from Georgia, and you are an orphan." Clarence's eyes began to moisten as Mr. Balch spoke of his parents, and after a few moments he asked, with some hesitation, "Am I never to speak of mother? I love to talk of mother." "Yes, my dear, of course you can talk of your mother," answered Mr. Balch, with great embarrassment. "Only, you know, my child, you need not enter into particulars as regards her appearance. That is, need not say she was a colored woman. You must not say that. You understand?" "Yes, sir," answered Clarence. "Very well, then, bear that in mind. You must know, Clarence," continued he, "that this concealment is necessary for your welfare, or we would not require it. And you must let me impress upon you that it is requisite that you attend strictly to our directions." Mr. Walters remained silent during most of this conversation. He felt a repugnance to force upon the child a concealment, the beneficial results of which were the reverse of obvious, so he merely gave Clarence some useful advice respecting his general conduct, and then permitted him to leave the room. The morning fixed upon for their departure for Sudbury turned out to be cold and cheerless, and Clarence felt very gloomy as he sat beside his sister at their early breakfast, of which he was not able to eat a morsel. "Do eat something, Clary," said she, coaxingly. "Only look what nice buckwheat cakes these are. Cook got up ever so early on purpose to bake them for you." "No, sis," he replied, "I can't eat. I feel so miserable. Everything chokes me." "Well, eat a biscuit, then," she continued, as she buttered it and laid it on his plate. "Do eat it, now." More to please her than from a desire to eat, he forced down a few mouthfuls of it, and drank a little tea. Then laying his arm round her neck, he said, "Em, you must try hard to learn to write soon, so that I may hear from you at least once a week." "Oh, I shall soon know how. I'm in G's and H's now. Aunt Esther," she says I may call her Aunt Esther, "teaches me every day. Ain't I getting on nicely?" "Oh, yes, you learn very fast," said Esther, encouragingly, as she completed the pile of sandwiches she was preparing for the young traveller. Then, turning to look at the timepiece on the mantel, she exclaimed, "7:15. How time flies! Mr. Balch will soon be here. You must be all ready, Clarence, so as not to keep him waiting a moment." Clarence arose from his scarcely tasted meal, began slowly to put on his overcoat, and make himself ready for the journey. Em tied on the warm woolen neck comforter, kissing him on each cheek as she did so, and whilst they were thus engaged, Mr. Balch drove up to the door. Charlie, who had come down to see him off, tried, with his mouth full of buckwheat cake, to say something consolatory, and gave it as his experience that a fellow soon got over that sort of thing, that separations must occur sometimes, etc., and on the whole endeavored to talk in a very manly and philosophical strain, but his precepts and practice proved to be at utter variance, for when the moment of separation really came, and he saw the tearful embrace of Em and her brother, he caught the infection of grief and cried as heartily as the best of them. There was but little time, however, to spare for leave-takings, and the young traveller and his guardian were soon whirling over the road towards New York. By a singular chance, Clarence found himself in the same car in which he had formerly rode when they were on their way to Philadelphia. He recognized it by some peculiar paintings on the panel of the door and the ornamental border of the ceiling. This brought back a tide of memories, and he began contrasting that journey with the present. Opposite was the seat on which his parents had sat, in the bloom of health, and elate with joyous anticipations. He remembered, oh so well, his father's pleasant smile, his mother's soft and gentle voice. Both now were gone. Death had made rigid that smiling face, her soft voice was hushed forever, and the cold snow was resting on their bosoms in the little churchyard miles away. Truly the contrast between now and then was extremely saddening, and the child bowed his head upon the seat and sobbed in bitter grief. "What is the matter?" asked Mr. Balch. "Not crying again, I hope. I thought you were going to be a man, and that we were not to have any more tears. Come," continued he, patting him encouragingly on the back, "cheer up. You are going to a delightful place, where you will find a number of agreeable playmates, and have a deal of fun, and enjoy yourself amazingly." "But it won't be home," replied Clarence. "True," replied Mr. Balch, a little touched. "It won't seem so at first, but you'll soon like it, I'll guarantee that." Clarence was not permitted to indulge his grief to any great extent, for Mr. Balch soon succeeded in interesting him in the various objects that they passed on the way. On the evening of the next day they arrived at their destination, and Clarence alighted from the cars, cold, fatigued, and spiritless. There had been a heavy fall of snow a few days previous, and the town of Sudbury, which was built upon the hillside, shone white and sparkling in the clear winter moonlight. It was the first time that Clarence had ever seen the ground covered with snow, and he could not restrain his admiration at the novel spectacle it presented to him. "Oh, look! Oh, do look, Mr. Balch!" he exclaimed. "How beautifully white it looks! It seems as if the town was built of salt." It was indeed a pretty sight. Near them stood a clump of fantastic shaped trees, their gnarled limbs covered with snow, and brilliant with the countless icicles that glistened like precious stones in the bright light that was reflected upon them from the windows of the station. A little farther on, between them and the town,
flowed a small stream, the waters of which were dimpling and sparkling in the moonlight. Beside its banks arose stately cotton mills, and from their many windows hundreds of lights were shining. Behind them, tier above tier, were the houses of the town, and crowning the hill was the academy, with its great dome gleaming on its top like a silver cap upon a mountain of snow. The merry sleigh bells and the crisp tramp of the horses upon the frozen ground were all calculated to make a striking impression on one beholding such a scene for the first time. Clarence followed Mr. Balch into the sleigh, delighted and bewildered with the surrounding objects. The driver whipped up his horses. They clattered over the bridge, dashed swiftly through the town, and in a very short period arrived at the dwelling of Mr. Eustace. The horses had scarcely stopped when the door flew open, and a stream of light from the hall shone down the pathway to the gate. Mr. Eustace came out on the step to welcome them. After greeting Mr. Balch warmly, he took Clarence by the hand and led him into the room where his sister was sitting. "Here is our little friend," said he to her, as she arose and approached him. "Try and get him warm, Ada. His hands are like ice." Miss Adabel welcomed Clarence in the most affectionate manner, assisted him to remove his coat, unfastened his woolen necktie, and smoothed down his glossy black hair. Then, warming a napkin, she wrapped it round his benumbed hands, and held them in her own until the circulation was restored, and they were supple and comfortable again. Miss Adabel appeared to be about 35. She had good regular features, hazel eyes, and long chestnut curls, a mouth with the sweetest expression, and a voice so winning and affectionate in its tone that it went straight to the hearts of all that listened to its music. "Had you a pleasant journey?" she asked. "It was rather cold," answered Clarence, "and I am not accustomed to frosty weather." "And did you leave all your friends well?" she continued, as she chafed his hands. "Quite well, I thank you," he replied. "I hear you have a little sister. Were you not sorry to leave her behind?" This question called up the tearful face of little M, and her last embrace. He could not answer. He only raised his mournful dark eyes to the face of Miss Ada, and as he looked at her they grew moist, and a tear sparkled on his long lashes. Miss Ada felt that she had touched a tender chord, so she stooped down and kissed his forehead, remarking, "You have a good face, Clarence, and no doubt an equally good heart. We shall get on charmingly together, I know." Those kind words won the orphan's heart, and from that day forth Clarence loved her. Tea was soon brought upon the table, and they all earnestly engaged in the discussion of the various refreshments that Miss Ada's well-stocked larder afforded. Everything was so fresh and nicely flavored that both the travelers ate very heartily. Then, being much fatigued with their 2 days' journey, they seized an early opportunity to retire. Here we leave Clarence for many years. The boy will have become a man ere we reintroduce him. Until then, we bid him adieu. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of the Garies and Their Friends by Frank Webb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. Charlie seeks employment. Charlie had been at Bourne some weeks, comparatively idle. At least he so considered himself, as the little he did in the way of collecting rents and looking up small accounts for Mr. Walters he regarded as next to nothing, it not occupying half his time. A part of each day he spent in attendance on his father, who seemed better satisfied with his ministrations than with those of his wife and daughters. This proved to be very fortunate for all parties, as it enabled the girls to concentrate their attention on their sewing, of which they had a vast deal on hand. One day when Esther and Charlie were walking out together, the latter remarked, "S, I wish I could find some regular and profitable employment, or was apprenticed to some good trade that would enable me to assist mother a little. I'd even go to service if I could do no better. Anything but being idle, whilst you are all so hard at work.
It makes me feel very uncomfortable. I would be very glad if you could procure some suitable employment. I don't wish you to go to service again. That is out of the question. Of whom have you made inquiry respecting a situation? Oh, of lots of people. They can tell me of any number of families who are in want of a footman, but no one appears to know of a person who is willing to receive a black boy as an apprentice to a respectable calling. It's too provoking. I really think, S., that the majority of white folks imagine that we are only fit for servants and incapable of being rendered useful in any other capacity. If that terrible misfortune had not befallen father, I should have learned his trade. Ah, sighed Esther, but for that we should have all been happier. But, Charlie, she added, how do you know that you cannot obtain any other employment than that of a servant? Have you ever applied personally to any one? No, Esther, I haven't, but you know as well as I that white masters won't receive colored apprentices. I think a great deal of that is taken for granted, rejoined Esther. Try someone yourself. I only wish I knew of any one to try, responded Charlie. I'd hazard the experiment at any rate. Look over the newspaper in the morning, advised Esther. There are always a great many wants advertised. Amongst them you may perhaps find something suitable. Well, I will, S. Now then, we won't talk about that any more. Pray tell me, if I'm not too inquisitive, what do you propose buying with your money? A wedding dress, eh? He asked, with a merry twinkle in his eye. Esther blushed and sighed as she answered, No, Charlie, that is all over for the present. I told him yesterday I could not think of marrying now, whilst we are all so unsettled. It grieved me to do it, Charlie, but I felt that it was my duty. Cat and I are going to add our savings to mother's. That, combined with what we shall receive for father's tools, goodwill, etc., will be sufficient to furnish another house, and as soon as we can succeed in that, we will leave Mr. Walters, as it is embarrassing to remain under present circumstances. And what is to become of little M? She surely won't remain alone with him. Mr. Walters has proposed that when we procure a house, she shall come and board with us. He wants us to take one of his houses, and offers some fabulous sum for the child's board, which it would be unreasonable in us to take. Dear good man, he is always complaining that we are too proud and won't let him assist us when he might. If we find a suitable house, I shall be delighted to have her. I love the child for her mother's sake and her own. I wonder if they will ever send her away, as they did Clarence? Asked Charlie. I do not know, she rejoined. Mr. Balch told me that he should not insist upon it if the child was unwilling. The next day Charlie purchased all the morning papers he could obtain, and sat down to look over the list of wants. There were hungry people in want of professed cooks, divers demands for chambermaids, black or white, special inquiries for waiters and footmen, in which the same disregard of color was observable, advertisements for partners in all sorts of businesses, and for journeymen in every department of mechanical operations. Then there were milliners wanted, seamstresses wanted, and even theatrical assistants, but nowhere in the long columns could he discover wanted a boy. Charlie searched them over and over, but the stubborn fact stared him in the face. There evidently were no boys wanted, and he at length concluded that he either belonged to a very useless class, or that there was an unaccountable prejudice existing in the city against the rising generation. Charlie folded up the papers with a despairing sigh, and walked to the post-office to mail a letter to Mrs. Bird that he had written the previous evening. Having noticed a number of young men examining some written notices that were posted up, he joined the group, and finding it was a list of wants, he eagerly read them over. To his great delight he found there was one individual at least who thought boys could be rendered useful to society, and who had written as follows: "Wanted a youth of about 13 years of age, who writes a good hand and is willing to make himself useful in an office. Address, Box number 77, Post Office." "I'm their man," said Charlie to himself as he finished perusing it. "I'm just the person. I'll go home and write to them immediately." And accordingly he hastened back to the house, sat down and wrote a reply to the advertisement. He then privately showed it to Esther, who praised the writing and composition, and pronounced the whole very neatly done. Charlie then walked down to the post office to deposit his precious reply, and after dropping it into the brass mouth of the mail-box, he gazed in after it and saw it glide slowly down into the abyss below. How many more had stopped that day to add their contributions to the mass which Charlie's letter now joined? Merchants on the brink of ruin had deposited missives whose answer would make or break them. Others had dropped upon the swelling heap tidings that would make poor men rich, rich men richer. Maidens came with delicately written notes, perfumed and gilt-edged, eloquent with love, and cast them amidst invoices and bills of lading. Letters of condolence and notes of congratulation jostled each other as they slid down the brass throat. Widowed mothers, tender epistles to wandering sons, the letters of fond wives to absent husbands, erring daughters, last appeals to outraged parents, offers of marriage, invitations to funerals, hope and despair, joy and sorrow, misfortune and success, had glided in one almost unbroken stream down that ever distended and insatiable brass throat. Charlie gave one more look at the opening, then sauntered homeward, building by the way houses of fabulous dimensions, with the income he anticipated from the situation if he succeeded in procuring it. Throughout the next day he was in a state of feverish anxiety and expectation, and Mrs. Ellis 2 or 3 times inquired the meaning of the mysterious whisperings and glances that were exchanged between him and Esther. The day wore away, and yet no answer. The next came and passed, still no communication, and Charlie had given up in despair when he was agreeably surprised by the following: Messrs. Twining, Western and Twining, will be much obliged to Charles Ellis if he will call at their office, 567 Water Street, tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, as they would like to communicate further with him respecting a situation in their establishment. Charlie flew upstairs to Esther's room, and rushing in precipitately exclaimed, "Oh, S, I've got it, I've got it. See here," he shouted, waving the note over his head. "Hurrah, hurrah! Just read it, S, only just read it." "How can I, Charlie?" said she with a smile, "if you hold it in your hand and dance about in that frantic style. Give it me. There now, keep quiet a moment, and let me read it." After perusing it attentively, Esther added, "Don't be too sanguine, Charlie. You see by the tenor of the note that the situation is not promised you. They only wish to see you respecting it. You may not secure it after all. Some obstacle may arise, of which we are not at present aware." "Go on, old raven, croak away," said Charlie, giving her at the same time a facetious poke. "There's many a slip between the cup and the lip," she added. "Oh, S," he rejoined, "don't throw cold water on a fellow in that style. Don't harbor so many doubts. Do you think they would take the trouble to write if they did not intend to give me the situation? Go away, old raven," concluded he, kissing her, "and don't let us have any more croaking." Charlie was bounding from the room when he was stopped by his sister, who begged him not to say anything to their mother respecting it, but wait until they knew the issue of the interview, and if he secured the situation, it would be a very agreeable surprise to her. We will now visit, in company with the reader, the spacious offices of Messrs. Twining, Western and Twining, where we shall find Mr. Western about consigning to the waste-paper basket a large pile of letters. This gentleman was very fashionably dressed, of dark complexion, with the languid air and drawling intonation of a Southerner. At an adjoining desk sat an elderly, sharp-faced gentleman who was looking over his spectacles at the movements of his partner. "What a mass of letters you are about to destroy," he remarked. Mr. Western took from his mouth the cigar he was smoking, and after puffing from between his lips a thin wreath of smoke, replied, "Some of the most atrocious squalls that man ever attempted to peruse replies to the advertisement. Out of the whole lot, there wasn't more than a dozen amongst them that were really presentable. Here is one remarkably well written. I've desired the writer to call this morning at 11. I hope it will make as favourable an impression as his writing has done. It is now almost 11. I presume he will be here soon." Scarcely had Mr. Western finished speaking ere the door opened, and Esther entered, followed by Charlie. Both the gentlemen rose, and Mr. Twining offered her a chair. Esther accepted the proffered seat, threw up her veil, and said in a slightly embarrassed tone, "My brother here took the liberty of replying to an advertisement of yours, and you were kind enough to request him to call at 11 today." "We sent a note to your brother," said Mr. Twining in a tone of surprise. "Yes, sir, and here it is," said she, extending it to him. Mr. Twining glanced over it, and remarked, "This is your writing, Western." Then taking Charlie's letter from the desk of Mr. Western, he asked in a doubting tone, "Is this your own writing and composition?" "My own writing and composing," answered Charlie. "And it is very creditable to you indeed," said Mr. Western. Both the gentlemen looked at the note again, then at Charlie, then at Esther, and lastly at each other, but neither seemed able to say anything, and evident embarrassment existed on both sides. "And so you thought you would try for the situation?" at last remarked Mr. Western to Charlie. "Yes, sir," he answered. "I was and am very anxious to obtain some employment." "Have you a father?" asked Mr. Twining. "Yes, sir, but he was badly injured by the mob last summer, and will never be able to work again." "That's a pity," said Western sympathizingly. "And what have you been doing?" "Nothing very recently. I broke my arm last spring, and was obliged to go into the country for my health. I've not long returned." "Do your parents keep house?" "Not at present. We are staying with a friend. Our house was burned down by the rioters." This conversation recalled so vividly their past trials that Esther's eyes grew watery, and she dropped her veil to conceal a tear that was trembling on the lid. "How very unfortunate," said Mr. Western sympathizingly. "Very trying indeed." Then, burying his chin in his hand, he sat silently regarding them for a moment or two. "Have you come to any decision about taking him?" Esther at last ventured to ask of Mr. Twining. "Taking him? Oh, dear me, I'd almost forgot. Charles, let me see you write something. Here, take this seat." Charlie sat down as directed and dashed off a few lines, which he handed to Mr. Twining, who looked at it over and over. Then rising, he beckoned to his partner to follow him into an adjoining room. "Well, what do you say?" asked Western, after they had closed the door behind them. "Don't you think we had better engage him?" "Engage him!" exclaimed Twining. "Why, you surprise me, Western. The thing's absurd. Engage a colored boy as under clerk? I never heard of such a thing." "I have often," drawled Western. "There are the greatest number of them in New Orleans." "Ah, but New Orleans is a different place. Such a thing never occurred in Philadelphia." "Well, let us create a precedent, then. The boy writes remarkably well, and will no doubt suit us exactly. It will be a charity to take him. We need not care what others say.
Everybody knows who we are and what we are. No, Western, I know the North better than you do. It wouldn't answer at all here. We cannot take the boy. It is impossible. It would create a rumpus amongst the clerks, who would all feel dreadfully insulted by our placing a nigger child on an equality with them. I assure you the thing is out of the question. Well, I must say you Northern people are perfectly incomprehensible. You pay taxes to have niggers educated and make fit for such places, and then won't let them fill them when they are prepared to do so. I shall leave you then to tell them we can't take him. I'm deuced sorry for it. I like his looks. Whilst Mr. Western and his partner were discussing in one room, Charlie and Esther were awaiting with some anxiety their decision in the other. I think they are going to take me, said Charlie. You saw how struck they appeared to be with the writing. They admired it, I know, my dear, but don't be too sanguine. I feel sure they're going to take me, repeated he with a hopeful countenance. Esther made no reply, and they remained in silence until Mr. Twining returned to the room. After 2 or 3 preparatory ahems, he said to Esther, I should like to take your brother very much, but you see, in consequence of there being so much excitement just now relative to abolitionism and kindred subjects, that my partner and myself, that is, I and Mr. Western, think or rather feel that just now it would be rather awkward for us to receive him. We should like to take him, but his colour, miss, his complexion is a fatal objection. It grieves me to be obliged to tell you this, but I think under the circumstances it would be most prudent to us to decline to receive him. We are very sorry, but our clerks are all young men, and have a great deal of prejudice, and I'm sure he would be neither comfortable nor happy with them. If I can serve you in any other way. There is nothing that you can do that I am aware of, said Esther, rising. I thank you, and am sorry that we have occupied so much of your time. Oh, don't mention it, said Mr. Twining, evidently happy to get rid of them, and opening the door, he bowed them out of the office. The two departed sadly, and they walked on for some distance in silence. At last Esther pressed his hand, and in a choking voice exclaimed, Charlie, my dear boy, I'd give my life if it would change your complexion, if it would make you white. Poor fellow, your battle of life will be a hard one to fight. I know it, S, but I shouldn't care to be white if I knew I would not have a dear old S like you for a sister, he answered, pressing her hand affectionately. I don't intend to be conquered, he continued. I'll fight it out to the last. This won't discourage me. I'll keep on trying, said he determinedly. If one won't, perhaps another will. For 2 or 3 days Charlie could hear of nothing that would be at all suitable for him. At last one morning he saw an advertisement for a youth to learn the engraver's business. One who had some knowledge of drawing preferred to apply at Thomas Blatchford's bank-note engraver. Thomas Blatchford, repeated Mr. Walters, as Charlie read it over. Why, that is the Mr. Blatchford, the abolitionist. I think you have some chance there. Most decidedly. I would advise you to take those sketches of yours and apply at once. Charlie ran upstairs, and selecting the best executed of his drawings, put them in a neat portfolio, and without saying anything to Esther or his mother, hastened away to Mr. Blatchford's. He was shown into a room where a gentleman was sitting at a table, examining some engraved plates. Is this Mr. Blatchford's? Asked Charlie. That is my name, my little man. Do you want to see me? He kindly inquired. Yes, sir. You advertise for a boy to learn the engraving business, I believe. Well, and what then? I've come to apply for the situation. You apply? Said he in a tone of surprise. Yes, sir, faltered Charlie. Mr. Walters recommended me to do so. Ah, you know Mr. Walters, then? He rejoined. Yes, sir. He is a great friend of my father's. We are living with him at present.
"What have you in your portfolio there?" inquired Mr. Blatchford. Charlie spread before him the sketches he had made during the summer, and also some ornamental designs suitable for the title pages of books. "Why, these are excellently well done," exclaimed he, after examining them attentively. "Who taught you?" Charlie thereupon briefly related his acquaintance with the artist, and his efforts to obtain employment, and their results, besides many other circumstances connected with himself and family. Mr. Blatchford became deeply interested, and at the end of a long conversation delighted Charlie by informing him that if he and his mother could agree as to terms, he should be glad to receive him as an apprentice. Charlie could scarcely believe the evidence of his own ears, and leaving his portfolio on the table, was hastening away. "Stop, stop!" cried Mr. Blatchford with a smile. "You've not heard all I wish to say. I would be much obliged to your mother if she would call at my house this evening, and then we can settle the matter definitely." Charlie seemed to tread on air as he walked home. Flying up to Esther, his usual confidant, he related to her the whole affair, and gave at great length his conversation with Mr. Blatchford. "That looks something like," said she. "I am delighted with the prospect that is opening to you. Let us go and tell mother." And accordingly off they both started to carry the agreeable intelligence to Mrs. Ellis. That evening Charlie, his mother, and Mr. Walters went to the house of Mr. Blatchford. They were most kindly received, and all the arrangements made for Charlie's apprenticeship. He was to remain 1 month on trial, and if at the end of that period all parties were satisfied, he was to be formally indentured. Charlie looked forward impatiently to the following Monday, on which day he was to commence his apprenticeship. In the intervening time he held daily conferences with Kinch, as he felt their intimacy would receive a slight check after he entered upon his new pursuit. "Look here, old fellow," said Charlie, "it won't do for you to be lounging on the doorsteps of the office, nor be whistling for me under the windows. Mr. Blatchford spoke particularly against my having playmates around in work hours. Evenings I shall always be at home, and then you can come and see me as often as you like." Since his visit to Warmouth, Charlie had been much more particular respecting his personal appearance, dressed neater, and was much more careful of his clothes. He had also given up marbles, and tried to persuade Kinch to do the same. "I'd cut marbles, Kinch," said he to him one evening when they were walking together, "if I were you. It makes one such a fright, covers one with chalk marks and dirt from head to foot. And another thing, Kinch, you have an abundance of good clothes. Do wear them, and try and look more like a gentleman." "Dear me," said Kinch, rolling up the white of his eyes, "just listen how we are going on. Hadn't I better get an eyeglass and pair of light kid gloves?" "Oh, Kinch," said Charlie gravely, "I'm not joking. I mean what I say. You don't know how far rough looks and an untidy person go against one. I do wish you would try and keep yourself decent." "Well, there then, I will," answered Kinch. "But, Charlie, I'm afraid with your travelling and one thing or other, you will forget your old playmate by and by, and get above him." Charlie's eyes moistened, and with a boy's impulsiveness he threw his arm over Kinch's shoulder, and exclaimed with emphasis, "Never, old fellow, never. Not as long as my name is Charlie Ellis. You mustn't be hurt at what I said, Kinch. I think more of these things than I used to. I see the importance of them. I find that any one who wants to get on must be particular in little things as well as great, and I must try and be a man now, for you know things don't glide on as smoothly with us as they used. I often think of our fun in the old house. Perhaps we'll have good times in another of our own yet." And with this Charlie and his friend separated for the night. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of the Garies and Their Friends by Frank Webb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29 Clouds and Sunshine.
The important Monday at length arrived, and Charlie hastened to the office of Mr. Blatchford, which he reached before the hour for commencing labour. He found some dozen or more journeymen assembled in the workroom, and noticed that upon his entrance there was an interchange of significant glances, and once or twice he overheard the whisper of "nigger." Mr. Blatchford was engaged in discussing some business matter with a gentleman, and did not observe the agitation that Charlie's entrance had occasioned. The conversation having terminated, the gentleman took up the morning paper, and Mr. Blatchford, noticing Charlie, said, "Ah, you have come, and in good time, too. Wheeler," he continued, turning to one of the workmen, "I want you to take this boy under your especial charge. Give him a seat at your window and overlook his work." At this there was a general uprising of the workmen, who commenced throwing off their caps and aprons. "What is all this for?" asked Mr. Blatchford in astonishment. "Why this commotion?" "We won't work with niggers," cried one. "No nigger apprentices," cried another. And "No niggers, no niggers," was echoed from all parts of the room. "Silence!" cried Mr. Blatchford, stamping violently. "Silence, every one of you." As soon as partial order was restored, he turned to Wheeler and demanded, "What is the occasion of all this tumult? What does it mean?" "Why, sir, it means just this. The men and boys discovered that you intended to take a nigger apprentice, and have made up their minds, if you do, they will quit in a body." "It cannot be possible," exclaimed the employer, "that any man or boy in my establishment has room in his heart for such narrow, contemptible prejudices. Can it be that you have entered into a conspiracy to deprive an inoffensive child of an opportunity of earning his bread in a respectable manner? Come, let me persuade you. The boy is well behaved and educated." "Damn his behaviour and education," responded a burly fellow. "Let him be a barber or a shoe-black. That is all niggers are good for. If he comes, we go. That's so, ain't it, boys?" There was a general response of approval to this appeal, and Mr. Blatchford, seeing the utter uselessness of further parleying, left the room, followed by Charlie and the gentleman with whom he had been conversing. Mr. Blatchford was placed in a most disagreeable position by this revolt on the part of his workmen. He had just received large orders from some new banks, which were commencing operations, and a general disruption of his establishment at this moment would have ruined him. To accede to his workmen's demands, he must do violence to his own conscience, but he dared not sacrifice his business and bring ruin on himself and family, even though he was right. "What would you do, Pearl?" he asked of the gentleman who had followed them out. "There's no question as to what you must do. You mustn't ruin yourself for the sake of your principles. You will have to abandon the lad. The other alternative is not to be thought of for a moment." "Well, Charles, you see how it is," said Mr. Blatchford reluctantly. Charlie had been standing intently, regarding the conversation that concerned him so deeply. His face was pale, and his lips quivering with agitation. "I'd like to keep you, my boy, but you see how I'm situated. I must either give up you or my business. The latter I cannot afford to do." With a great effort Charlie repressed his tears, and bidding them good morning in a choking voice, hastened from the room. "It's an infernal shame," said Mr. Blatchford indignantly, "and I shall think meanly of myself for ever for submitting to it, but I can't help myself and must make the best of it." Charlie walked downstairs with lingering steps and took the direction of home. "All because I'm colored," said he, bitterly to himself. "All because I'm colored. What will mother and Esther say? How it will distress them. They've so built upon it. I wish," said he sadly, "that I was dead." No longer able to repress the tears that were welling up,
He walked towards the window of a print store where he pretended to be deeply interested in some pictures whilst he stealthily wiped his eyes. Every time he turned to leave the window there came a fresh flood of tears, and at last he was obliged to give way entirely, and sobbed as if his heart would break. He was thus standing when he felt a hand laid familiarly on his shoulder, and on turning round he beheld the gentleman he had left in Mr. Blatchford's office. "Come, my little man," said he, "don't take it so much to heart. Cheer up, you may find some other person willing to employ you. Come, walk on with me. Where do you live?" Charlie dried his eyes and gave him his address as they walked on up the street together. Mr. Burrell talked encouragingly, and quite succeeded in soothing him ere they separated. "I shall keep a look-out for you," said he kindly, "and if I hear of anything likely to suit you, I shall let you know." Charlie thanked him and sauntered slowly home. When he arrived, and they saw his agitated looks, and his eyes swollen from the effect of recent tears, there was a general inquiry of what has happened. "Why are you home so early? Are you sick?" Charlie hereupon related all that had transpired at the office, his great disappointment and the occasion of it, to the intense indignation and grief of his mother and sisters. "I wish there were no white folks," said Caddy, wrathfully. "They are all, I believe, a complete set of villains, and everything else that is bad." "Don't be so sweeping in your remarks. Pray don't, Caddy," interposed Esther. "You've just heard what Charlie said of Mr. Blatchford. His heart is kindly disposed, at any rate. You see he is trammelled by others." "Oh, well, I don't like any of them. I hate them all," she continued bitterly, driving her needle at the same time into the cloth she was sewing, as if it was a white person she had in her lap, and she was sticking pins in him. "Don't cry, Charlie," she added. "The old white wretches, they shouldn't get a tear out of me for 50 trades." But Charlie could not be comforted. He buried his head in his mother's lap and wept over his disappointment until he made himself sick. That day, after Mr. Burrell had finished his dinner, he remarked to his wife, "I saw something this morning, my dear, that made a deep impression on me. I haven't been able to get it out of my head for any length of time since. It touched me deeply, I assure you." "Why, what could it have been? Pray tell me what it was." Thereupon he gave his wife a graphic account of the events that had transpired at Blatchford's in the morning, and in conclusion said, "Now you know, my dear, that no one would call me an abolitionist, and I suppose I have some little prejudice as well as others against colored people, but I had no idea that sensible men would have carried it to that extent, to set themselves up as they did in opposition to a little boy anxious to earn his bread by learning a useful trade." Mrs. Burrell was a young woman of about 22, with a round, good-natured face and plump, comfortable-looking figure. She had a heart overflowing with kindness, and was naturally much affected by what he related. "I declare it's perfectly outrageous," exclaimed she indignantly, "and I wonder at Blatchford for submitting to it. I wouldn't allow myself to be dictated to in that manner. And he such an abolitionist, too. Had I been him, I should have stuck to my principles at any risk. Poor little fellow, I so wonder at Blatchford. I really don't think he has acted manly." "Not so fast, my little woman, if you please. That is the way with almost all of you. You let your hearts run away with your heads. You are unjust to Blatchford. He could not help himself. He was completely in their power. It is almost impossible at present to procure workmen in our business, and he is under contract to finish a large amount of work within a specified time, and if he should fail to fulfill his agreement, it would subject him to immense loss. In fact, it would entirely ruin him. You are aware, my dear, that I am thoroughly acquainted with the state of his affairs. He is greatly in debt from unfortunate speculations, and a false step just now would overset him completely. He could not have done otherwise than he has, and do justice to himself and his family. I felt that he could not, and in fact advised him to act as he did."
"Now, George Burrell, you didn't," said she reproachfully. "Yes, I did, my dear, because I thought of his family. I really believe, though, had I encouraged him, he would have made the sacrifice." "And what became of the boy?" "Oh, poor lad, he seemed very much cut down by it. I was quite touched by his grief. When I came out, I found him standing by his shop window crying bitterly. I tried to pacify him and told him I would endeavour to obtain a situation for him somewhere, and I shall." "Has he parents?" asked Mrs. Burrell. "Yes, and by the way, don't you remember, whilst the mob was raging last summer, we read an account of a man running to the roof of a house to escape from the rioters? You remember they chopped his hands off and threw him over?" "Oh, yes, dear, I recollect." Don't mention it," said she with a shudder of horror. "I remember it perfectly." "Well, this little fellow is his son," continued Mr. Burrell. "Indeed. And what has become of his father? Did he die?" "No, he partially recovered, but is helpless, and almost an idiot. I never saw a child apparently so anxious to get work. He talked more like a man with a family dependent upon him for support than a youth. I tell you what, I became quite interested in him. He was very communicative and told me all their circumstances. Their house was destroyed by the mob, and they are at present residing with a friend." Just then the cry of a child was heard in the adjoining room, and Mrs. Burrell rushed precipitately away, and soon returned with a fat, healthy-looking boy in her arms, which, after kissing, she placed in her husband's lap. He was their firstborn and only child, and as a matter of course a great pet, and regarded by them as a most wonderful boy. In consequence, papa sat quite still, and permitted him to pull the studs out of his shirt, untie his cravat, rumple his hair, and take all those little liberties to which babies are notoriously addicted. Mrs. Burrell sat down on a stool at her husband's feet and gazed at him and the child in silence for some time. "What's the matter, Jane? What has made you so grave?" "I was trying to imagine, Burrell, how I should feel if you and I and baby were colored. I was trying to place myself in such a situation. Now we know that our boy, if he is honest and upright, is blessed with great talent or genius, may aspire to any station in society that he wishes to obtain. How different it would be if he were colored. There would be nothing bright in the perspective for him. We could hardly promise him a living at any respectable calling. I think, George, we treat colored people with great injustice, don't you?" Mr. Burrell hemmed and hawed at this direct query, and answered, "Well, we don't act exactly right toward them, I must confess." Mrs. Burrell rose and took the vacant knee of her husband, and toying with the baby, said, "Now, George Burrell, I want to ask a favor of you. Why can't you take this boy?" "I take him? Why, my dear, I don't want an apprentice." "Yes, but you must make a want. You said he was a bright boy and sketched well. Why, I should think that he's just what you ought to have. There is no one at your office that would oppose it. Cummings and Dalton were with your father before you. They would never object to anything reasonable that you proposed. Come, dear, do now make the trial, won't you?" Mr. Burrell was a tender-hearted, yielding sort of an individual, and what was more, his wife was fully aware of it, and like a young witch as she was, she put on her sweetest looks and begged so imploringly that he was almost conquered. But when she took up the baby and made him put his chubby arms round his father's neck and say, "Peas, pop, pop," he was completely vanquished and surrendered at discretion. "I'll see what can be done," said he at last. "And will you do it afterwards?" she asked archly. "Yes, I will, dear, I assure you," he rejoined. "Then I know it will be done," said she confidently, "and none of us will be the worse off for it, I'm sure." After leaving home, Mr. Burrell went immediately to the office of Mr. Blatchford, and after having procured Charlie's portfolio, he started in the direction of his own establishment. He did not by any means carry on so extensive a business as Mr. Blatchford, and employed only 2 elderly men as journeymen. After he had sat down to work, one of them remarked, "Tucker's been here and wants some rough cuts executed for a new book. I told him I did not think you would engage to do them, that you had given up that description of work." "I think we lose a great deal, Cummings, by being obliged to give up those jobs," rejoined Mr. Burrell. "Why don't you take an apprentice, then?" he suggested. "It's just the kind of work for them to learn upon." "Well, I've been thinking of that," replied he, rising and producing the drawings from Charlie's portfolio. "Look here, see it," said he. "What do you think of these as the work of a lad of 12 or 14, who who has never had more than half a dozen lessons. "I should say they were remarkably well done," responded Cummings. "Shouldn't you say so, Dalton?" The party addressed took the sketches and examined them thoroughly, and gave an approving opinion of their merits. "Well," said Mr. Burrow, "the boy that executed those is in want of a situation, and I should like to take him, but I thought I would consult you both about it first. I met with him under very singular circumstances, and I'll tell you all about it." And forthwith he repeated to them the occurrences of the morning, dwelling upon the most affecting parts, and concluding by putting the question to them direct as to whether they had any objections to his taking him. "Why, no, none in the world," readily answered Cummings. "Laws me, colour is nothing after all, and black fingers can handle a graver as well as white ones, I expect. I thought it best to ask you to avoid any other after difficulty. You have both been in the establishment so long that I felt that you ought to be consulted." "You needn't have taken that trouble," said Dalton. "You might have known that anything done by your father's son would be satisfactory to us. I never had anything to do with colored people, and haven't anything against them, and as long as you are contented, I am. Well, we all have our little prejudices against various things, and as I did not know how you both would feel, I thought I wouldn't take any decided steps without consulting you, but now I shall consider it settled, and will let the lad know that I will take him." In the evening he hastened home at an earlier hour than usual, and delighted his wife by saying, "I've succeeded to a charm, my dear. There wasn't the very slightest objection. I'm going to take the boy, if he wishes to come." "Oh, I'm delighted," cried she, clapping her hands. "Cry hurrah for papa," said she to the baby. "Cry hurrah for papa." The scion of the house of Burrell gave vent to some scarcely intelligible sounds that resembled "hoo, rugler, pop, pop," which his mother averred was astonishingly plain and deserving of a kiss, and snatching him up, she gave him 2 or 3 hearty ones, and then planted him in his father's lap again. "My dear," said her husband, "I thought as you proposed my taking this youth, you might like to have the pleasure of acquainting him with his good fortune. After tea, if you are disposed, we will go down there. The walk will do you good." "Oh, George Burrell," said she, her face radiant with pleasure, "you are certainly trying to outdo yourself. I've been languishing all day for a walk. What a charming husband you are. I really ought to do something for you. Ah, I know what. I'll indulge you. You may smoke all the way there and back. I'll even go so far as to light the cigars for you myself." "That is a boon," rejoined her husband with a smile. "Really, virtue rewarded, I declare." Tea over, the baby kissed and put to bed, Mrs. Burrell tied on the most bewitching of bonnets, and donning her new fur-trimmed cloak, declared herself ready for the walk, and off they started. Mr. Burrell puffed away luxuriously as they walked along, stopping now and then at her command to look into such shop windows as contained articles adapted to the use of infants, from India rubber rings and ivory rattles to baby coats and shoes. At length they arrived at the door of Mr. Walters, and on looking up at the house he exclaimed, "This is 257, but it can't be the place. Surely colored people don't live in as fine an establishment as this." Then running up the steps he examined the plate upon the door. "The name corresponds with the address given me," said he. "I'll ring. Is there a lad living here by the name of Charles Ellis?" he asked of the servant who opened the door. "Yes, sir," was the reply. "Will you walk in?" When they were ushered into the drawing-room, Mr. Burrell said, "Be kind enough to say that a gentleman wishes to see him." The girl departed, closing the door behind her, leaving them staring about the room. "How elegantly it is furnished," said she. "I hadn't an idea that there were any colored people living in such style." "Some of them are very rich," remarked her husband. "But you said this boy was poor." "So he is. I understand they are staying with the owner of this house." Whilst they were thus conversing, the door opened, and Esther entered. "I'm sorry," said she, "that my brother has retired. He has a very severe headache, and was unable to remain up longer. His mother is out. I am his sister, and shall be most happy to receive any communication for him." "I regret to hear of his indisposition," replied Mr. Burrell. "I hope it is not consequent upon his disappointment this morning. I fear it is. Poor fellow, he took it very much to heart. It was a disappointment to us all. We were congratulating ourselves on having secured him an eligible situation. I assure you the disappointment is not all on one side. He is a very promising boy, and the loss of his prospective service is annoying. Nothing but stern necessity caused the result. Oh, we entirely acquit you, Mr. Blatchford, of all blame in the matter. We are confident that what happened was not occasioned by any indisposition on your part to fulfill your agreement. My dear, interrupted Mrs. Burrell, she thinks you are Mr. Blatchford. And are you not? Asked Esther, with some surprise. Oh, no, I am an intimate friend of his, and was present this morning when the affair happened. Oh, indeed, responded Esther. Yes, and he came home and related it all to me. The whole affair, interrupted Mrs. Burrell. I was dreadfully provoked, I assure you. I sympathized with him very much. I became deeply interested in the whole affair. I was looking at my little boy, for I have a little boy, said she with matronly dignity, and I thought, suppose it was my little boy being treated so, how should I like it? So bringing the matter home to myself in that way made me feel all the more strongly about it, and I just told George Burrell he must take him, as he is an engraver. And I and the baby gave him no rest until he consented to do so. He will take him on the same terms offered by Mr. Blatchford, and then we came down to tell you, and, said she, quite out of breath, that is all about it. Esther took the little woman's plump hand in both her own, and for a moment seemed incapable of even thanking her. At last she said in a husky voice, You can't think what a relief this is to us. My brother has taken his disappointment so much to heart. I can't tell you how much I thank you. God will reward you for your sympathy and kindness. You must excuse me, she continued as her voice faltered. We have latterly been so unaccustomed to receive such sympathy and kindness from persons of your complexion that this has quite overcome me. Oh, no, don't. I'm sure it's no more than our duty, and I'm as much pleased as you can possibly be. It has given me heartfelt gratification, I assure you. Esther repeated her thanks, and followed them to the door, where she shook hands with Mrs. Burrell, who gave her a pressing invitation to come and see her baby. How easy it is, George Burrell, said the happy little woman, to make the hearts of others as light as our own. Mine feels like a feather, she added as she skipped along, clinging to his arm. What a nice ladylike girl his sister is. Is her brother as handsome as she? Not quite, he answered. Still, he is very good-looking. I'll bring him home with me tomorrow at dinner, and then you can see him. Chatting merrily, they soon arrived at home. Mrs. Burrell ran straightway upstairs to look at that blessed baby. She found him sleeping soundly and looking as comfortable and happy as it is possible for a sleeping baby to look. So she bestowed upon him a perfect avalanche of kisses and retired to her own peaceful pillow. And now, having thus satisfactorily arranged for our young friend Charlie, we will leave him for a few years engaged in his new pursuits. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Garies and Their Friends by Frank Webb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Many years after. Old Father Time is a stealthy worker. In youth we are scarcely able to appreciate his efforts, and oftentimes think him an exceedingly slow and limping old fellow. When we ripen into maturity and are fighting our own way through the battle of life, we deem him swift enough of foot, and sometimes rather hurried. But when old age comes on, and death and the grave are foretold by trembling limbs and snowy locks, we wonder that our course has been so swiftly run, and chide old Time for a somewhat hasty and precipitate individual. The reader must imagine that many years have passed away since the events narrated in the preceding chapters transpired, and permit us to reintroduce the characters formerly presented, without any attempt to describe how that long period has been occupied. First of all, let us resume our acquaintance with Mr. Stevens. To effect this, we must pay that gentleman a visit at his luxurious mansion in Fifth Avenue, the most fashionable street of New York, the place where the upper 10,000 of that vast, bustling city most do congregate, As he is an old acquaintance, we won't say friend, we will disregard ceremony and walk boldly into the library where that gentleman is sitting. He is changed, yes, sadly changed. Time has been hard at work with him, and dissatisfied with what his unaided agency could produce, has called in conscience to his aid, and their united efforts have left their marks upon him. He looks old, ay, very old. The bald spot on his head has extended its limits until there is only a fringe of thin white hair above the ears. There are deep wrinkles upon his forehead, and the eyes, half obscured by the bushy grey eyebrows, are bloodshot and sunken. The jaws hollow and spectral, and his lower lip drooping and flaccid. He lifts his hand to pour out another glass of liquor from the decanter at his side, when his daughter lays her hand upon it, and looks appealingly in his face. She has grown to be a tall, elegant woman, slightly thin, and with a careworn and fatigued expression of countenance. There is, however, the same sweetness in her clear blue eyes, and as she moves her head, her fair flaxen curls float about her face as dreamily and deliciously as ever they did of yore. She is still in black, wearing mourning for her mother, who not many months before had been laid in a quiet nook on the estate at Savannah. "Pray, papa, don't drink any more," said she persuasively. "It makes you nervous, and will bring on one of those frightful attacks again." "Let me alone," he remonstrated harshly. "Let me alone, and take your hand off the glass. The doctor has forbidden laudanum, so I will have brandy instead. Take off your hand and let me drink, I say." Lizzie still kept her hand upon the decanter, and continued gently, "No, no, dear pa. You promised me you would only drink 2 glasses, and you've already taken 3. It is exceedingly injurious. The doctor insisted upon it, that you should decrease the quantity, and you are adding to it instead." "Devil take the doctor!" exclaimed he roughly, endeavouring to disengage her hold. "Give me the liquor, I say." His daughter did not appear the least alarmed at this violence of manner, nor suffer her grasp upon the neck of the decanter to be relaxed, but all the while spoke soothing words to the angry old man, and endeavoured to persuade him to relinquish his intention of drinking any more. "You don't respect your old father," he cried in a whining tone. "You take advantage of my helplessness, all of you. You ill-treat me, and deny me the very comforts of life. I'll tell the doctor," he continued, as his voice subsided into an almost inaudible tone, and he sank back into the chair in a state of semi-stupor. Removing the liquor from his reach, his daughter rang the bell, and then walked towards the door of the room. "Who procured that liquor for my father?" she asked of the servant who entered. "I did, miss," answered the man, hesitatingly. "Let this be the last time you do such a thing," she rejoined, eyeing him sternly, "unless you wish to be discharged. I thought you all fully understood that on no consideration was my father to have liquor, unless by the physician's or my order. It aggravates his disease, and neutralizes all the doctor's efforts. And unless you wish to be immediately discharged, never repeat the same offence. Now procure some assistance. It is time my father was prepared for bed." The man bowed and left the apartment, but soon returned, saying there was a person in the hall who had forced his way into the house, and who positively refused to stir until he saw Mr. Stevens. "He has been here 2 or 3 times," added the man, "and he is very rough and impudent." "This is the most singular conduct!" exclaimed Miss Stevens. "Did he give his name?" "Yes, miss. He calls himself McCloskey." At the utterance of this well-known name, Mr. Stevens raised his head and stared at the speaker with a look of stupid fright, and inquired, "Who here? What name is that? Speak louder. What name?" "McCloskey," answered the man, in a louder tone. "What, he? Cried Mr. Stevens, with a terrified look. "Where is he?" he continued, endeavouring to rise. "Where is he?" "Stop, pa," interposed his daughter, alarmed at his appearance and manner. "Do stop. Let me go." "No, no," said the old man, wildly, seizing her by the dress to detain her. "You must not go. That would never do. He might tell her," he muttered to himself. "No, no, I'll go." And thus speaking, he made another ineffectual attempt to reach the door. "Dear father, do let me go," she repeated imploringly. "You are incapable of seeing any one. Let me inquire what he wants," she added, endeavouring to loose his hold upon her dress. "No, you shall not," he replied, clutching her dress still tighter and endeavouring to draw her towards him. "Oh, father," she asked distractedly, "what can this mean?" "Here," said she, addressing the servant, who stood gazing in silent wonder on this singular scene, "help my father into his chair again, and then tell this strange man to wait a while." The exhausted man, having been placed in his chair, motioned to his daughter to close the door behind the servant, who had just retired. "He wants money," said he, in a whisper. "He wants money. He'll make beggars of us all, and yet I'll have to give him some. Quick, give me my check-book. Let me give him something before he has a chance to talk to any one. Quick, quick." The distracted girl wrung her hands with grief at what she imagined was a return of her father's malady, and exclaimed, "Oh, if George only would remain at home! It is too much for me to have the care of father whilst he is in such a state." Then, pretending to be in search of the cheque-book, she turned over the pamphlets and papers upon his desk, that she might gain time and think how it was best to proceed. Whilst she was thus hesitating, the door of the room was suddenly opened, and a shabbily dressed man, bearing a strong odour of rum about him, forced his way into the apartment, saying, "I will see him. Damn it, I don't care a porth how sick he is. Let me go, or by the powers, I'll murther some of yis." The old man's face was almost blanched with terror when he heard the voice and saw the abrupt entry of the intruder. He sprang from the chair with a great effort, and then, unable to sustain himself, sunk fainting on the floor. "Oh, you have killed my father! You have killed my father! Who are you, and what do you want, that you dare thrust yourself upon him in this manner?" said she, stooping to assist in raising him. "Cannot you see he is entirely unfit for any business?" Mr. Stevens was replaced in his chair, and water thrown in his face to facilitate his recovery. Meanwhile, McCloskey had poured himself out a glass of brandy and water, which he stood sipping as coolly as if everything in the apartment was in a state of the most perfect composure. The singular terror of her father and the boldness and assurance of the intruder were to Miss Stevens something inexplicable. She stood looking from one to the other, as though seeking an explanation, and on observing symptoms of a return to consciousness on the part of her parent, she turned to McCloskey and said appealingly, "You see how your presence has agitated my father. Pray let me conjure you, go. Be your errand what it may, I promise you it shall have the earliest attention. Or," said she, "tell me what it is. Perhaps I can see to it. I tend a great deal to father's business. Pray tell me." "No, no," exclaimed the old man, who had caught the last few words of his daughter. "No, no, not a syllable. Here, I'm well enough. I'll attend to you. There, that will do," he continued, addressing the servant. "Leave the room. And you," he added, turning to his daughter, "do you go too. I am much better now, and can talk to him. Go, go," he cried impatiently, as he saw evidences of a disposition to linger on her part. "If I want you, I'll ring. Go. This person won't stay long." "Not if I get what I came for, miss," said McCloskey insolently. "Otherwise there is no knowing how long I may stay." With a look of apprehension, Lizzie quitted the room, and the murderer and his accomplice were alone together. Mr. Stevens reached across the table, drew the liquor towards him, and, recklessly pouring out a large quantity, drained the glass to the bottom. This seemed to nerve him up and give him courage, for he turned to McCloskey and said with a much bolder air than he had yet shown in addressing him. "So you're back again, villain, are you? I thought and hoped you were dead." And he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes as if to shut out some horrid spectre. "I've been divilish near it, squire, but Providence has preserved me, ye see, just to be a comfort to ye in your old age. I've been shipwrecked, blown up in steamboats, and I've had favours and cholera, and the divil alone knows what, but I've been marcifully preserved to ye, and hope ye'll see a good deal of me this many years to come." Mr. Stevens glared at him fiercely for a few seconds, and then rejoined, "You promised me solemnly 5 years ago that you would never trouble me again, and I gave you money enough to have kept you in comfort, aye, luxury, for the remainder of your life. Where is it all now?" "That's more than I can tell you, squire. I only know how it comes. I don't trouble myself how it goes. That's your lookout. If ye are anxious on that score, you'd better hire a bookkeeper for me. He shall send your honour a quarterly account, and then it won't come on ye so sudden when it's all out another time." "Insolent," muttered Mr. Stevens. McCloskey gave Mr. Stevens an impudent look, but beyond that took no further notice of his remark, but proceeded, with the utmost coolness, to pour out another glass of brandy, after which he drew his chair closer to the grate, and placed his dirty feet upon the mantelpiece, in close proximity to an alabaster clock. "You make yourself very much at home," said Stevens, indignantly. "Why shouldn't I?" answered his tormentor, in a tone of the most perfect good humour. "Why shouldn't I? In the house of an old acquaintance and particular friend, just the place to feel at home, eh, Stevens?" Then folding his arms and tilting back his chair, he asked coolly, "You haven't a cigar, have you?" "No," replied Stevens, surlily, "and if I had, you should not have it. Your insolence is unbearable. You appear," continued he, with some show of dignity, "to have forgotten who I am and who you are." "You're mistaken there, squire. Divil a bit have I. I'm McCloskey, and you are Slippery George, an animal that's known over the varsal world as a Philadelphia lawyer, a man that's chaded his hundreds, and if he lives long enough, he'll chade as many more. Savin' his friend Mr. McCloskey and him, he'll not be afther chading, because he won't be able to get a chance, although he'd like to if he could. Divil a doubt of that." "It's false. I never tried to cheat you," rejoined Stevens, courageously, for the liquor was beginning to have a very inspiriting effect. "It's a lie. I paid you all I agreed upon, and more besides. But you are like a leech, never satisfied. You have had from me altogether nearly $20,000, and you'll not get much more now, mind, I tell you." "The divil I won't," rejoined he, angrily. "That is yet to be seen. How would you like to make your appearance at court some fine morning on the charge of murther, eh?" Mr. Stevens gave a perceptible shudder and looked round, whereupon McCloskey said, with a malevolent grin, "Ye see, I don't stick at words, squire. I call things by their names." "So I perceive," answered Stevens. "You were not so bold once." "Ha, ha!" laughed McCloskey. "I know that as well as you. Then I was under the thumb. That was before we were sailing in the one boat. Now ye see, squire, the boot is on the other leg." Mr. Stevens remained quiet for a few moments, whilst his ragged visitor continued to leisurely sip his brandy and contemplate the soles of his boots as they were reflected in the mirror above. They were a sorry pair of boots, and looked as if there would soon be a general outbreak of his toes, so thin and dilapidated did the soles appear. "Look at them boots, and me suit generally, and see if your conscience won't accuse ye of ingratitude to the man who made your fortune, or rather lets ye keep it. Now ye have it. Isn't it a shame now for me, the best friend you've got in the world, to be tramping the streets without a penny in his pocket, and ye living in clover, with gold pieces and plenty as blackberries? It don't look right, squire, and mustn't go on any longer." "What do you want? Whatever will satisfy you?" asked Stevens. "If I give you ever so much now, what guarantee have I that you'll not return in a month or so and want as much more?" "I'll pledge ye me honour," said McCloskey, grandly. "Your honour?" rejoined Stevens. "That is no security." "Security or no security," said McCloskey, impatiently, "you'll have to give me the money. It's not a bit of use now, this disputin', because ye see I'm bound to have it, and you are wise enough to know ye'd better give it to me. What if ye have given me thousands upon thousands," continued he, his former good-humoured expression entirely vanishing, "it's nothing more than you ought to do for keeping your secrets for ye, and as long as ye have money, ye may expect to share it with me. So make me out a good heavy check, and say no more about it." "What do you call a heavy check?" asked Stevens in a despairing tone. 5 or 6,000, coolly answered his visitor. 5 or 6,000, echoed Mr. Stevens. It is impossible. It had better not be, said McCloskey, looking angry. It had better not be. I'm determined not to be leading a beggar's life, and you to be a rolling in wealth. I can't give it, and won't give it, if it must come to that, answered Stevens, desperately. It is you that have the fortune. I'm only your banker at this rate. I can't give it to you. I haven't got that much money. You must find it, then, and pretty quick at that, said McCloskey. I'm not to be fooled with. I came here for money, and I must and will have it. I'm willing to do what is reasonable, rejoined Mr. Stevens in a more subdued tone. You talk of thousands, as most men do of hundreds. I really haven't got it. Oh, bother such stuff as that, interrupted McCloskey incredulously. I don't believe a word of it. I've asked them that know, and every one says you're made a mint of money by speculation. Then since ye sold out in the South and came here to live, there's no end to the money you've made. So you see it don't do to be making a poor mouth to me. I've come here for a check for $5,000, and shan't go away without it, concluded he, in a loud and threatening tone. During this conversation, Lizzie Stevens had been standing at the door, momentarily expecting a recall to the apartment. She heard the low rumble of their voices, but could not distinguish words. At length, hearing McCloskey's raised to a higher key, she could no longer restrain her impatience, and gently opening the door, looked into the room. Both their faces were turned in the opposite direction, so that neither noticed the gentle intrusion of Lizzie, who, fearing to leave her father longer alone, ventured into the apartment. You need not stand looking at me in that threatening manner. You may do as you please, go tell what you like, but remember, when I fall, so do you. I've not forgotten that affair in Philadelphia from which I saved you. Don't place me in a situation that will compel me to recur to it to your disadvantage. Don't trouble yourself about that, squire, I don't. That is entirely off my mind, for now Whittaker is dead. Where's ye witnesses? Whittaker dead? Repeated Stevens. Yes, and what's more, he's buried, so he's safe enough, squire, and I shouldn't be at all surprised if you'd be glad to have me gone too. I would to God you had been, before I put myself in your power. 'Twas your own hastiness. When it came to the pinch, I wasn't equal to the job, so you couldn't wait for another time, but out with your pistol and does it yourself. The wretched man shuddered and covered his face as McCloskey coolly recounted his murder of Mr. Gary, every word of which was too true to be denied. And haven't I suffered? Said he, shaking his bald head mournfully. Haven't I suffered? Look at my grey hairs and half-palsied frame, decrepit before I'm old, sinking into the tomb with the weight of guilt and sin upon me that will crush me down to the lowest depth of hell. Think you, he continued, that because I am surrounded with all that money can buy, that I am happy or ever shall be, with this secret gnawing at my heart? Every piece of gold I count out, I see his hands outstretched over it, and hear him whisper, mine. He gives me no peace night or day. He is always by me. I have no rest. And you must come, adding to my torture, and striving to tear from me that for which I bartered conscience, peace, soul, everything that would make life desirable. If there is mercy in you, leave me with what I give you, and come back no more. Life has so little to offer, that rather than bear this continued torment and apprehension I daily suffer, I will cut my throat, and then your game is over. Lizzie Stevens stood rooted to the spot, whilst her father made the confession that was wrung from him by the agony of the moment. Well, well, said McCloskey, somewhat startled and alarmed at Stevens's threat of self-destruction. Well, I'll come down 1,000. Make it 4. That'll do, answered the old man, tremblingly, and reaching over, he drew towards him the cheque-book. After writing the order for the sum, he was placing it in the hand of McCloskey, when, hearing a faint moan, he looked toward the door and saw his daughter fall, fainting to the ground. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of The Garies and Their Friends by Frank Webb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31 The Thorn Rankles. We left the quiet town of Sudbury, snow-clad and sparkling in all the glory of a frosty moonlight night. We now return to it, and discover it decked out in its bravest summer garniture. A short distance above the hill upon which it is built, the water of the river that glides along its base may be seen springing over the low dam that obstructs its passage, sparkling, glistening,
dancing in the sunlight as it falls splashing on the stones below. And then, as though subdued by the falling crash, it comes murmuring on, stopping now and then to whirl and eddy round some rock or protruding stump, and at last glides gently under the arch of the bridge, seemingly to pause beneath its shadow and ponder upon its recent tumble from the heights above. Seated here and there upon the bridge are groups of boys, rod in hand, endeavoring, with the most delicious-looking and persuasive of baits, to inveigle finny innocence from the cool depths below. The windows of the mills are all thrown open, and now and then the voices of some operatives singing at their work steal forth in company with the whir and hum of the spindles, and mingle with the splash of the waterfall, and the united voices of nature, industry, and man harmonize their swelling tones or go floating upward on the soft July air. The houses upon the hill side seem to be endeavoring to extricate themselves from bowers of full-leafed trees, and with their white fronts, relieved by the light green blinds, look cool and inviting in the distance. High above them all, as though looking down in pride upon the rest, stands the academy, ennobled in the course of years by the addition of extensive wings and a row of stately pillars. On the whole, the town looked charmingly peaceful and attractive, and appeared just the quiet nook that a weary worker in cities would select as a place of retirement after a busy round of toils or pleasure. There were little knots of idlers gathered about the railroad station, as there always is in quiet towns, not that they expect anyone, but that the arrival and departure of the train is one of the events of the day, and those who have nothing else particular to accomplish feel constrained to be on hand to witness it. Every now and then one of them would look down the line and wonder why the cars were not in sight. Among those seemingly the most impatient was Miss Ada Bell, who looked but little older than when she won the heart of the orphan Clarence years before by that kind kiss upon his childish brow. It was hers still. She bound it to her by long years of affectionate care, almost equaling in its sacrificing tenderness that which a mother would have bestowed upon her only child. Clarence, her adopted son, had written to her that he was wretched, heart-sore, and ill, and longed to come to her, his almost mother, for sympathy, advice, and comfort. So she, with yearning heart, was there to meet him. At last the faint scream of the steam whistle was heard, and soon the lumbering locomotive came puffing and snorting on its iron path, dashing on as though it could never stop, and making the surrounding hills echo with the unearthly scream of its startling whistle, and arousing to desperation every dog in the quiet little town. At last it stopped and stood giving short and impatient snorts and hisses whilst the passengers were alighting. Clarence stepped languidly out, and was soon in the embrace of Miss Ada. "My dear boy, how thin and pale you look!" she exclaimed. "Come, get into the carriage. Never mind your baggage. George will look after that. Your hands are hot, very hot. You must be feverish." "Yes, Aunt Ada," for so he had insisted on his calling her. "I'm ill, sick in heart, mind, and everything. Cut up the horses," said he with slight impatience of manner. "Let us get home quickly. When I get in the old parlour, and let you bathe my head as you used to, I'm sure I shall feel better. I'm almost exhausted from fatigue and heat." "Very well, then, dear. Don't talk now," she replied, not in the least noticing his impatience of manner. "When you are rested, and have had your tea, will be time enough." They were soon in the old house, and Clarence looked round with a smile of pleasure on the room where he had spent so many happy hours. Good Aunt Ada would not let him talk, but compelled him to remain quiet until he had rested himself and eaten his evening meal. He had altered considerably in the lapse of years. There was but little left to remind one of the slight, melancholy-looking boy that once stood a heavy-hearted little stranger in the same room in days gone by. His face was without a particle of red to relieve its uniform paleness. His eyes, large, dark, and languishing, were half hidden by unusually long lashes, his forehead broad and surmounted with clustering raven hair. A glossy moustache covered his lip and softened down its fullness. On the whole he was strikingly handsome, and none would pass him without a second look. Tea over, Miss Ada insisted that he should lie down upon the sofa again, while she sat by and bathed his head. "Have you seen your sister lately?" she asked. "No, Aunt Ada," he answered hesitatingly, whilst a look of annoyance darkened his face for a moment. "I've not been to visit her since last fall, almost a year." "Oh, Clarence, how can you remain so long away?" said she reproachfully. "Well, I can't go there with any comfort or pleasure," he answered apologetically. "I can't go there each year. As I visit the place, their ways seem more strange and irksome to me. Whilst enjoying her company, I must, of course, come in familiar contact with those by whom she is surrounded. Sustaining the position that I do, passing as I am for a white man, I am obliged to be very circumspect, and have often been compelled to give her pain by avoiding many of her dearest friends when I have encountered them in public places because of their complexion. I feel mean and cowardly whilst I'm doing it, but it is necessary. I can't be white and coloured at the same time. The two don't mingle, and I must consequently be one or the other. My education, habits, and ideas all unfit me for associating with the latter, and I live in constant dread that something may occur to bring me out with the former. I don't avoid coloured people because I esteem them my inferiors in refinement, education, or intelligence, but because they are subjected to degradations that I shall be compelled to share by too freely associating with them. It is a pity," continued he with a sigh, "that I was not suffered to grow up with them. Then I should have learnt to bear their burthens, and in the course of time might have walked over my path of life bearing the load almost unconsciously. Now it would crush me, I know. It was a great mistake to place me in my present false position," concluded he, bitterly. "It has cursed me. Only a day ago I had a letter from M. reproaching me for my coldness. Yet, God help me, what am I to do?" Miss Ada looked at him sorrowfully, and continued smoothing down his hair and inundating his temples with cologne. At last she ventured to inquire, "How do matters progress with you, Miss Bates? Clearly you have lost your heart there." "Too true," he replied hurriedly. "And what is more, little Bertie, I call her little Bertie, has lost hers too. Aunt Ada, we are engaged." "With her parents' consent?" she asked. "Yes, with her parents' consent. We are to be married in the coming winter." "Then they know all, of course. They know you are coloured," observed she. "They know all," cried he, starting up. "Who said they did? Who told them? Tell me that, I say. Who has dared to tell them I'm a coloured man?" "Hush, Clarence, hush," replied she, attempting to soothe him. "I do not know that any one has informed them. I only inferred so from your saying you were engaged. I thought you had informed them yourself. Don't you remember you wrote that you should, and I took it for granted that you had." "Oh, yes, yes, so I did. I fully intended to, but found myself too great a coward. I dare not. I cannot risk losing her. I'm fearful that if she knew it, she would throw me off forever." "Perhaps not, Clarence, if she loves you as she should. And even if she did, would it not be better that she should know it now, than have it discovered afterwards, and you both be rendered miserable for life?" "No, no, Aunt Ada, I cannot tell her. It must remain a secret until after our marriage. Then, if they find it out, it will be to their interest to smooth the matter over and keep quiet about it." "Clary, Clary, that is not honourable." "I know it, but how can I help it? Once or twice I thought of telling her, but my heart always failed me at the critical moment. It would kill me to lose her. Oh, I love her, Aunt Ada," said he passionately, "love her with all the energy and strength of my father's race, and all the doting tenderness of my mother's. I could have told her long ago, before my love had grown to its present towering strength, but craft set a seal upon my lips, and bid me be silent until her heart was fully mine, and then nothing could part us. Yet now, even when sure of her affections, the dread that her love would not stand the test compels me to shrink more than ever from the disclosure." "But, Clarence, you are not acting generously. I know your conscience does not approve your actions." "Don't I know that?" he answered almost fiercely. Yet I dare not tell. I must shut this secret in my bosom, where it gnaws, until it has almost eaten my heart away. Oh, I've thought of that, time and again. It has kept me awake night after night. It haunts me at all hours. It is breaking down my health and strength, wearing my very life out of me. No escaped galley slave ever felt more than I do, or lived in more constant fear of detection. And yet I must nourish this tormenting secret, and keep it growing in my breast until it has crowded out every honorable and manly feeling, and then perhaps after all my sufferings and sacrifice of candor and truth, out it will come at last when I least expect or think of it. Aunt Ada could not help weeping, and exclaimed commiseratingly, "My poor, poor boy," as he strode up and down the room. The whole family, except her, seem to have the deepest contempt for colored people. They are constantly making them a subject of bitter jests. They appear to have no more feeling or regard for them than if they were brutes. And I, continued he, I, miserable, contemptible, false-hearted knave, as I am, yes, I join them in their heartless jest, and wonder all the while my mother does not rise from her grave and curse me as I speak. "Oh, Clarence, Clarence, my dear child," cried the terrified Aunt Ada, "you talk deliriously. You have brooded over this until it has almost made you crazy. Come here, sit down." And seizing him by the arm, she drew him on the sofa beside her, and began to bathe his hot head with the cologne again. "Let me walk, Aunt Ada," said he, after a few moments. "Let me walk. I feel better whilst I am moving. I can't bear to be quiet." And forthwith he commenced striding up and down the room again, with nervous and hurried steps. After a few moments he burst out again. "It seems as if fresh annoyances and complications beset me every day. M. writes me that she is engaged. I was in hopes that, after I had married, I could persuade her to come and live with me, and so gradually break off her connection with colored people. But that hope is extinguished now. She is engaged to a colored man." Aunt Ada could see no remedy for this new difficulty, and could only say, "Indeed! I thought something of the kind would occur when I was last at home, and spoke to her on the subject, but she evaded giving me any definite answer. I think she was afraid to tell me. She has written asking my consent." "And will you give it?" asked Aunt Ada. "It will matter but little if I don't. M. has a will of her own, and I have no means of coercing her. Besides, I have no reasonable objection to urge. It would be folly in me to oppose it, simply because he is a colored man. For what am I myself? The only difference is that his identity with colored people is no secret, and he is not ashamed of it, whilst I conceal my origin, and live in constant dread that someone may find it out." When Clarence had finished, he continued to walk up and down the room, looking very careworn and gloomy. Miss Bell remained on the sofa, thoughtfully regarding him. At last she rose up and took his hand in hers, as she used to do when he was a boy, and walking beside him said, "The more I reflect upon it, the more necessary I regard it that you should tell this girl and her parents your real position before you marry her. Throw away concealment, make a clean breast of it. You may not be rejected when they find her heart is so deeply interested. If you marry her with this secret hanging over you, it will embitter your life, make you reserved, suspicious, and consequently ill-tempered, and destroy all your domestic happiness. Let me persuade you. Tell them ere it be too late. Suppose it reached them through some other source, what would they then think of you?" "Who else would tell them? Who else knows it? You, said he suspiciously. "You would not betray me. I thought you loved me, Aunt Ada." "Clarence, my dear boy," she rejoined, apparently hurt by his hasty and accusing tone, "you will mistake me. I have no such intention. If they are never to learn it except through me, your secret is perfectly safe. Yet I must tell you that I feel and think that the true way to promote her happiness and your own is for you to disclose to them your real position, and throw yourself upon their generosity for the result." Clarence pondered for a long time over Miss Bell's advice, which she again and again repeated, placing it each time before him in a stronger light, until at last she extracted from him a promise that he would do it. "I know you are right, Aunt Ada," said he. "I'm convinced of that. It is a question of courage with me. I know it would be more honorable for me to tell her now. I'll try to do it. I will make an effort and summon up the courage necessary. God be my helper." "That's a dear boy," she exclaimed, kissing him affectionately. "I know you will feel happier when it is all over, and even if she should break her engagement, you will be infinitely better off than if it was fulfilled and your secret subsequently discovered. Come now," she concluded, "I'm going to exert my old authority and send you to bed. Tomorrow perhaps you may see this in a more hopeful light." 2 days after this, Clarence was again in New York, amid the heat and dust of that crowded, bustling city. Soon after his arrival, he dressed himself and started for the mansion of Mr. Bates, trembling as he went for the result of the communication he was about to make. Once on the way, he paused, for the thought had occurred to him that he would write to them. Then, reproaching himself for his weakness and timidity, he started on again with renewed determination. "I'll see her myself," he soliloquized. "I'll tell little Bertie all, and know my fate from her own lips. If I must give her up, I'll know the worst from her." When Clarence was admitted, he would not permit himself to be announced, but walked tiptoe upstairs, and gently opening the drawing-room door, entered the room. Standing by the piano, turning over the leaves of some music, and merrily humming an air, was a young girl of extremely petite and delicate form. Her complexion was strikingly fair, and the rich curls of dark auburn that fell in clusters on her shoulders made it still more dazzling by the contrast presented. Her eyes were grey, inclining to black, her features small and not over-remarkable for their symmetry, yet by no means disproportionate. There was the sweetest of dimples on her small round chin, and her throat white and clear as the finest marble. The expression of her face was extremely childlike. She seemed more like a schoolgirl than a young woman of 18 on the eve of marriage. There was something deliriously airy and fairy-like in her motions, and as she slightly moved her feet in time to the music she was humming, her thin blue dress floated about her and undulated in harmony with her graceful motions. After gazing at her for a few moments, Clarence called gently, "Little Bertie." She gave a timid, joyous little cry of surprise and pleasure, and fluttered into his arms. "Oh, Clary, love, how you startled me! I did not dream there was any one in the room. It was so naughty in you," said she, childishly, as he pushed back the curls from her face and kissed her. "When did you arrive?" "Only an hour ago," he answered. "And you came here at once? Ah, that was so lover-like and kind," she rejoined, smiling. "You look like a sylph to-night, Anne," said he, as she danced about him. "Ah," he continued, and regarding her for a few seconds with a look of intense admiration, "you want to rivet my chains the tighter. You look most bewitching. Why are you so much dressed to-night? Jewels, sash, and satin slippers," he continued. "Are you going out?" "No, Clary," she answered. "I was to have gone to the theatre, but just at the last moment I decided not to. A singular desire to stay at home came over me suddenly. I had an instinctive feeling that I should lose some greater enjoyment if I went, so I remained at home, and here, love, are you. But what is the matter? You look sad and weary." "I'm a little fatigued," said he, seating himself and holding her hand in his. "A little weary, but that will soon wear off. And as for the sadness," concluded he with a forced smile, "that must depart now that I am with you, little Bertie." "I feel relieved that you have returned safe and well," said she, looking up into his face from her seat beside him. "For, Clary, love, I had such a frightful dream, such a singular dream about you. I've endeavoured to shake it out of my foolish little head, but it won't go, Clary. I can't get rid of it. It occurred after you left us at Saratoga. Oh, it was nothing, though," said she, laughing and shaking her curls. "Nothing, and now you are safely returned, I shall not think of it again. Tell me what you have seen since you went away, and how is that dear Aunt Ada of yours you talk so much about?" "Oh, she is quite well," answered he. "But tell me about that dream. What was it, Bertie? Come, tell me." "I don't care to," she answered with a slight shudder. "I don't want to, love." "Yes, yes, do, sweet," importuned he. "I want to hear it." "Then, if I must," said she, "I will. I dreamed that you and I were walking on a road together, and 'twas such a beautiful road, with flowers and fruit and lovely cottages on either side. I thought you held my hand. I felt it just as plain as I clasp yours now. Presently a rough, ugly man overtook us, and bid you let me go, and that you refused, and held me all the tighter. Then he gave you a diabolical look, and touched you on the face, and you broke out in loathsome black spots, and screamed in such agony, and frightened me so, that I awoke all in a shiver of terror, and did not get over it all the next day." Clarence clutched her hand tighter as she finished, so tight indeed that she gave a little scream of pain, and looked frightened at him. "What is the matter?" she inquired. Your hand is like ice, and you are paler than ever. You haven't let that trifling dream affect you so. It is nothing. I am superstitious in regard to dreams, said Clarence, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. Go, he asked faintly. Play me an air, love, something quick and lively to dispel this. I wish you had not told me. But you begged me to, said she, pouting, as she took her seat at the instrument. How ominous, muttered he, became covered with black spots. That is a foreshadowing. How can I tell her, he thought. It seems like wilfully destroying my own happiness. And he sat struggling with himself to obtain the necessary courage to fulfill the purpose of his visit, and became so deeply engrossed with his own reflections as to scarcely even hear the sound of the instrument. It is too bad, she cried as she ceased playing. Here I have performed some of your favourite airs, and that too without eliciting a word of commendation. You are inexpressibly dull tonight. Nothing seems to enliven you. What is the matter? Oh, rejoined he abstractedly, am I? I was not aware of it. Yes, you are, said little Bertie pettishly. Nothing seems to engage your attention. And skipping off to the table, she took up the newspaper and exclaimed, Let me read you something very curious. No, no, dear Anne, dear, interrupted he. Sit here by me. I want to say something serious to you, something of moment to us both. Then it's something very grave and dull, I know, she remarked, for that is the way people always begin. Now, I don't want to hear anything serious tonight. I want to be merry. You look serious enough, and if you begin to talk seriously, you'll be perfectly unbearable. You must hear what I am going to read to you first. And the little tyrant put her finger on his lip, and looked so bewitching that he could not refuse her, and the important secret hung on his lips, but was not spoken. Listen, said she, spreading out the paper before her, and running her tiny finger down the column. Ah, I have it, she exclaimed at last, and began. We learn from unimpeachable authority that the honourable man named, who represents a district of our city in the state legislature, was yesterday united to the quadroon daughter of the late Gustave Almont. She is said to be possessed of a large fortune, inherited from her father, and they propose going to France to reside, a sensible determination, as after such a mésalliance, the honourable gentleman can no longer expect to retain his former social position in our midst. New Orleans watchman. Isn't it singular, she remarked, that a man in his position should make such a choice? He loved her, no doubt, suggested Clarence, and she was almost white. How could he love her? Asked she, wonderingly. Love a coloured woman? I cannot conceive it possible, said she, with a look of disgust. There is something strange and unnatural about it. No, no, he rejoined hurriedly. It was love, and pure love. It is not impossible. I am coloured, he would have said, but he paused and looked full in her lovely face. He could not tell her. The words slunk back into his coward heart unspoken. She stared at him in wonder and perplexity, and exclaimed, Dear Clarence, how strangely you act. I'm afraid you are not well. Your brow is hot, said she, laying her hand on his forehead. You've been travelling too much for your strength. It is not that, he replied. I feel a sense of suffocation, as if all the blood was rushing to my throat. Let me get the air. And he rose and walked to the window. Anne hastened and brought him a glass of water, of which he drank a little, and then declared himself better. After this he stood for a long time with her clasped in his arms. Then, giving her one or two passionate kisses, he strained her closer to him, and abruptly left the house, leaving little Bertie startled and alarmed by his strange behaviour. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of the Garies and Their Friends by Frank Webb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Dear old S. again. Let us visit once more the room from which Mr. Walters and his friends made so brave a defence. There is but little in its present appearance to remind one of that eventful night. No reminiscences of that desperate attack, save the bullet hole in the ceiling, which Mr. Walters declares shall remain unfilled as an evidence of the marked attention he has received at the hands of his fellow citizens. There are several noticeable additions to the furniture of the apartment. Amongst them
an elegantly carved work stand upon which some unfinished articles of children's apparel are lying, a capacious rocking-chair, and grand piano. Then, opposite to the portrait of Toussaint, is suspended another picture which, no doubt, holds a higher position in the regard of the owner of the mansion than the African warrior aforesaid. It is a likeness of the lady who is sitting at the window, Mrs. Esther Walters, née Ellis. The brown baby in the picture is the little girl at her side, the elder sister of the other brown baby, who is doing its best to pull from its mother's lap the doll's dress upon which she is sewing. Yes, that is dear old S, as Charlie calls her yet, though why he will persist in applying the adjective, we are at a loss to determine. Esther looks anything but old, a trifle matronly, we admit, but old we emphatically say she is not. Her hair is parted plainly, and the tiniest of all tiny caps sits at the back of her head, looking as if it felt it had no business on such raven black hair, and ought to be ignominiously dragged off without one word of apology. The face and form are much more round and full, and the old placid expression has been undisturbed in the lapse of years. The complexion of the two children was a sort of compromise between the complexions of their parents, chubby-faced, chestnut-colored, curly-headed, rollicking little pests, who would never be quiet, and whose little black buttons of eyes were always peering into something, and whose little plugs of fingers would, in spite of every precaution to prevent, be diving into mother's work-box and various other highly inconvenient and inappropriate places. "There," said Esther, putting the last stitch into a doll she had been manufacturing. "Now take sister and go away and play." But little sister, it appeared, did not wish to be taken, and she made the best of her way off, holding on by the chairs, and tottering over the grey gulfs between them, until she succeeded in reaching the music-stand, where she paused for a while before beginning to destroy the music. Just at this critical juncture a young lady entered the room, and held up her hands in horror, and baby hastened off as fast as her toddling limbs could carry her, and buried her face in her mother's lap in great consternation. Emily Gary made 2 or 3 slight feints of an endeavor to catch her, and then sat down by the little one's mother and gave a deep sigh. "Have you answered your brother's letter?" asked Esther. "Yes, I have," she replied. "Here it is," and she laid the letter in Esther's lap. Baby made a desperate effort to obtain it, but suffered a signal defeat, and her mother opened it and read: "Dear brother, I read your chilling letter with deep sorrow. I cannot say that it surprised me. It is what I have anticipated during the many months that I have been silent on the subject of my marriage. Yet when I read it, I could not but feel a pang to which heretofore I have been a stranger. Clarence, you know, I love you, and should not make the sacrifice you demand a test of my regard. True, I cannot say, most heartily I regret it, that there exists between us the same extravagant fondness we cherished as children, but that is no fault of mine. Did you not return to me each year colder and colder, more distant and unbrotherly, until you drove back to their source the gushing streams of a sister's love that flowed so strongly towards you? You asked me to resign Charles Ellis and come to you. What can you offer me in exchange for his true manly affection? To what purpose drive from my heart a love that has been my only solace, only consolation for your waning regard? We have grown up together. He has been warm and kind when you were cold and indifferent, and now that he claims the reward of long years of tender regard, and my own heart is conscious that he deserves it, you would step between us and forbid me yield the recompense that it will be my pride and delight to bestow. It grieves me to write it, yet I must, Clary, for between brother and sister there is no need of concealments, and particularly at such a time should everything be open, clear, explicit. Do not think I wish to reproach you. What you are, Clarence, your false position and unfortunate education have made you. I write it with pain. Your demand seems extremely selfish. I fear it is not of me, but of yourself you are thinking, when you ask me to sever, at once and forever, my connection with a people who, you say, can only degrade me. Yet how much happier am I, sharing their degradation, than you appear to be? Is it regard for me that induces the desire that I should share the life of constant dread that I cannot but feel you endure? Or do you fear that my present connections will interfere with your own plans for the future? Even did I grant it was my happiness alone you had in view, my objections would be equally strong. I could not forego the claims of early friendship, and estrange myself from those who have endeared themselves to me by long years of care, nor pass coldly and unrecognizingly by playmates and acquaintances, because their complexions were a few shades darker than my own. This I could never do. To me it seems ungrateful, yet I would not reproach you because you can, for the circumstances by which you have been surrounded have conspired to produce that result, and I presume you regard such conduct as necessary to sustain you in your present position. From the tenor of your letter I should judge that you entertain some fear that I might compromise you with your future bride, and intimate that my choice may deprive you of yours. Surely that need not be. She need not even know of my existence. Do not entertain a fear that I or my future husband will ever interfere with your happiness by thrusting ourselves upon you, or endanger your social position by proclaiming our relationship. Our paths lie so widely apart that they need never cross. You walk on the side of the oppressor. I, thank God, am with the oppressed. I am happy, more happy, I'm sure, than you could make me, even by surrounding me with the glittering lights that shine upon your path, and which, alas, may one day go suddenly out and leave you wearily groping in the darkness. I trust, dear brother, my words may not prove a prophecy, yet should they be, trust me, Clarence, you may come back again, and a sister's heart will receive you none the less warmly that you selfishly desired her to sacrifice the happiness of a lifetime to you. I shall marry Charles Ellis. I ask you to come and see us united. I shall not reproach you if you do not, yet I shall feel strange without a single relative to kiss or bless me in that most eventful hour of a woman's life. God bless you, Clary. I trust your union may be as happy as I anticipate my own will be, and if it is not, it will not be because it has lacked the earnest prayers of your neglected but still loving sister. Esther, I thought I was too cold in that. Tell me, do you think so? No, dear, not at all. I think it is a most affectionate reply to a cold, selfish letter. Oh, I am glad to hear you say that. I can trust better to your tenderness of others' feelings than to my own heart. I felt strongly, Esther, and was fearful that it might be too harsh or reproachful. I was anxious lest my feelings should be too strikingly displayed, yet it was better to be explicit. Don't you think so? Undoubtedly, answered Esther, and handing back the letter, she took up baby and seated herself in the rocking-chair. Now baby had a prejudice against caps, inveterate and unconquerable, and Grandmamma, nurse, and Esther were compelled to bear the brunt of her antipathies. We have before said that Esther's cap looked as though it felt itself in an inappropriate position, that it had got on the head of the wrong individual, and baby, no doubt, in deference to the cap's feelings, tore it off and threw it in the half-open piano, from whence it was extricated with great detriment to the delicate lace. Emily took a seat near the window, and drawing her work-table towards her, raised the lid, this presenting another opening for baby. She slid down from her mother's lap and hastened towards her. She just arrived in time to see it safely closed, and toddled back to her mother, as happy as if she had succeeded in running riot over its contents and scattering them all over the floor. Emily kept looking down the street as though in anxious expectation of somebody, and while she stood there, there was an opportunity of observing how little she had changed in the length of years. She is little M, magnified, with a trifle less of the child in her face. Her hair has a slight kink, is a little more wavy than is customary in persons of entire white blood, but in no other way is her extraction perceptible. Only the initiated, searching for evidences of African blood, would at all notice this slight peculiarity. Her expectation was no doubt about to be gratified, for a smile broke over her face as she left the window and skipped downstairs. When she re-entered, she was accompanied by her intended husband. There was great commotion amongst the little folk in consequence of this new arrival. Baby kicked and screamed out "Unker Char," and went almost frantic because her dress became entangled in the buckle of her mamma's belt, and her sister received a kiss before she could be extricated. Charlie is greatly altered. He is tall, remarkably athletic, with a large, handsomely shaped head, covered with close-cut, woolly hair, high forehead, heavy eyebrows, large nose, and a mouth of ordinary size, filled with beautifully white teeth, which he displays at almost every word he speaks, chin broad, and the whole expression of his face thoughtful and commanding, yet replete with good humour. No one would call him handsome, yet there was something decidedly attractive in his general appearance. No one would recognize him as the Charlie of old, whose escapades had so destroyed the comfort and harmony of Mrs. Thomas's establishment, and only once, when he held up the baby and threatened to let her tear the paper ornaments from the chandelier, was there a twinkle of the Charlie of old looking out of his eyes. "How are mother and father to-day?" asked Esther. "Oh, both well. I left them only a few minutes ago at the dinner table. I had to hurry off to go to the office." "So I perceive," observed Esther archly, "and of course coming here, which is 4 squares out of your way, will get you there much sooner." Emily blushed and said smilingly, Esther was a very impertinent person, and in this opinion Charlie fully concurred. They then walked to the window, where they stood saying, no doubt to each other, those little tender things which are so profoundly interesting to lovers, and so exceedingly stupid to every one else. Baby, in high glee, was seated on Charlie's shoulder, where she could clutch both hands in his hair and pull until the tears almost started from his eyes. "Emily and you have been talking a long while, and I presume you have fully decided on what day you are both to be rescued from your misery, and when I am to have the exquisite satisfaction of having my house completely turned upside down for your mutual benefit," said Esther. "I trust it will be as soon as possible, as we cannot rationally expect that either of you will be bearable until it is all over, and you find yourselves ordinary mortals again. Come now, out with it. When is it to be?" "I say next week," cried Charlie. "Next week, indeed," hastily rejoined Emily. "I could not think of such a thing. So abrupt." "So abrupt," repeated Charlie with a laugh. "Why, haven't I been courting you ever since I wore roundabouts, and hasn't everybody been expecting us to be married every week within the last 2 years? Fie, Em, it's anything but abrupt." Emily blushed still deeper and looked out of the window, down the street and up the street, but did not find anything in the prospect at either side that at all assisted her to come to a decision. So she only became more confused and stared the harder. At last she ventured to suggest that day 2 months. "This day 2 months outrageous," said Charlie. "Come here, dear old S, and help me to convince this deluded girl of the preposterous manner in which she is conducting herself." "I must join her side if you will bring me into the discussion. I think she is right, Charlie. There is so much to be done, the house to procure and furnish, and numberless other things that you hasty and absurd men know nothing about." By dint of strong persuasion from Charlie, Emily finally consented to abate 2 weeks of the time, and they decided that a family council should be held that evening at Mrs. Ellis's, when the whole arrangement should be definitely settled. A note was accordingly dispatched by Esther to her mother that she, accompanied by Emily and the children, would come to them early in the afternoon, and that the gentlemen would join them in the evening at tea-time. Caddy was of course completely upset by the intelligence, for notwithstanding that she and the maid-of-all-work lived in an almost perpetual state of house-cleaning, nothing appeared to her to be in order, and worse than all, there was nothing to eat. "Nothing to eat!" exclaimed Mrs. Ellis. "Why, my dear child, there are all manner of preserves, plenty of fresh peaches to cut and sugar down, and a large pound cake in the house, and any quantity of bread can be purchased at the baker's." "Bread, plain bread?" rejoined Caddy, indignantly, quite astonished at her mother's modest idea of a tea, and a company tea at that. Do you think, mother, I'd set Mr. Walters down to plain bread, when we always have hot rolls and shortcake at their house? It is not to be thought of for a moment. I must have some kind of hot cake, be the consequences what they may. Caddy bustled herself about and hurried up the maid-of-all-work in an astonishing manner, and before the company arrived had everything prepared and looked as trim and neat herself as if she had never touched a rolling-pin, and did not know what an oven was used for. Behold them all assembled, Mrs. Ellis at the head of the table, with a grandchild on each side of her, and her cap strings pinned upon the side next to baby. Esther sits opposite her husband, who is grown a little gray, but otherwise is not in the least altered. Next her is her father, almost buried in a large easy-chair, where he sits, shaking his head from time to time, and smiling vacantly at the children. Then come Emily and Charlie at the foot, and at his other hand Caddy and Kinch. Kinch the invincible, Kinch the dirty, Kinch the mischievous, now metamorphosed into a full-blown dandy, with faultless linen, elegant vest, and fashionably cut coat. Oh, Kinch, what a change! From the most shabby and careless of all boys to a consummate exquisite, with heavy gold watch and eyeglasses, and who has been known to dress regularly twice a day. There was a mighty pouring out of tea at Mrs. Ellis's end of the table, and baby, of course, had to be served first with some milk and bread. Between her and the cat intimate relations seemed to exist, for by their united efforts the first cat was soon disposed of, and baby was clamoring for the second before the elder portions of the family had been once served round with tea. Charlie and Emily ate little and whispered a great deal, but Kinch, the voracity of whose appetite had not at all diminished in the length of years, makes up for their abstinence by devouring the delicious round shortcakes with astonishing rapidity. He did not pretend to make more than 2 bites to a cake, and they slipped away down his throat as if it was a railroad tunnel, and they were a train of cars behind time. Caddy felt constrained to get up every few moments to look after something, and to assure herself by personal inspection that the reserved supplies in the kitchen were not likely to be exhausted. Esther occupied herself in attending upon her helpless father, and fed him as tenderly and carefully as if he was one of her babies. "I left you ladies in council what was decided," said Charlie. "Don't be at all bashful as regards speaking before Kinch, for he is in the secret, and has been these 2 months. Kinch is to be groomsman, and has had 3 tailors at work on his suit for a fortnight past. He told me this morning that if you did not hurry matters up, his wedding coat would be a week out of fashion before he should get a chance to wear it." "How delightful, Kinch, to be groomsman," said Esther. "That is very kind in you, Kinch, to assist us to get Charlie off our hands." "And who is to be bridesmaid?" asked Walters. "Oh, Caddy, of course. I couldn't have any one but Caddy," blushingly answered Emily. "That is capital," cried Charlie, giving Kinch a facetious poke. "Just the thing, isn't it, Kinch? It will get her accustomed to these matters. You remember what you told me this morning, old boy?" he concluded archly. Kinch tried to blush, but being very dark complexioned, his efforts in that direction were not at all apparent, so he evidenced his confusion by cramming a whole shortcake into his mouth, and almost caused a stoppage in the tunnel. Caddy became excessively red in the face, and was sure they wanted more cakes. But Mr. Walters was equally confident they did not, and put his back against the door and stood there, whilst Mrs. Ellis gravely informed them that she soon expected to be her own housekeeper, for that she had detected Caddy and Kinch in a furniture establishment pricing a chest of drawers and a washstand, and that Kinch had unblushingly told her they had for some time been engaged to be married, but somehow or other had forgotten to mention it to her. This caused a general shout of laughter around the table, in which baby tumultuously joined, and rattled her spoon against the tea urn until she almost deafened them. This noise frightened Mr. Ellis, who cried, "There they come, there they come," and cowered down in his great chair, and looked so exceedingly terrified that the noise was hushed instantly, and tears sprang into the eyes of dear old S., who rose and stood by him, and laid his withered face upon her soft warm bosom, smoothed down the thin gray hair, and held him close to her throbbing tender heart, until the wild light vanished from his bleared and sunken eyes, and the vacant childish smile came back on his thin wan face again, when she said, "Pray don't laugh so very loud. It alarms father. He is composed now. Pray don't startle him so again." This sobered them down a little, and they quietly recommenced discussing the matrimonial arrangements. But they were all in such capital spirits that an occasional hearty and good-humoured laugh could not be suppressed. Mr. Walters acted in his usual handsome manner, and facetiously collaring Charlie, took him into a corner, and informed him that he had an empty house that he wished him to occupy, and that if he ever whispered the word rent, or offered him any money before he was worth $20,000, he should believe that he wanted to pick a quarrel with him, and should refer him to a friend, and then pistols and coffee would be the inevitable result. Then it came out that Caddy and Kinch had been courting for some time, if not with Mrs. Ellis's verbal consent, with at least no objection from that good lady; for Master Kinch, besides being an exceedingly good-natured fellow, was very snug in his boots, and had a good many $1,000 at his disposal, bequeathed him by his father. The fates had conspired to make that old gentleman rich. He owned a number of lots on the outskirts of the city, on which he had been paying taxes a number of years, and he awoke one fine morning to find them worth a large sum of money, the city council having determined to cut a street just beside them, and the property all around being in the hands of wealthy and fashionable people. His own proved to be exceedingly valuable. It was a sad day for the old man, as Kinch and his mother insisted that he should give up business, which he did most reluctantly, and Kinch had to be incessantly on the watch thereafter to prevent him from hiring cellars and sequestering their old clothes to set up in business again. They were both gone now, and Kinch was his own master, with a well-secured income of $1,000 a year, with a prospect of a large increase. They talked matters over fully, and settled all their arrangements before the time for parting, and then finding the baby had scrambled into Mrs. Ellis's lap, and gone fast asleep, and that it was long after 10 o'clock, each departed, taking their several ways for home. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Garies and Their Friends by Frank Webb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33 The Fatal Discovery. There is great bustle and confusion in the house of Mr. Bates. Mantua makers and milliners are coming in at unearthly hours, and consultations of deep importance are being duly held with maiden aunts and the young ladies who are to officiate as bridesmaids at the approaching ceremony. There are daily excursions to drapers' establishments and jewellers, and in fact so much to be done and thought of that little Bertie is in constant confusion, and her dear little curly head is almost turned topsy-turvy. 20 times in each day is she called upstairs to where the seamstresses are at work, to have something tried on or fitted. Poor little Bertie! She declares she never can stand it. She did not dream that to be married she would have been subjected to such a world of trouble, or she would never have consented. Never. And then Clarence, too, comes in every morning, and remains half the day, teasing her to play, to talk, or sing. Inconsiderate Clarence, when she has so much on her mind, and when at last he goes, and she begins to facilitate herself that she is rid of him, back he comes again in the evening, and repeats the same annoyance. Oh, naughty, tiresome Clarence! How can you plague little Bertie so? Perhaps you think she doesn't dislike it. You may be right. Very likely she doesn't. She sometimes wonders why he grows paler and thinner each day, and his nervous and sometimes distracted manner teases her dreadfully. But she supposes all lovers act thus, and expects they cannot help it, and then little Bertie takes a sly peep in the glass, and does not so much wonder after all. Yet if she sometimes deems his manner startling and odd, what would she say if she knew that night after night, when he left her side, he wandered for long hours through the cold and dreary streets, and then went to his hotel, where he paced his room until almost day? Ah, little Bertie, a smile will visit his pale face when you chirp tenderly to him, and a faint tinge comes upon his cheek when you lay your soft tiny hand upon it, yet all the while there is that desperate secret lying next his heart, and like a vampire sucking away drop by drop happiness and peace. Not so with little birdie. She is happy, oh, so happy. She rises with a song upon her lips, and is chirping in the sunshine she herself creates the livelong day. Flowers of innocence bloom and flourish in her peaceful, lissome heart. Poor, poor little birdie! Those flowers are destined to wither soon, and the sunlight fade from thy happy face forever. One morning Clarence, little birdie, and her intended bridesmaid Miss Elstow were chatting together, when a card was handed to the latter, who on looking at it exclaimed, "Oh dear me, an old beau of mine, show him up," and scampering off to the mirror, she gave a hasty glance to see that every curl was in its effective position. "Who is it?" asked little birdie, all alive with curiosity. "Do say who it is." "Hush," whispered Miss Elstow. "Here he comes, my dear. He is very rich. A great catch. Are my curls all right?" Scarcely had she asked the question, and before an answer could be returned, the servant announced Mr. George Stevens, and the gentleman walked into the room. Start not, reader, it is not the old man we left bent over the prostrate form of his unconscious daughter, but George Stevens, Jr., the son and heir of the old man aforesaid. The heart of Clarence almost ceased to beat at the sound of that well-known name, and had not both the ladies been so engrossed in observing the new-comer, they must have noticed the deep flush that suffused his face, and the deathly pallor that succeeded it. Mr. Stevens was presented to Miss Bates, and Miss Elstow turned to present him to Clarence. "Mr. Gary, Mr. Stevens," said she. Clarence bowed. "Pardon me, I did not catch the name," said the former politely. "Mr. Clarence Gary," she repeated more distinctly. George Stevens bowed, and then sitting down opposite Clarence, eyed him for a few moments intently. "I think we have met before," said he at last, in a cold, contemptuous tone, not unmingled with surprise. "Have we not?" Clarence endeavoured to answer, but could not. He was for a moment incapable of speech. A slight gurgling noise was heard in his throat as he bowed affirmatively. "We were neighbours at one time, I think," added George Stevens. "We were," faintly ejaculated Clarence. "It is a great surprise to me to meet you here," pursued George Stevens. "The surprise is mutual, I assure you, sir," rejoined Clarence, coldly and with slightly agitated manner. Hereupon ensued an embarrassing pause in the conversation, during which the ladies could not avoid observing the livid hue of Clarence's face. There was a perfect tumult raging in his breast. He knew that now his long treasured secret would be brought out. This was to be the end of his struggle to preserve it, to be exposed at last, when on the brink of consummating his happiness. As he sat there looking at George Stevens, he became a murderer in his heart, and if an invisible dagger could have been placed in his hands, he would have driven it to the hilt in his breast, and stilled forever the tongue that was destined to betray him. But it was too late. One glance at the contemptuous, malignant face of the son of his father's murderer told him his fate was sealed, that it was now too late to avert exposure. He grew faint, dizzy, ill, and rising, declared hurriedly he must go, staggered towards the door, and fell upon the carpet with a slight stream of blood spurting from his mouth. Little birdie screamed and ran to raise him. George Stevens and Miss Elstow gave their assistance, and by their united efforts he was placed upon the sofa. Little birdie wiped the bloody foam from his mouth with her tiny lace handkerchief, bathed his head, and held cold water to his lips, but consciousness was long returning, and they thought he was dying. Poor torn heart! Pity it was thy beatings were not still then forever. It was not thy fate. Long, long months of grief and despair were yet to come before the end approached, and day again broke upon thee. Just at this crisis Mr. Bates came in, and was greatly shocked and alarmed by Clarence's deathly appearance. As he returned to consciousness, he looked wildly about him, and clasping little birdie's hand in his, gazed at her with a tender, imploring countenance. Yet it was a despairing look, such a one as a shipwrecked seaman gives when, in sight of land, he slowly relaxes his hold upon the sustaining spar that he has no longer the strength to clutch, and sinks forever beneath the waters. A physician was brought in who declared he had ruptured a minor blood vessel and would not let him utter a whisper, and, assisted by Mr. Bates, placed him in his carriage, and the three were driven as swiftly as possible to the hotel where Clarence was staying. Little Bertie retired to her room in great affliction, followed by Miss Elstow, and George Stevens was left in the room alone. "What can the fellow have been doing here?" he soliloquized. "On intimate terms, too, apparently. It is very singular. I will wait Miss Elstow's return and ask an explanation." When Miss Elstow re-entered the room, he immediately inquired what was that Mr. Gary doing here. "He seems on an exceedingly intimate footing, and your friend apparently takes a wonderful interest in him." "Of course she does. That is her fiancé." "Impossible," rejoined he, with an air of astonishment. "Impossible? Why so? I assure you he is. They are to be married in a few weeks. I'm here to officiate as bridesmaid." Few whistled. George Stevens, and then, after pausing a moment, he asked, "Do you know anything about this Mr. Gary? Anything, I mean, respecting his family?" "Why, no. That is, nothing very definite more than that. He is an orphan, and a gentleman of education and independent means." "Humph!" ejaculated George Stevens, significantly. "Humph!" repeated Miss Elstow. "What do you mean? Do you know anything beyond that? One might suppose you did, from your significant looks and gestures." "Yes, I do know something about this Mr. Gary," he replied, after a short silence. "But tell me, what kind of people are these you are visiting? Abolitionists, or anything of that sort?" "How absurd, Mr. Stevens, to ask such a question. Of course they are not," said she, indignantly. "Do you suppose I should be here if they were? But why do you ask? Is this Mr. Gary one?" "No, my friend," answered her visitor. "I wish that was all." "That was all? How strangely you talk. You alarm me," continued she with considerable agitation. "If you know anything that will injure the happiness of my friend, anything respecting Mr. Gary that she or her father should know, make no secret of it, but disclose it to me at once. Anne is my dearest friend, and I, of course, must be interested in anything that concerns her happiness. Tell me, what is it you know?" "It is nothing, I assure you, that it will give me any pleasure to tell," answered he. "Do speak out, Mr. Stevens. Is there any stain on his character, or that of his family? Did he ever do anything dishonourable?" "I wish that was all," coolly repeated George Stevens. "I'm afraid he is a villain, and has been imposing himself upon this family for what he is not." "Good heavens, Mr. Stevens, how is he a villain or impostor?" "You all suppose him to be a white man, do you not?" he asked. "Of course we do," she promptly answered. "Then you are all grievously mistaken, for he is not. Did you not notice how he changed colour, how agitated he became when I was presented? It was because he knew that his exposure was at hand. I know him well. In fact, he is the illegitimate son of a deceased relative of mine, by a mulatto slave." "It cannot be possible!" exclaimed Miss Elstow, with a wild stare of astonishment. "Are you sure of it?" "Sure of it? Of course I am. I should indeed be a rash man to make such a terrible charge unless perfectly able to substantiate it. I have played with him frequently when a child, and my father made a very liberal provision for this young man and his sister after the death of their father, who lost his life through imprudently living with this woman in Philadelphia, and consequently getting himself mixed up with these detestable abolitionists." "Can this be true?" asked Miss Elstow, incredulously. "I assure you it is. We had quite lost sight of them for a few years back, and I little supposed we should meet under such circumstances. I fear I shall be the cause of great discomfort, but I'm sure in the end I shall be thanked. I could not, with any sense of honour or propriety, permit such a thing as this marriage to be consummated without at least warning your friends of the real position of this fellow." "I trust, Miss Elstow, you will inform them of what I have told you." "How can I? Oh, Mr. Stevens," said she, in a tone of deep distress, "this will be a terrible blow. It will almost kill Anne. No, no, the task must not devolve on me. I cannot tell them. Poor little thing, it will break her heart, I am afraid." "Oh, but you must, Miss Elstow. It would seem very impertinent in me, a stranger, to meddle in such a matter. And besides, they may be aware of it, and not thank me for my interference." "No, I assure you they are not. I'm confident they have not the most distant idea of such a thing. They would undoubtedly regard it as an act of kindness on your part. I shall insist upon your remaining until the return of Mr. Bates, when I shall beg you to repeat to him what you have already revealed to me." "As you insist upon it, I suppose I must," repeated he, after some reflection. "But I must say I do not like the office of informer," concluded he with assumed reluctance. "I'm sorry to impose it upon you, yet rest assured they will thank you. Excuse me for a few moments. I will go and see how Anne is." Miss Elstow returned after a short interval with the information that little Bertie was much more composed, and would, no doubt, soon recover from her fright. "To receive a worse blow," observed George Stevens. "I pity the poor little thing. Only to think of the disgrace of being engaged to a nigger. It is fortunate for them they will make the discovery ere it be too late. Heavens, only think what the consequences might have been had she married this fellow, and his peculiar position became known to them afterwards. She would have been completely done for." Thus conversing respecting Clarence, they awaited the return of Mr. Bates. After the lapse of a couple of hours he entered the drawing-room. Mr. Stevens was presented to him by Miss Elstow as a particular friend of herself and family. "I believe you were here when I came in before. I regret I was obliged to leave so abruptly," courteously spoke Mr. Bates, whilst bowing to his new acquaintance. "The sudden and alarming illness of my young friend will, I trust, be a sufficient apology." "How is he now?" asked Miss Elstow. "Better, much better," answered he cheerfully, "but very wild and distracted in his manner. Alarmingly so, in fact. He clung to my hand and wrung it when we parted, and bid me good-bye again and again, as if it was for the last time. Poor fellow, he is frightened at that hemorrhage, and is afraid it will be fatal, but there is not any danger. He only requires to be kept quiet. He will soon come round again, no doubt. I shall have to ask you to excuse me again," said he. "In conclusion, I must go and see my daughter." Mr. Bates was rising to depart, when George Stevens gave Miss Elstow a significant look, who said in a hesitating tone, "Mr. Bates, one moment before you go. My friend, Mr. Stevens, has a communication to make to you respecting Mr. Gary, which will, I fear, cause you, as it already has me, deep distress." "Indeed," rejoined Mr. Bates, in a tone of surprise. "What is it? Nothing that reflects upon his character, I hope." "I do not know how my information will influence your conduct towards him, for I do not know what your sentiments may be respecting such persons. I know society in general do not receive them, and my surprise was very great to find him here." "I do not understand you. What do you mean?" demanded Mr. Bates, in a tone of perplexity. "Has he ever committed any crime?" "He is a colored man," answered George Stevens briefly. Mr. Bates became almost purple, and gasped for breath. Then, after staring at his informant for a few seconds incredulously, repeated the words "colored man" in a dreamy manner, as if in doubt whether he had really heard them. "Yes, colored man," said George Stevens confidently. "It grieves me to be the medium of such disagreeable intelligence, and I assure you I only undertook the office upon the representation of Miss Elstow that you were not aware of the fact, and would regard my communication as an act of kindness." It can't be," exclaimed Mr. Bates, with the air of a man determined not to be convinced of a disagreeable truth. "It cannot be possible." Hereupon George Stevens related to him what he had recently told Miss Elstow respecting the parentage and position of Clarence. During the narration the old man became almost frantic with rage and sorrow, bursting forth once or twice with the most violent exclamations, and when George Stevens concluded, he rose and said in a husky voice, "I'll kill him, the infernal hypocrite! Oh, the impostor, to come to my house in this nefarious manner and steal the affections of my daughter! The devilish villain! A bastard, a contemptible, black-hearted nigger! Oh, my child, my child! It will break your heart when you know what deep disgrace has come upon you. I'll go to him," added he, his face flushed, and his white hair almost erect with rage. "I'll murder him. There's not a man in the city will blame me for it." And he grasped his cane as though he would go at once and inflict summary vengeance upon the offender. "Stop, sir, don't be rash," exclaimed George Stevens. "I would not screen this fellow from the effects of your just and very natural indignation. He is abundantly worthy of the severest punishment you can bestow. But if you go in your present excited state, you might be tempted to do something which would make this whole affair public, and injure thereby your daughter's future. You'll pardon me, I trust, and not think me presuming upon my short acquaintance in making the suggestion." Mr. Bates looked about him bewilderedly for a short time, and then replied, "No, no, you need not apologize. You are right. I thank you. I myself should have known better. But my poor child, what will become of her?" And in an agony of sorrow he resumed his seat and buried his face in his hands. George Stevens prepared to take his departure, but Mr. Bates pressed him to remain. "In a little while," said he, "I shall be more composed, and then I wish you to go with me to this worthless scoundrel. I must see him at once, and warn him what the consequences will be should he dare approach my child again. Don't fear me," he added, as he saw George Stevens hesitated to remain. "That whirlwind of passion is over now. I promise you I shall do nothing unworthy of myself or my child." It was not long before they departed together for the hotel at which Clarence was staying. When they entered his room, they found him in his bed, with the miniature of little Bertie in his hands. When he observed the dark scowl on the face of Mr. Bates, and saw by whom he was accompanied, he knew his secret was discovered. He saw it was written on their faces. He trembled like a leaf, and his heart seemed like a lump of ice in his bosom. Mr. Bates was about to speak, when Clarence held up his hand in the attitude of one endeavoring to ward off a blow, and whispered hoarsely, "Don't tell me, not yet. A little longer. I see you know all. I see my sentence written on your face. Let me dream a little longer ere you speak the words that must forever part me and little Bertie. I know you have come to separate us, but don't tell me yet, for when you do," said he in an agonized tone, "it will kill me." "I wish to God it would," rejoined Mr. Bates. "I wish you had died long ago. Then you would have never come beneath my roof to destroy its peace forever. You have acted basely, palming yourself upon us, counterfeit as you were, and taking in exchange her true love and my honest, honorable regard." Clarence attempted to speak, but Mr. Bates glared at him, and continued, "There are laws to punish thieves and counterfeits, but such as you may go unchastised, except by the abhorrence of all honorable men. Had you been unaware of your origin, and had the revelation of this gentleman been as new to you as to me, you would have deserved sympathy. But you have been acting a lie, claiming a position in society to which you knew you had no right, and deserve execration and contempt. Did I treat you as my feelings dictated, you would understand what it meant by the weight of a father's anger. But I do not wish the world to know that my daughter has been wasting her affections upon a worthless nigger. That is all that protects you. Now hear me," he added fiercely. "If ever you presume to darken my door again, or attempt to approach my daughter, I will shoot you, as sure as you sit there before me." "And serve you perfectly right," observed George Stevens. "Silence, sir," rejoined Clarence sternly. "How dare you interfere? He may say what he likes, reproach me as he pleases. He is her father. I have no other reply. But if you dare again to utter a word, I'll—" And Clarence paused and looked about him as if in search of something with which to enforce silence. Feeble-looking as he was, there was an air of determination about him which commanded acquiescence, and George Stevens did not venture upon another observation during the interview. "I want my daughter's letters, every line she ever wrote to you. Get them at once." "I want them now," said Mr. Bates, imperatively. "I cannot give them to you immediately. They are not accessible at present." "Does she want them?" he asked feebly. "Has she desired to have them back?" "Never mind that," said the old man sternly. "No evasions. Give me the letters." "To-morrow I will send them," said Clarence. "I will read them all over once again," thought he. "I cannot believe you," said Mr. Bates. "I promise you upon my honour I will send them to-morrow." "A nigger's honour!" rejoined Mr. Bates, with a contemptuous sneer. "Yes, sir, a nigger's honour," repeated Clarence, the colour mounting to his pale cheeks. "A few drops of nigger blood in a man's veins do not entirely deprive him of noble sentiments. 'Tis true, my past concealment does not argue in my favour. I concealed that which was no fault of my own, but what the injustice of society has made a crime. I am not here for discussion, and I suppose I must trust to your honour," interrupted Mr. Bates, with a sneer. "But remember, if the letters are not forthcoming to-morrow, I shall be here again. And then," concluded he in a threatening tone, "my visit will not be as harmless as this has been." After they had gone, Clarence rose and walked feebly to his desk, which, with great effort and risk, he removed to the bedside. Then, taking from it little Bertie's letters, he began their perusal. "I read them again, and yet again, pore over their contents, dwell on those passages replete with tenderness, until every word is stamped upon thy breaking heart. Linger by them as the weary traveller amid Sahara's sand pauses by some sparkling fountain in a shady oasis, tasting of its pure waters ere he launches forth again upon the arid waste beyond. This is the last green spot upon thy way of death, beyond whose grim portals, let us believe, thou and thy little birdie may meet again. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of the Garies and Their Friends by Frank Webb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34 Murder Will Out. The city clocks had just tolled out the hour of 12. The last omnibus had rumbled by, and the silence without was broken only at rare intervals when some belated citizen passed by with hurried footsteps towards his home. All was still in the house of Mr. Stevens, so quiet that the ticking of the large clock in the hall could be distinctly heard at the top of the stairway, breaking the solemn stillness of the night with its monotonous click, 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 click. In a richly furnished chamber overlooking the street, a dim light was burning, so dimly, in fact, that the emaciated form of Mr. Stevens was scarcely discernible amidst the pillows and covering of the bed on which he was lying. Above him a brass head of curious workmanship held in its clenched teeth the canopy that overshadowed the bed, and as the light occasionally flickered and brightened, the curiously carved face seemed to light up with a sort of sardonic grin, and the grating of the curtain rings as the sick man tossed from side to side in his bed would have suggested the idea that the odd supporter of the canopy was gnashing his brazen teeth at him. On the wall, immediately opposite the light, hung a portrait of Mrs. Stevens, not the sharp, hard face we once introduced to the reader, but a smoother, softer countenance, yet a worn and melancholy one in its expression. It looked as if the waves of grief had beaten upon it for a long succession of years, until they had tempered down its harsher peculiarities, giving a subdued appearance to the whole countenance. "There is 12 o'clock. Give me my drops again, Lizzie," he remarked faintly. At the sound of his voice, Lizzie emerged from behind the curtains and essayed to pour into a glass the proper quantity of medicine. She was twice obliged to pour back into the phial what she had just emptied forth, as the trembling of her hands caused her each time to drop too much. At last, having succeeded in getting the exact number of drops, she handed him the glass, the contents of which he eagerly drank. "There," said he, "thank you. Now perhaps I may sleep. I've not slept for 2 nights. Such has been my anxiety about that man. Nor you either, my child. I have kept you awake also. You can sleep, though, without drops. Tomorrow, when you are prepared to start, wake me if I am asleep, and let me speak to you before you go. Remember, Lizzie, frighten him if you can. Tell him I'm ill myself, that I can't survive this continued worriment and annoyance. Tell him, moreover, I'm not made of gold, and will not be always giving. I don't believe he is sick. Dying, do you?" he asked, looking into her face as though he did not anticipate an affirmative answer. "No, father, I don't think he is really ill. I imagine it is another subterfuge to extract money. Don't distress yourself unnecessarily. Perhaps I may have some influence with him. I had before, you know." "Yes, yes, dear. You managed him very well that time. Very well," said he, stroking down her hair affectionately. "I, my child, I could never have told you of that dreadful secret. but when I found that you knew it all, my heart experienced a sensible relief. It was a selfish pleasure, I know, yet it eased me to share my secret. The burden is not half so heavy now. Father, would not your mind be easier still if you could be persuaded to make restitution to his children? This wealth is valueless to us both. You can never ask forgiveness for the sin whilst you cling thus tenaciously to its fruits. Tut, tut, no more of that, said he, impatiently. I cannot do it without betraying myself. If I gave it back to them, what would become of you and George? And how am I to stop the clamors of that cormorant? No, no, it is useless to talk of it. I cannot do it. There would be still enough left for George, after restoring them their own, and you might give this man my share of what is left. I would rather work day and night, said she, determinedly, than ever touch a penny of the money thus accumulated. I thought all that over long ago, but I dare not do it. It might cause inquiries to be made that might result to my disadvantage. No, I cannot do that. Sit down and let us be quiet now. Mr. Stevens lay back upon his pillow, and for a moment seemed to doze. Then, starting up again suddenly, he asked, Have you told George about it? Have you ever confided anything to him? No, papa, answered she soothingly, not a breath. I've been secret as the grave. That's right, rejoined he, that is right. I love George, but not as I do you. He only comes to me when he wants money. He is not like you, darling. You take care of and nurse your poor old father. Has he come in yet? Not yet. He never gets home until almost morning, and is then often fearfully intoxicated. The old man shook his head and muttered, The sins of the fathers shall. What is that? Did you hear that noise? Hush. Lizzie stood quietly by him for a short while, and then walked on tiptoe to the door. It is George, said she, after peering into the gloom of their entry. He has admitted himself with his night key. The shuffling sound of footsteps was now quite audible upon the stairway, and soon the bloated face of Mr. Stevens's hopeful son was seen at the chamber door. In society, and places where this young gentleman desired to maintain a respectable character, he could be as well behaved, as choice in his language, and as courteous as anybody. But at home, where he was well known, and where he did not care to place himself under any restraint, he was a very different individual. Let me in, Liz, said he, in a thick voice. I want the old man to fork over some money. I'm cleaned out. No, no, go to bed, George, she answered coaxingly, and talk to him about it in the morning. I'm coming in now, said he, determinedly, and besides, I want to tell you something about that nigger Gary. Tell us in the morning, persisted Lizzie. No, I'm going to tell you now, rejoined he, forcing his way into the room. It's too good to keep till morning. Pick up that wick. Let a fellow see if you are all alive. Lizzie raised the wick of the lamp in accordance with his desire, and then sat down with an expression of annoyance and vexation on her countenance. George threw himself into an easy chair, and began. I saw that white nigger Gary to-night. He was in company with a gentleman. At that, the assurance of that fellow is perfectly incomprehensible. He was drinking at the bar of the hotel, and as it is no secret why he and Miss Bates parted, I enlightened the company on the subject of his antecedents. He threatened to challenge me. Ho, ho, fight with a nigger. That is too good a joke. And laughing heartily, the young ruffian leant back in his chair. I want some money tomorrow, Dad, continued he. I say, old gentleman, wasn't it a lucky go that Darky's father was put out of the way so nicely, eh? We've been living in clover ever since, haven't we? How dare you address me in that disrespectful manner? Go out of the room, sir, exclaimed Mr. Stevens with a disturbed countenance. Come, George, go to bed, urged his sister wearily. Let father sleep. It is after 12 o'clock. I'm going to wake the nurse, and then retire myself.
George rose stupidly from his chair and followed his sister from the room. On the stairway he grasped her arm rudely and said, "I don't understand how it is that you and the old man are so cursed thick all of a sudden. You are thick as two thieves, always whispering and talking together. Act fair, Liz. Don't persuade him to leave you all the money. If you do, we'll quarrel, that's flat. Don't try and cozen him out of my share as well as your own, you hear?" "Oh, George," rejoined she reproachfully, "I never had such an idea." "Then what are you so much together for? Why is there so much whispering and writing, and going off on journeys all alone? What does it all mean, eh?" "It means nothing at all, George. You are not yourself to night," said she, evasively. "You had better go to bed." "It is you that are not yourself," he retorted. "What makes you look so pale and worried? And why do you and the old man start if the door cracks as if the devil was after you? What is the meaning of that?" asked he with a drunken leer. "You'd better look out," concluded he. "I'm watching you both, and will find out all your secrets by and by." "Learn all our secrets? Ah, my brother," thought she, as he disappeared into his room, "you need not desire to have their fearful weight upon you, or you will soon grow as anxious, thin, and pale as I am." The next day at noon, Lizzie started on her journey, after a short conference with her father. Night had settled upon her native city, when she was driven through its straight and seemingly interminable thoroughfares. The long straight rows of lamps, the snowy steps, the scrupulously clean streets, the signs over the stores, were like the faces of old acquaintances, and at any other time would have caused agreeable recollections, but the object of her visit preoccupied her mind to the exclusion of any other and more pleasant associations. She ordered the coachman to take her to an obscure hotel, and after having engaged a room, she left her baggage and started in search of the residence of McCloskey. She drew her veil down over her face very closely, and walked quickly through the familiar streets until she arrived at the place indicated in his letter. It was a small, mean tenement in a by-street, in which there were but one or two other houses. The shutters were closed from the upper story to the lowest, and the whole place wore an uninhabited appearance. After knocking several times, she was about to give up in despair, when she discovered through the glass above the door the faint glimmer of a light, and shortly after a female voice demanded from the inside who was there. "Does Mr. McCloskey live here?" asked Lizzie, hearing a voice not more formidable than her own. The person within partially opened the door, and whilst shading with one hand the candle she held in the other, gazed out upon the speaker. "Does Mr. McCloskey live here?" repeated Lizzie. "Yes, he does," answered the woman, in a weak voice, "but he's got the typers." "Has the what?" inquired Lizzie, who did not exactly understand her. "Got the typers, got the fever, you know." "The typhus fever," said Lizzie with a start. "Then he is really sick." "Really sick," repeated the woman. "Really sick. Well, I should think he was. Why, he's been a raving and swearing awful for days. He stormed and screamed so loud that the neighbors complained. Law, they had to even shave his head." "Is he any better?" asked Lizzie, with a sinking heart. "Can I see him?" "Perhaps you can, if you go to the hospital to morrow, but whether you'll find him living or dead is more than I can say. I couldn't keep him here. I wasn't able to stand him. I've had the fever myself. He took it from me. You must come in," continued the woman, "if you want to talk. I'm afraid of catching cold and can't stand at the door. Maybe you're afraid of the fever," she further observed, as she saw Lizzie hesitate on the doorstep. "Oh, no, I'm not afraid of that," answered Lizzie quickly. "I'm not in the least afraid." "Come in, then," reiterated the woman, "and I'll tell you all about it." The woman looked harmless enough, and Lizzie hesitated no longer, but followed her through the entry into a decently furnished room. Setting the candlestick upon the mantelpiece, she offered her visitor a chair, and then continued. "He came home this last time in an awful state. Before he left, some one sent him a load of money, and he did nothing but drink and gamble whilst it lasted. I used to tell him that he ought to take care of his money, and he'd snap his fingers and laugh. He used to say that he owned the goose that laid the golden eggs, and could have money whenever he wanted it. Well, as I was saying, he went, and when he came back he had an awful attack of delirium tremens, and then he took the typers. Oh, law's mercy, continued she, holding up her bony hands, how that critter raved. He talked about killing people. He did, interrupted Lizzie with a gesture of alarm, and laying her hand upon her heart, which beat fearfully. Did he mention any name? The woman did not stop to answer this question, but proceeded as if she had not been interrupted. He was always going on about 2 orphans and a will, and he used to curse and swear awfully about being obliged to keep something hid. It was dreadful to listen to. It would almost make your hair stand on end to hear him. And he never mentioned names, said Lizzie inquiringly. No, that was so strange. He never mentioned no names, never. He used to rave a great deal about 2 orphans and a will, and he would ransack the bed and pull up the sheets and look under the pillows as if he thought it was there. Oh, he acted very strange, but never mentioned no names. I used to think he had something in his trunk. He was so very special about it. He was better the day they took him off and the trunk went with him. He would have it, but since then he's had a dreadful relapse, and there's no knowing whether he is alive or dead. I must go to the hospital, said Lizzie, rising from her seat, and greatly relieved to learn that nothing of importance had fallen from McCloskey during his delirium. I shall go there as quickly as I can, she observed, walking to the door. You'll not see him tonight if you do, rejoined the woman. Are you a relation? Oh, no, answered Lizzie. My father is an acquaintance of his. I learned that he was ill and came to inquire after him. Had the woman not been very indifferent or unobservant, she would have noticed the striking difference between the manner and appearance of Lizzie Stevens and the class who generally came to see McCloskey. She did not, however, appear to observe it, nor did she manifest any curiosity greater than that evidenced by her inquiring if he was a relative. Lizzie walked with a lonely feeling through the quiet streets until she arrived at the porter's lodge of the hospital. She pulled the bell with trembling hands, and the door was opened by the little bald-headed man whose loquacity was once, the reader will remember, so painful to Mrs. Ellis. There was no perceptible change in his appearance, and he manifestly took as warm an interest in frightful accidents as ever. What is it? What is it? He asked eagerly, as Lizzie's pale face became visible in the bright light that shone from the inner office. Do you want a stretcher? The rapidity with which he asked these questions and his eager manner quite startled her, and she was for a moment unable to tell her errand. Speak up, girl, speak up. Do you want a stretcher? Is it burnt or run over? Can't you speak, eh? It now flashed upon Lizzie that the venerable janitor was laboring under the impression that she had come to make application for the admission of a patient, and she quickly answered, "Oh, no, it is nothing of the kind. I'm glad to say." "Glad to say," muttered the old man, the eager, expectant look disappearing from his face, giving place to one of disappointment. "Glad to say? Why, there hasn't been an accident to-day, and here you've gone and rung the bell, and brought me here to the door for nothing. What do you want, then?" "I wish to inquire after a person who is here." "What's his number?" gruffly inquired he. "That I cannot tell," answered she. "His name is McCloskey." "I don't know anything about him. Couldn't tell you who he is unless I go all over the books to-night. We don't know people by their names here. Come in the morning, 10 o'clock, and don't never ring that bell again," concluded he, sharply, "unless you want a stretcher." Ringing the bell, and no accident, and grumbling at being disturbed for nothing, he abruptly closed the door in Lizzie's face. Anxious and discomfited, she wandered back to her hotel, and after drinking a weak cup of tea, locked her room door and retired to bed. There she lay, tossing from side to side. She could not sleep. Her anxiety respecting her father's safety, her fears lest in the delirium of fever McCloskey should discover their secret, kept her awake far into the night, and the city clocks struck 2 ere she fell asleep. When she awoke in the morning, the sun was shining brightly into her room. For a few moments she could not realize where she was, but the events of the past night soon came freshly to her. Looking at her watch, she remembered that she was to go to the hospital at 10, and it was already 9:30, her wakefulness the previous night having caused her to sleep much later than her usual hour. Dressing herself in haste, she hurried down to breakfast, and after having eaten a slight meal, ordered a carriage, and drove to the hospital. The janitor was in his accustomed seat, and nodded smilingly to her as she entered. He beckoned her to him, and whispered, "I inquired about him. McCloskey, Fever Ward, No. 21. Died this morning at 2 o'clock and 40 minutes." "Dead?" echoed Lizzie with a start of horror. Yes, dead, repeated he, with a complacent look. Any relation of yours? Want an order for the body? Lizzie was so astonished by this intelligence that she could not reply, and the old man continued mysteriously. Came to before he died. Wish he hadn't. Put me to a deal of trouble. Sent for a magistrate, then for a minister. Had something on his mind. Couldn't die without telling it, you know. Then there was oaths, depositions, so much trouble. Are you his relation? Want an order for the body? Oaths, magistrate, a confession, no doubt, thought Lizzie. Her limbs trembled. She was so overcome with terror that she could scarcely stand. Clinging to the railing of the desk by which she was standing for support, she asked hesitatingly, he had something to confess, then? The janitor looked at her for a few moments attentively, and seemed to notice for the first time her ladylike appearance and manners. A sort of reserve crept over him at the conclusion of his scrutiny, for he made no answer to her questions, but simply asked, with more formality than before, are you a relation? Do you want an order for the body? Ere Lizzie could answer his question, a man plainly dressed, with keen grey eyes that seemed to look restlessly about in every corner of the room, came and stood beside the janitor. He looked at Lizzie from the bow on the top of her bonnet to the shoes on her feet. It was not a stare, it was more a hasty glance, and yet she could not help feeling that he knew every item of her dress, and could have described her exactly. Are you a relative of this person? He asked in a clear, sharp voice, whilst his keen eyes seemed to be piercing her through in search of the truth. No, sir, she answered faintly. A friend, then, I presume, continued he respectfully. An acquaintance, returned she. The man paused for a few moments, then, taking out his watch, looked at the time and hastened from the office. This man possessed Lizzie with a singular feeling of dread. Why, she could not determine. Yet after he was gone, she imagined those cold grey eyes were resting on her, and bidding the old janitor, who had grown reserved so suddenly, good morning. She sprang into her carriage as fast as her trembling limbs could carry her, and ordered the coachman to drive back to the hotel. Father must fly, soliloquized she. The alarm will no doubt lend him energy. I've heard of people who have not been able to leave their rooms for months, becoming suddenly strong under the influence of terror. We must be off to some place of concealment until we can learn whether he is compromised by that wretched man's confession. Lizzie quickly paid her bill, packed her trunk, and started for the station in hopes of catching the midday train for New York. The driver did not spare his horses, but at her request drove them at their utmost speed, but in vain. She arrived there only time enough to see the train move away, and there, standing on the platform, looking at her with a sort of triumphant satisfaction, was the man with the keen grey eyes. Stop, stop, cried she. Too late, miss, said a bystander, sympathizingly. Just too late. No other train for 3 hours. 3 hours, said Lizzie, despairingly. 3 hours. Yet I must be patient. There is no remedy. And she endeavoured to banish her fears and occupy herself in reading the advertisements that were posted up about the station. It was of no avail. That keen-looking man with his piercing grey eyes haunted her, and she could not avoid associating him in her thoughts with her father and McCloskey. What was he doing on the train, and why did he regard her with that look of triumphant satisfaction? Those were to her the 3 longest hours of her life. Wearily and impatiently she paced up and down the long saloon, watching the hands of the clock as they appeared to almost creep over the dial plate. 20 times during those 3 hours did she compare the clock with her watch, and found they moved on unvaryingly together. At last the hour for the departure of the train arrived, and seated in the car, she was soon flying at express speed on the way towards her home. How much sooner does the other train arrive than we? She asked of the conductor. 2 hours and a half, miss, replied he courteously. We gain a half hour upon them. Half hour, that is something gained, thought she. I may reach my father before that man. Can he be what I suspect? On they went, 30, 40, 50 miles an hour, yet she thought it slow, dashing by villages, through meadows, over bridges, rattling, screaming, puffing, on their way to the city of New York. In due time they arrived at the ferry, and after crossing the river were in the city itself. Lizzie took the first carriage that came to hand, and was soon going briskly through the streets towards her father's house. The nearer she approached it, the greater grew her fears. horrible presentiment that something awful had occurred grew stronger and stronger as she drew nearer home. She tried to brave it off, resist it, crush it, but it came back upon her each time with redoubled force. On she went, nearer and nearer every moment, until at last she was in the avenue itself. She gazed eagerly from the carriage, and thought she observed one or two persons run across the street opposite her father's house. It could not be. She looked again. Yes, there was a group beneath his window. Faster, faster, she cried frantically, faster if you can. The door was at last reached. She sprang from the carriage and pressed through the little knot of people who were gathered on the pavement. Alas, her presentiments were correct. There, lying on the pavement, was the mangled form of her father, who had desperately sprung from the balcony above to escape arrest from the man with the keen grey eyes, who with the warrant in his hand stood contemplating the lifeless body. "Father, father!" cried Lizzie in an anguished voice. "Father, speak once!" Too late, too late! The spirit had passed away. The murderer had rushed before a higher tribunal, a mightier judge, into the presence of one who tempers justice with mercy. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of the Garies and Their Friends by Frank Webb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35 The Wedding. The night that Lizzie Stevens arrived in Philadelphia was the one decided upon for the marriage of Emily Gary and Charles Ellis. And whilst she was wandering so lonely through the streets of one part of the city, a scene of mirth and gaiety was transpiring in another, some of the actors in which would be made more happy by events that would be productive of great sorrow to her. Throughout that day, bustle and confusion had reigned supreme in the house of Mr. Walters. Caddy, who had been there since the break of day, had taken the domestic reins entirely from the hands of the mistress of the mansion, and usurped command herself. Quiet Esther was well satisfied to yield her full control of the domestic arrangements for the festivities, and Caddy was nothing loath to assume them. She entered upon the discharge of her self-imposed duties with such ardor as to leave no doubt upon the minds of the parties most interested, but that they would be thoroughly performed, and with an alacrity, too, that positively appalled quiet Esther's easy-going servants. Great doubts had been expressed as to whether Caddy could successfully sustain the combined characters of chef de cuisine and bridesmaid, and a failure had been prophesied. She therefore felt it incumbent upon her to prove these prognostications unfounded, and demonstrate the practicability of the undertaking. On the whole, she went to work with energy, and seemed determined to establish the fact that her abilities were greatly underrated, and that a woman could accomplish more than one thing at a time when she set about it. The feelings of all such persons about the establishment of Mr. Walters as were constitutionally tied received that day divers serious shocks at the hands of Miss Caddy, who seemed endowed with a singular faculty which enabled her to discover just what people did not want to do, and of setting them at it immediately. For instance, Jane, the fat girl, hated going upstairs excessively. Caddy employed her in bringing down glass and china from a third-story pantry, and moreover only permitted her to bring a small quantity at a time, which rendered a number of trips strictly necessary, to the great aggravation and serious discomfort of the fat girl in question. On the other hand, Julia, the slim chambermaid, who would have been delighted with such employment, and who would have undoubtedly refreshed herself on each excursion upstairs with a lengthened gaze from the window, was condemned to the polishing of silver
and dusting of plates and glass in an obscure back pantry, which contained but one window, and that commanding a prospect of a dead wall. Miss Caddy felt in duty bound to inspect each cake, look over the wine, and, to the great discomfiture of the waiter, decant it herself, not liking to expose him to any unnecessary temptation. She felt, too, all the more inclined to assume the office of butler from the fact that, at a previous party of her sister's, she had detected this same gentleman with a bottle of the best sherry at his mouth, whilst he held his head thrown back in a most surprising manner, with a view, no doubt, of contemplating the ceiling more effectually from that position. Before night, such was the increasing demand for help in the kitchen that Caddy even kidnapped the nurse and locked the brown baby and her sister in the bathroom, where there was no window in their reach, nor any other means at hand from which the slightest injury could result to them. Here they were, supplied with a tub half filled with water, and spent the time most delightfully in making boats of their shoes, and lading them with small pieces of soap, which they bit off from the cake for the occasion. Then, coasting along to the small towns on the borders of the tub, they disposed of their cargoes to imaginary customers to immense advantage. Walters had declared the house uninhabitable, and had gone out for the day. Esther and Emily busied themselves in arranging the flowers in the drawing-room and hall, and hanging amidst the plants on the balcony little stained-glass lamps, all of which Caddy thought very well in its way, but which she was quite confident would be noticed much less by the guests than the supper, in which supposition she was undoubtedly correct. Kinch also lounged in 2 or 3 times during the day to seek consolation at the hands of Esther and Emily. He was in deep distress of mind, in great perturbation. His tailor had promised to send home a vest the evening previous, and had not fulfilled his agreement. After his first visit, Kinch entered the house in the most stealthy manner, for fear of being encountered by Caddy, who, having met him in the hall during the morning, posted him off for 20 pounds of sugar, a ball of twine, and a stone jar, despite his declaration of pre-engagements, haste, and limited knowledge of the articles in question. Whilst Lizzie Stevens was tremblingly ringing the bell at the lodge of the hospital, busy hands were also pulling at that of Mr. Walters's dwelling. Carriage after carriage rolled up and deposited their loads of gay company, who skipped nimbly over the carpet that was laid down from the door to the curbstone. Through the wide hall and up the stairway, flowers of various kinds mingled their fragrance and loaded the air with their rich perfume, and expressions of delight burst from the lips of the guests as they passed up the brilliantly lighted stairway and thronged the spacious drawing-rooms. There were but few whites among them, and they particular friends. There was Mrs. Bird, who had travelled from Warmouth to be present at the ceremony, Mr. Balch, the friend and legal adviser of the bride's father, Father Banks, who was to tie the happy knot, and there too was Mrs. Burrell, and that baby, now grown to a promising lad, and who would come to the wedding because Charlie had sent him a regular invitation written like that sent his parents. Mr. and Mrs. Ellis were of course there, the latter arrayed in a rich new silk, made up expressly for the occasion, and the former almost hidden in his large easy chair. The poor old gentleman scarcely seemed able to comprehend the affair, and apparently laboured under the impression that it was another mob, and looked a little terrified at times when the laughter or conversation grew louder than usual. The hour for the ceremony was fast approaching, and Esther left the assembled guests and went up into Emily Gary's room to assist the young ladies in preparing the bride. They all besought her to be calm, not to agitate herself upon any consideration, and then bustled about her and flurried themselves in the most ridiculous manner, with a view, no doubt, of tranquilizing her feelings more effectually. Little M, soon to be Mrs. Ellis, was busily engaged in dressing. The toilet table was covered with lighted candles, and all the gas burners in the room were in full blaze, bringing everything out in bold relief. "We are having quite an illumination. The glare almost blinds me," said Emily. "Put out some of the candles." No, no, my dear, rejoined one of the young ladies engaged in dressing her. We cannot sacrifice a candle. We don't need them to discern your charms, M. Only to enable us to discover how to deck them to the best advantage. How sweet you look! Emily gazed into the mirror, and from the blush that suffused her face and the look of complacency that followed, it was quite evident that she shared her friend's opinion. She did indeed look charming. There was a deeper colour than usual on her cheeks, and her eyes were illumined with a soft, tender light. Her wavy brown hair was parted smoothly on the front, and gathered into a cluster of curls at the back. Around her neck glistened a string of pearls, a present from Mr. Winston, who had just returned from South America. The pure white silk fitted to a nicety, and the tiny satin slippers seemed as if they were made upon her feet and never intended to come off again. Her costume was complete with the exception of a veil and wreath, and Esther opened the box that she supposed contained them for the purpose of arranging them on the bride. "Where have you put the veil, my dear?" she asked, after raising the lid of the box and discovering that they were not there. "In the box, are they not?" answered one of the young ladies. "No, they are not there," continued Esther, as she turned over the various articles with which the tables were strewed. All in vain. The veil and wreath could be nowhere discovered. "Are you sure it came home?" asked one. "Of course," replied another. "I had it in my hand an hour ago." Then a thorough search was commenced, all the drawers ransacked, and everything turned over again and again, and just when they were about to abandon the search in despair, one of the party returned from the adjoining room, dragging along the brown baby, who had the veil wrapped about her chubby shoulders as a scarf, and the wreath ornamenting her round curly head. Even good-natured Esther was a little ruffled at this daring act of baby's, and hastily divested that young lady of her borrowed adornments amidst the laughter of the group. Poor baby was quite astonished at the precipitate manner in which she was deprived of her finery, and was for a few moments quite overpowered by her loss. But perceiving a drawer open in the toilet table, she dried her eyes, and turned her attention in that direction, and in tossing its contents upon the floor, amply solaced herself for the deprivation she had just undergone. "Caddy is a famous chief bridesmaid, hasn't been here to give the least assistance," observed Esther. "She has not even dressed herself. I will ring and ask where she can be. In the kitchen or supper room, I've no doubt. Where is Miss Ellis?" she asked of the servant who came in answer her summons. "Downstairs, Min." The boy that brought the ice cream kicked over a candy ornament. "Miss Ellis was very busy a-shaking of him when I came up." "Do beg her to stop," rejoined Esther with a laugh, "and tell her I say she can shake him in the morning. We are waiting for her to dress now. And also tell Mr. DeYoung to come here to the door. I want him." Kinch soon made his appearance in accordance with Esther's request, and fairly dazzled her with his costume. His blue coat was brazen with buttons, and his white cravat tied with choking exactness, spotless vest, black pants, and such patent leathers as you could have seen your face in with ease. "How fine you look, Kinch," said Esther admiringly. "Yes," he answered, "the new vest came home. How do you like it?" "Oh, admirable. But, Kinch, can't you go down and implore Caddy to come up and dress? Time is slipping away very fast." "Oh, I daren't," answered Kinch with a look of alarm. "I don't dare to go down now that I'm dressed. She'll want me to carry something up to the supper room if I do, a pile of dishes, or something of that kind. I'd like to oblige you, Mrs. Walters, but it's worth my new suit to do it." Under these circumstances, Kinch was excused, and a deputation, headed by Mr. Walters, was sent into the lower regions to wait upon Caddy, who prevailed upon her to come up and dress, which she did, being all the while very red in the face, and highly indignant at being sent for so often. "Good gracious!" she exclaimed, "what a pucker you are all in!" "Why, Caddy, it's time to be," replied Esther. "It wants 8 minutes of the hour, and that is just 3 minutes more than I should want for dressing, if I was going to be married myself," rejoined she, and hastening away, she returned in an incredibly short time, all prepared for the ceremony. Charlie was very handsomely got up for the occasion. Emily, Esther, Caddy, in fact all of them, agreed that he never looked better in his life. "That is owing to me, all my doings," said Kinch exultingly. "He wanted to order his suit of old Forbes, who hasn't looked at a fashion plate for the last 10 years, and I wouldn't let him. I took him to my man, and see what he has made of him." turned him out looking like a bridegroom instead of an old man of 50. It's all owing to me, said the delighted Kinch, who skipped about the entry until he upset a vase of flowers that stood on a bracket behind him. Whereupon Caddy ran and brought a towel and made him take off his white gloves and wipe up the water, in spite of his protestations that the shape of his pantaloons would not bear the strain of stooping. At last the hour arrived, and the bridal party descended to the drawing-room in appropriate order, and stood up before Father Banks. The ceremony was soon over, and Emily was clasped in Mrs. Ellis's arms, who called her daughter and kissed her cheek with such warm affection that she no longer felt herself an orphan, and paid back with tears and embraces the endearments that were lavished upon her by her new relatives. Father Banks took an early opportunity to give them each some good advice, and managed to draw them apart for that purpose. He told them how imperfect and faulty were all mankind, that married life was not all couleur de rose, that the trials and cares incident to matrimony fully equaled its pleasures, and besought them to bear with each other patiently, to be charitable to each other's faults, and a reasonable share of earthly happiness must be the result. Then came the supper. Oh, such a supper, such quantities of nice things as money and skill alone can bring together. There were turkeys innocent of a bone, into which you might plunge your knife to the very hilt without coming in contact with a splinter, turkeys from which cunning cooks had extracted every bone, leaving the meat alone behind, with the skin not perceptibly broken. How brown and tempting they looked, their capacious bosoms giving rich promise of high seasoned dressing within, and looking larger by comparison with the tiny reed birds beside them, which lay cozily on the golden toast, looking as much as to say, if you want something to remember forever, come and give me a bite. Then there were dishes of stewed terrapin, into which the initiated dipped at once, and to which they for some time gave their undivided attention, oblivious apparently of the fact that there was a dish of chicken salad close beside them. Then there were oysters in every variety, silver dishes containing them stewed, their fragrant macy odor wafting itself upward and causing watery sensations about the mouth. Waiters were constantly rushing into the room, bringing dishes of them fried so richly brown, so smoking hot, that no man with a heart in his bosom could possibly refuse them. Then there were glass dishes of them pickled, with little black spots of allspice floating on the pearly liquid that contained them. And lastly, oysters boiled, whose delicious flavor exceeds my powers of description. These, with ham and tongue, were the solid comforts. There were other things, however, to which one could turn when the appetite grew more dainty. There were jellies, blancmange, chocolate cream, biscuit glacé, peach ice, vanilla ice, orange water ice, brandy peaches, preserved strawberries and pines, not to say a word of towers of candy, bonbons, kisses, champagne, Rhine wine, sparkling catawba, liquors, and a man in the corner making sherry cobblers of wondrous flavor under the especial supervision of Kinch. On the whole, it was an American supper, got up regardless of expense, and whoever has been to such an entertainment knows very well what an American supper is. What a merry, happy party it was, how they all seemed to enjoy themselves, and how they all laughed when the bride essayed to cut the cake and could not get the knife through the icing, and how the young girls put pieces away privately, that they might place them under their pillows to dream upon. What a happy time they had! Father Banks enjoyed himself amazingly. He ate quantities of stewed terrapin, and declared it the best he ever tasted. He talked gravely to the old people, cheerfully and amusingly to the young, and was in fact having a most delightful time, when a servant whispered to him that there was a person in the entry who wished to see him immediately. "Oh dear," he exclaimed to Mr. Balch, "I was just congratulating myself that I should have one uninterrupted evening, and you see the result, called off at this late hour." Father Banks followed the servant from the room, and inquired of the messenger what was wanted. "You must come to the hospital immediately, sir. The man with the typhus fever, you saw him yesterday. He's dying. He says he must see you, that he has something important to confess. I'm to go for a magistrate as well." "Ah," said Father Banks, "you need go no further. Alderman Balch is here. He is quite competent to receive his depositions." "I'm heartily glad of it," replied the man. "It will save me another hunt. I had a hard time finding you. I've been to your house and 2 or 3 other places, and was at last sent here. I'll go back and report that you are coming, and will bring a magistrate with you." "Very good," rejoined Father Banks. "Do so. I will be there immediately." Hastening back to the supper-room, he discovered Mr. Balch in the act of helping himself to a brandy peach, and apprised him of the demand for his services. "The bank," said he, good-humouredly, "that is outrageous. Why did you not let him go for some one else? It is too bad to drag me away just when the fun is about to commence." There was no alternative, however, and Mr. Balch prepared to follow the minister to the bedside of McCloskey. When they arrived at the hospital, they found him fast sinking. The livid colour of his face, the sunken glassy eyes, the white lips, and the blue tint that surrounded the eyes and mouth told at once the fearful story. Death had come. He was in full possession of his faculties, and told them all how Stevens had saved him from the gallows, and how he agreed to murder Mr. Gary, of his failure when the time of action arrived, and how in consequence Stevens had committed the deed, and how he had paid him time after time to keep his secret. "In my trunk there," said he, in a dying whisper, "in my trunk is the will. I found it that night amongst his papers. I kept it to get money out of his children with when old Stevens was gone. Here," continued he, handing his key from beneath the pillow, "open my trunk and get it." Mr. Balch eagerly unlocked the trunk, and there sure enough lay the long-sought-for and important document. "I knew it would be found at last. I always told Walter so. And now," said he, exultingly, "see, my predictions are verified." McCloskey seemed anxious to atone for the past by making an ample confession. He told them all he knew of Mr. Stevens's present circumstances, how his property was situated, and every detail necessary for their guidance. Then his confession was sworn to and witnessed, and the dying man addressed himself to the affairs of the next world, and endeavoured to banish entirely from his mind all thoughts of this. After a life passed in the exercise of every Christian virtue, after a lengthened journey over its narrow stony pathway, whereon temptations have been met and triumphed over, where we have struggled with difficulties, and borne afflictions without murmur or complaint, cheering on the weary, we have found sinking by the wayside, comforting and assisting the fallen, endeavouring humbly and faithfully to do our duty to God and humanity, even after a life thus passed, when we at last lie down to die, the most faithful, the best, may well shrink and tremble when they approach the gloomy portals of death. At such an hour, memory, more active than every other faculty, drags all the good and evil from the past, and sets them in distinct array before us. Then we discover how greatly the latter exceeds the former in our lives, and how little of our Father's work we have accomplished after all our toils and struggles. 'Tis then the most devoted servant of our common Master feels compelled to cry, "Mercy on my Father, for justice I dare not ask." If thus the Christian passes away, what terror must fill the breast of one whose whole life has been a constant warfare upon the laws of God and man? How approaches he the bar of that awful Judge whose commands he has set at naught, and whose power he has so often contemned? With a fainting heart and tongue powerless to crave the mercy of crimes cannot deserve, McCloskey struggled long with death, died fearfully hard. The phantoms of his victims seemed to haunt him in his dying hour, interposing between him and God, and with distorted face, clenched hands, and gnashing teeth, he passed away to his long account. From the bedside of the corpse Mr. Balch went, late as it was, to the office of the chief of police. There he learned to his great satisfaction that the governor was in town, and at an early hour the next morning he procured a requisition for the arrest of Mr. Stevens, which he put into the hands of the man with the keen grey eyes for the purpose of securing the criminal, and with the result of his efforts the reader is already acquainted. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the Garies and Their Friends by Frank Webb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36 and the last. With such celerity did Mr. Balch work in behalf of his wards, that he soon had everything in train for the recovery of the property. At first George Stevens was inclined to oppose the execution of the will, but he was finally prevailed upon by his advisers to make no difficulty respecting it, and quietly resign what he must inevitably sooner or later relinquish. Lizzie Stevens, on the contrary, seemed rather glad that an opportunity was afforded to do justice to her old playmates, and won the good opinion of all parties by her gentleness and evident anxiety to atone for the wrong done them by her father. Even after the demands of the executors of Mr. Gary were fully satisfied, such had been the thrift of her father that there still remained a comfortable support for her and her brother. To poor Clarence this accession of fortune brought no new pleasure. He already had sufficient for his modest wants, and now that his greatest hope in life had been blighted, this addition of wealth became to him rather a burden than a pleasure. He was now completely excluded from the society in which he had so long been accustomed to move. The secret of his birth had become widely known, and he was avoided by his former friends and sneered at as a nigger. His large fortune kept some 2 or 3 whites about him, but he knew they were leeches seeking to bleed his purse, and he wisely avoided their society. He was very wretched and lonely. He felt ashamed to seek the society of colored men now that the whites despised and rejected him, so he lived apart from both classes of society and grew moody and misanthropic. Mr. Balch endeavored to persuade him to go abroad, to visit Europe. He would not. He did not confess it, but the truth was, he could not tear himself away from the city where little Bertie dwelt, where he now and then could catch a glimpse of her to solace him in his loneliness. He was growing paler and more fragile-looking each day, and the doctor at last frankly told him that, if he desired to live, he must seek some warmer climate for the winter. Reluctantly, Clarence obeyed. In the fall he left New York, and during the cold months wandered through the West India Islands. For a while his health improved, but when the novelty produced by change of scene began to decline, he grew worse again, and brooded more deeply than ever over his bitter disappointment, and consequently derived but little benefit from the change. The spirit was too much broken for the body to mend. His heart was too sore to beat healthfully or happily. He wrote often now to Emily and her husband, and seemed desirous to atone for his past neglect. Emily had written to him first. She had learned of his disappointment, and gave him a sister's sympathy in his loneliness and sorrow. The chilly month of March had scarcely passed away when they received a letter from him, informing them of his intention to return. He wrote, "I am no better, and my physician says that a longer residence here will not benefit me in the least, but I came too late. I cough, cough, cough incessantly, and each day become more feeble. I'm coming home, Emmy, coming home, I fear, to die. I am but a ghost of my former self. I write you this that you may not be alarmed when you see me. It is too late now to repine, but oh, Em, if my lot had only been cast with yours, had we never been separated, I might have been to-day as happy as you are." It was a clear, bright morning when Charlie stepped into a boat to be conveyed to the ship in which Clarence had returned to New York. She had arrived the evening previous, and had not yet come up to the dock. The air came up the bay, fresh and invigorating from the sea beyond, and the water sparkled as it dripped from the oars, which, with monotonous regularity, broke the almost unruffled surface of the bay. Some of the ship's sails were shaken out to dry in the morning sun, and the cordage hung loosely and carelessly from the masts and yards. A few sailors lounged idly about the deck, and leaned over the side to watch the boat as it approached. With their aid it was soon secured alongside, and Charlie clambered up the ladder and stood upon the deck of the vessel. On inquiring for Clarence, he was shown into the cabin, where he found him extended on a sofa. He raised himself as he saw Charlie approach, and extending his hand, exclaimed, "How kind! I did not expect you until we reached the shore." For a moment Charlie could not speak. The shock caused by Clarence's altered appearance was too great. The change was terrible. When he had last seen him, he was vigorous-looking, erect, and healthful. Now he was bent and emaciated to a frightful extent. The veins on his temples were clearly discernible. The muscles of his throat seemed like great cords. His cheeks were hollow. His sunken eyes were glassy bright and surrounded with a dark rim, and his breathing was short and evidently painful. Charlie held his thin, fleshless hand in his own, and gazed in his face with an anguished expression. "I look badly, don't I, Charlie?" said he, with assumed indifference. "Worse than you expected, eh?" Charlie hesitated a little, and then answered, "Rather bad. But it is owing to your seasickness, I suppose. That has probably reduced you considerably. Then this close cabin must be most unfavorable to your health. I'll wait until we get you home. We shall soon have you better." "Home!" repeated Clarence. "Home! How delightful that word sounds! I feel it is going home to go to you and Em." And he leant back and repeated the word "home," and paused afterward, as one touches some favorite note upon an instrument, and then silently listens to its vibrations. "How is Em?" he asked at length. "Oh, well, very well," replied Charlie. "She's been busy as a bee ever since she received your last letter. Such a charming room as she has prepared for you." "Ah, Charlie," rejoined Clarence mournfully, "I shall not live long to enjoy it, I fear." "Nonsense," interrupted Charlie hopefully. "Don't be so desponding, Clary. Here is spring again. Everything is thriving and bursting into new life. You too will catch the spirit of the season, and grow in health and strength again. Why, my dear fellow," continued he cheerfully, "you can't help getting better when we once get hold of you. Mother's gruels, Dr. Burdett's prescriptions, and Em's nursing would lift a man out of his coffin. Come now, don't let us hear anything more about dying." Clarence pressed his hand and looked at him affectionately, as though he appreciated his efforts to cheer him, and felt thankful for them, but he only shook his head and smiled mournfully. "Let me help your man to get you up. When once you get ashore you'll feel better, I've no doubt. We are not going to an hotel, but to the house of a friend who has kindly offered to make you comfortable until you are able to travel." With the assistance of Charlie and the servant, Clarence was gradually prepared to go ashore. He was exceedingly weak, could scarcely totter across the deck, and it was with some difficulty that they at last succeeded in placing him safely in the boat. After they landed, a carriage was soon procured, and in a short time thereafter Clarence was comfortably established in the house of Charlie's friend. Their hostess, a dear old motherly creature, declared that she knew exactly what Clarence needed, and concocted such delicious broths, made such strengthening gruels, that Clarence could not avoid eating, and in a day or two he declared himself better than he had been for a month, and felt quite equal to the journey to Philadelphia. The last night of their stay in New York was unusually warm, and Clarence informed Charlie he wished to go out for a walk. "I wish to go a long distance. Don't think me foolish when I tell you where. I want to look at the house where little Bertie lives. It may be for the last time. I have a presentiment that I shall see her if I go. I'm sure I shall," added he positively, as though he felt the conviction that his desire would be accomplished. "I would not, Clary," remonstrated Charlie. "Your health won't permit the exertion. It is a long distance too, you say. And moreover, don't you think, my dear fellow, that it is far more prudent to endeavour, if possible, to banish her from your mind entirely? Don't permit yourself to think about her, if you can help it. You know she is unattainable by you, and you should make an effort to conquer your attachment." "It is too late now, Charlie," he replied mournfully. "I shall continue to love her as I do now until I draw my last breath. I know it is hopeless. I know she can never be more to me than she already is, but I cannot help loving her. Let us go. I may see her once again. Ah, Charlie, You cannot even dream what inexpressible pleasure the merest glimpse of her affords me. Come, let us go." Charlie would not permit him to attempt to walk, and they procured a carriage, in which they rode to within a short distance of the house. The mansion of Mr. Bates appeared quite gloomy as they approached it. The blinds were down, and no lights visible in any part of the house. "I'm afraid they are out of town," remarked Charlie, when Clarence pointed out the house. "Everything looks so dull about it. Let us cross over to the other pavement." And they walked over to the other side of the street and gazed upward at the house. "Let us sit down here," suggested Clarence, "here on this broad stone. It is quite dark now, and no one will observe us." "No, no," remonstrated Charlie. "The stone is too damp and cold." "Is it?" said Clarence vacantly, and taking out his handkerchief he spread it out, and in spite of Charlie's dissuasion sat down upon it. "Charlie," said he, after gazing at the house a long time in silence, "I've often come here and remained half the night looking at her windows. People have passed by, stared at me as though they thought me crazy. I was half crazy then, I think. One night I remember I came and sat here for hours. Far in the night I saw her come to the window, throw up the casement, and look out. That was in the summer, before I went away, you know. There she stood in the moonlight, gazing upward at the sky, so pale, so calm and holy looking in her pure white dress, that I should not have thought it strange if the heavens had opened and angels descended and borne her away with them on their wings." And Clarence closed his eyes as he concluded, to call back upon the mirror of his mind the image of little Bertie as she appeared that night. They waited a long while, during which there was no evidence exhibited that there was any one in the house. At last, just as they were about to move away, they descried the glimmer of a light in the room which Clarence declared to be her room. His frame trembled with expectation, and he walked to and fro opposite the house with an apparent strength that surprised his companion. At length the light disappeared again, and with it Clarence's hopes. "Now then, we must go," said Charlie. "It is useless for you to expose yourself in this manner. I insist upon your coming home." Reluctantly Clarence permitted himself to be led across the street again. As they were leaving the pavement, he turned to look back again, and uttering a cry of surprise and joy, he startled Charlie by clutching his arm. "Look, look!" he cried. "There she is, my little Bertie." Charlie looked up at the window almost immediately above them, and observed a slight pale girl who was gazing up the street in an opposite direction. Little Bertie, whispered Clarence tenderly. She did not look toward them, but after standing there a few seconds moved from between the curtains and disappeared. "Thank God for that!" exclaimed Clarence passionately. I knew I should see her. I knew it," repeated he exultingly, and then, overcome with joy, he bowed his head upon Charlie's shoulder and wept like a child. "Don't think me foolish, Charlie," apologized he. "I cannot help it. I will go home now. Oh, brother, I feel so much happier." And with a step less faint and trembling, he walked back to the carriage. The following evening he was at home, but so enfeebled with the exertions of the last 2 days as to be obliged to take to his bed immediately after his arrival. His sister greeted him affectionately, threw her arms about his neck, and kissed him tenderly. Years of coldness and estrangement were forgotten in that moment, and they were once more to each other as they were before they parted. Emily tried to appear as though she did not notice the great change in his appearance, and talked cheerfully and encouragingly in his presence, but she wept bitterly when alone over the final separation which she foresaw was not far distant. The next day Dr. Burdett called, and his grave manner and apparent disinclination to encourage any hope confirmed the hopeless impression they already entertained. Aunt Ada came from Sudbury at Emily's request. She knew her presence would give pleasure to Clarence. She accordingly wrote her to come, and she and Emily nursed by turns the failing sufferer. Esther and her husband, Mrs. Ellis and Caddy, and even Kinch, were unremitting in their attentions, and did all in their power to amuse and comfort him. Day by day he faded perceptibly, grew more and more feeble, until at last Dr. Burdett began to number days instead of weeks as his term of life. Clarence anticipated death with calmness, did not repine or murmur. Father Banks was often with him, cheering him with hopes of a happier future beyond the grave. One day he sent for his sister and desired her to write a letter for him. "Em," said he, "I'm failing fast. These fiery spots on my cheek, this scorching in my palms, these hard-drawn, difficult breaths, warn me that the time is very near. Don't weep, Em, continued he, kissing her. There, don't weep. I shall be better off, happier, I'm sure. Don't weep now. I want you to write to little Bertie for me. I've tried, but my hand trembles so that I cannot write legibly. I gave it up. Sit down beside me here and write. Here is the pen. Emily dried her eyes and mechanically sat down to write as he desired. Motioning to him that she was ready, he dictated. My dear little Bertie, I once resolved never to write to you again, and partially promised your father that I would not. Then I did not dream that I should be so soon compelled to break my resolution. Little Bertie, I'm dying. My physician informs me that I have but a few more days to live. I've been trying to break away from earth's affairs and fix my thoughts on other and better things. I've given up all but you, and feel that I cannot relinquish you until I see you once again. Do not refuse me, little Bertie. Show this to your father. He must consent to a request made by one on the brink of the grave. There, that will do. Let me read it over, said he, extending his hand for the note. Yes, I will sign it now. Then do you add our address. Send it now, Emily. Send it in time for tonight's mail. Clary, do you think she will come? Inquired his sister. Yes, replied he, confidently. I'm sure she will, if the note reaches her. Emily said no more, but sealed and directed the note, which she immediately dispatched to the post office, and on the following day it reached little Bertie. From the time when the secret of Clarence's birth had been discovered until the day she had received his note, she never mentioned his name. At the demand of her father, she produced his letters, miniature, and even the little presents he had given her from time to time, and laid them down before him without a murmur. After this, even when he cursed and denounced him, she only left the room, never uttering a word in his defence. She moved about like one who had received a stunning blow. She was dull, cold, apathetic. She would smile vacantly when her father smoothed her hair or kissed her cheek, but she never laughed or sang and played. As in days gone by, she would recline for hours on the sofa in her room, gazing vacantly in the air and taking apparently no interest in anything about her. She bent her head when she walked, complained of coldness about her temples, and kept her hand constantly upon her heart. Doctors were at last consulted. They pronounced her physically well, and thought that time would restore her wonted animation. But month after month she grew more dull and silent, until her father feared she would become idiotic, and grew hopeless and unhappy about her. For a week before the receipt of the note from Clarence, she had been particularly apathetic and indifferent, but it seemed to rouse her into life again. She started up after reading it, and rushed wildly through the hall into her father's library. See here, exclaimed she, grasping his arm. See there, I knew it. I've felt day after day that it was coming to that. You separated us, and now he is dying, dying, cried she. Read it, read it. Her father took the note, and after perusing it, laid it on the table, and said coldly, Well, well, repeated she with agitation. Oh, father, it is not well. Father, said she hurriedly, you bid me give him up, told me he was unworthy, pointed out to me fully and clearly why we could not marry. I was convinced we could not, for I knew you would never let it be. Yet I have never ceased to love him. I cannot control my heart, but I could my voice, and never since that day have I spoken his name. I gave him up, not that I would not have gladly married, knowing what he was, because you desired it, because I saw either your heart must break or mine. I let mine go to please you, and have suffered uncomplainingly, and will so suffer until the end. But I must see him once again. It will be a pleasure to him to see me once again in his dying hour, and I must go, if you love me, continued she, pleadingly. As her father made a gesture of dissent, let us go. You see he is dying, begs you from the brink of the grave. Let me go, only to say good-bye to him, and then perhaps, concluded she, pressing her hand upon her heart, I shall be better here. Her father had not the heart to make any objection, and the next day they started for Philadelphia. They dispatched a note to Clarence, saying they had arrived, which Emily received, and after opening it, went to gently break its contents to her brother. You must prepare yourself for visitors, Clary, said she. No doubt some of our friends will call to-day. The weather is so very delightful. Do you know who is coming? He inquired. Yes, dear, she answered, seating herself beside him. I've received a note stating that a particular friend will call to-day, one that you desire to see. Ah, he exclaimed. It is little Bertie, is it not? Yes, she replied. They have arrived in town, and will be here to-day. Did not I tell you so? Said he triumphantly. I knew she would come. I knew it. continued he joyfully. Let me get up. I'm strong enough. She has come. Oh, she has come. Clarence insisted on being dressed with extraordinary care. His long, fierce-looking beard was trimmed carefully, and he looked much better than he had done for weeks. He was wonderfully stronger, walked across the room, and chatted over his breakfast with unusual animation. At noon they came, and were shown into the drawing-room, where Emily received them. Mr. Bates bowed politely, and expressed a hope that Mr. Gary was better. Emily held out her hand to little Bertie, who clasped it in both her own, and said inquiringly, "You are his sister?" "Yes," answered Emily. "I should have known from Clarence's description. You are his little Bertie." She did not reply. Her lip quivered, and she pressed Emily's hand and kissed her. "He is impatient to see you," resumed Emily, "and if you are so disposed, we will go up immediately." "I will remain here," observed Mr. Bates, "unless Mr. Gary particularly desires to see me. My daughter will accompany you." Emily took the hand of little Bertie in her own, and they walked together up the stairway. "You must not be frightened at his appearance," she remarked tearfully. "He is greatly changed." Little Bertie only shook her head. Her heart seemed too full for speech, and she stepped on a little faster, keeping her hand pressed on her breast all the while. When they reached the door, Emily was about to open it, but her companion stopped her by saying, "Wait a moment. Stop. How my heart beats! It almost suffocates me." They paused for a few moments to permit little Bertie to recover from her agitation. Then, throwing open the door, they advanced into the room. "Clarence," said his sister. He did not answer. He was looking down into the garden. She approached nearer, and gently laying her hand on his shoulder, said, "Here is your little Bertie, Clarence." He neither moved nor spoke. "Clarence!" cried she, louder. No answer. She touched his face. It was warm. "He's fainted!" exclaimed she, and ringing the bell violently, she screamed for help. Her husband and the nurse rushed into the room. Then came Aunt Ada and Mr. Bates. They bathed his temples, held strong salts to his nostrils. Still he did not revive. Finally the nurse opened his bosom and placed her hand upon his heart. It was still, quite still. Clarence was dead. At first they could not believe it. "Let me speak to him," exclaimed little Bertie distractedly. "He will hear my voice and answer." "Clarence, Clarence!" she cried. All in vain, all in vain. Clarence was dead. They gently bore her away. That dull, cold look came back again upon her face, and left it never more in life. She walked about mournfully for a few years, pressing her hand upon her heart, and then passed away to join her lover, where distinctions in race or color are unknown, and where the prejudices of earth cannot mar their happiness. Our tale is now soon finished. They buried Clarence beside his parents. Colored people followed him to his last home, and wept over his grave. Of all the many whites that he had known, Aunt Ada and Mr. Balch were the only ones that mingled their tears with those who listened to the solemn words of Father Banks, "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust." We too, Clarence, cast a tear upon thy tomb, poor victim of prejudice to thy color, and deemed thee better off resting upon thy cold pillow of earth, than battling with that malignant sentiment that persecuted thee, and has crushed energy, hope, and life from many stronger hearts. Aunt Ada Bell remained for a short time with Emily, and then returned to Sudbury, where, during the remainder of her life, she never omitted an opportunity of doing a kindness to a colored person. And when the increasing liberality of sentiment opened a way for the admission of colored pupils to the famous school of Sudbury, they could always procure board at her house, and Aunt Ada was a friend and mother to them. Walters and dear old S. reared a fine family, and the brown baby and her sister took numberless premiums at school, to the infinite delight of their parents. They also had a boy, whom they named Charlie. He inherited his uncle's passionate fondness for marbles, which fondness, it has been ascertained, is fostered by his uncle, who, 'tis said, furnishes the sinews of war when there is a dearth in the treasury of Master Walters. Kinch and Caddy were finally united, after various difficulties raised by the latter, who found it almost impossible to procure a house in such a state of order as would warrant her entering upon the blissful state of matrimony. When it was all over, Kinch professed to his acquaintances generally to be living in a perfect state of bliss, but he privately intimated to Charlie that if Caddy would permit him to come in at the front door, and not condemn him to go through the alley whenever there happened to be a shower, and would let him smoke where he liked, he would be much more contented. when last heard from they had a little caddy, the very image of its mother, a wonderful little girl, who, instead of buying candy and cake with her sixpences as other children did, gravely invested them in miniature washboards and dust brushes, and was saving up her money to purchase a tiny stove with a full set of cooking utensils. Caddy declares her a child worth having. Charles and Emily took a voyage to Europe for the health of the latter, and returned after a 2 years' tour to settle permanently in his native city. They were unremitting in their attention to Father and Mother Ellis, who lived to good old age, surrounded by their children and grandchildren. End of chapter 36. End of The Garies and Their Friends by Frank Webb.